It being Wednesday, we'll have the singing of our national anthem, today led by the Honourable Member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
Come on, jump.
Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love, in all thy sons command. God keep our land glorious and free. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Let the doors be open. Statements by members. Déclaration de député. The honourable member for Peterborough.
Mr. Speaker, this weekend the Trent Severn Waterway will open for the season across its 386-kilometre span. As a National Historic Site, the Trent Severn Waterway is recognized as one of our nation's truly incredible accomplishments, and its value to our country cannot be overstated. After years of neglect, Mr. Speaker, this government has committed record funding to repair and restore the Trent Severn Waterway, and work completed to date is really beginning to show. It's with sincerity that I ask the Prime Minister to find a way to restore the 2012 operating hours to the entire system. While I've presented many different alternatives and proposals to achieve this outcome, I would happily support any solution that will extend the operating hours which support jobs and economic growth in my region. As a person privileged to have had the opportunity to grow up along the banks of the TSW and now gaze at it through my living room, I encourage the government and the Prime Minister to do what's necessary to restore the operating hours of the entire Trent Severn Waterway. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Etobicoke Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Jan Karski, an operative in Poland's Home Army during the Second World War, witnessed unspeakable horrors. Karski was dispatched to inform the Polish government in exile and Western allies of the Nazi terror in occupied Poland. He infiltrated Warsaw's Jewish ghetto and witnessed Nazi soldiers hunting Jewish children for sport and Jews being herded onto boxcars and sent to their death. Karski urgently described what he witnessed and appealed directly to Franklin D. Roosevelt for the world to acknowledge and to stop the Holocaust. Astonishingly, he wasn't believed, but Karski continued to speak out and documented what he saw in a book. His determination to tell the world about the Holocaust and other atrocities reminds us to never stay silent. Jan Karski stood courageously and defiantly in the face of the greatest evil that this world has ever known, and we are inspired by his example. I invite all members to attend a reception hosted by His Excellency Marcin Bosacki, Poland's ambassador, honoring Jan Karski tomorrow evening, and to learn more about his extraordinary life. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member, Abitibi James Nunavik AU. Mr. Speaker, the Forum of Val-d'Or won the series against Bécomo. That was yesterday that they won the third President's Cup. Congratulations. The courage and determination of these players are a source of inspiration for all the region of Abitibi-Témiscamingue, especially in Val-d'Or. And this is a special message for the captain of the team and to all the players. You bring great pride to our region. These business people reacted by setting up the team in only 2 seasons, Mr. Speaker. Congratulations once again. Thank you for all your hard work, and good luck on the next stage. We are going to win the Memorial Cup.
The honourable member for Etobicoke, Edmonton Leduc. Etobicoke.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to bring attention to an event taking place in my riding on May 30th, 31st, the Win for Skin Hockey Tournament. This fundraiser was started in 2009 following the unfortunate passing of Owen Schlosser, a young and vibrant University of Alberta athlete. The first ever Win for Skin 3-on-3 street hockey tournament was held in 2010 at the Brookside Community Hall. Teams registered for what was supposed to be a 3-on-3 ice hockey tournament, but changed course shortly before the event due to weather conditions. From then on, it's been a street hockey tournament. This year's event features some great hockey games, as well as an incredible silent auction, delicious barbecue, and other activities. Money raised is shared between the Edmonton Community Foundation and the Alberta Cancer Foundation in support of the Owen Schlosser Endowment Fund for Underprivileged Athletes and the Mary Johnston Chair in Melanoma Research. For this year's fundraiser, organizers and Owen's family and friends are hoping to continue with their success and are working to reach their goal of raising $500,000 for this worthwhile cause. I would like to thank Owen's family and friends for their outstanding efforts and wish them best wishes for this year's event. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Vancouver Centre.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to pay tribute to a man who, with Prime Minister Trudeau, was responsible for the passage today of historic C-150, 45 years ago today, decriminalizing homosexuality. Ted North began his activism in 1958 when he stood on the steps of the Vancouver courthouse in full drag, demanding rights for gays. So began a lifetime devoted to human rights and charitable works. In 1971, he founded the Dogwood Monarchist Society, an organization that raised money for HIV/AIDS and for the vulnerable LGBT community. His work on LGBT rights with Harvey Milk in the U.S. earned him the keys to the cities of San Francisco and Portland. Over his lifetime, he helped raise over $50 million for charities and was honored with the Canadian Red Cross Humanitarian and Distinguished Citizenship Award and the Governor-General's Special Service Medal for Distinguished Citizen and Humanitarian. Ted North passed on March 30th. His legacy proves that one person with dedication can change the world.
Honourable Member for Medicine Hat.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a great privilege for me to rise today to tell Canadians about the winners of the Brooks Citizen of the Year Awards in my riding. The award winners are picked annually by the Grassland Family and Child Support Services to recognize folks who give countless hours of their time every year to organizations that need it. Vivian Weeb, a longtime community activist and volunteer, won Citizen of the Year Award for 2014, and I can think of no person more suited to receive this wonderful award. Vivian's volunteerism in our region goes all the way back to 1967, and she's still working tirelessly today for various local groups. I'd also like to congratulate Gideon Mente, winner of the 2014 Junior Citizen of the Year Award. Gideon is a highly motivated young man from Brooks Composite High School. He volunteers in several organizations, including his church. He also commits some of his time to international aid organizations. Once again, congratulations, Vivian and Gideon. Thank you.
Great.
The Honourable Member for La Pointe de l'Île. Mr. Speaker, the Canadian Mining Extractive Corporation is present in developing countries, and often it does business, with companies that are unable to respect environmental standards. There are too many cases where Canadian extractive companies have committed abuses, and it is important because Canada is a world leader in mining, whereas 75% of world mining companies are registered here in Canada. Therefore, I tabled my private member's bill, moving for the creation of an ombudsman for the responsible extractive sector. This has long been called for by a number of organizations that were accepted by the companies themselves in 2006 in a round table. Today, Peace and Development is on the Hill in order to ask the government to adopt this bill and to take action. So I would like to commend the work of Development and Peace, which 2006 has given a voice to people who too often do not have one.
Honourable Member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Mr. Speaker, every year the village of Shedden in my riding comes together for the Rosy Rhubarb Festival, celebrating the plant that put the village on the map. 22 years ago, a small group of people gathered together with an idea to promote Shedden and also raise some money for a new community complex. From that small group of people, the great tradition of Rosy Rhubarb Festival was born. As a result of that first festival and the hard work of many other groups working together, the Southwold Keystone Complex is now up and running. Rosy Rhubarb won an award for rural excellence in the category of outstanding volunteerism, and to date the Rosy Rhubarb Fund has raised over $322,000 for the community. Mr. Speaker, right now the gardens are lush with ripe rhubarb. On June 6th, 7th and 8th, I encourage all to stop by and partake in the fun. Browse the yard sales, participate in the rhubarb pie auction, indulge in local baked goods and the famous ice cream with rhubarb sauce. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Kelowna, Lake Country.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Beginning in April of 2014 in St. John's, Newfoundland, Ralph Morrison of Kelowna, British Columbia began a cross-Canada road trip to raise awareness about the effects of bullying. It is my pleasure to welcome him to Parliament Hill today. At the age of 52, through his book, Fear Inside, Ralph found the courage to tell his story about bullying and how he overcame his fear to speak out. As he journeys across the country, Ralph is reaching out to communities, boys and girls clubs, especially troubled teens, in the hope that his experience will help those who suffer in silence to find the courage to speak out and to begin to heal. Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the constituents of Kelowna Lake Country, I want to wish Ralph Morrison safe travels as he continues his journey to his destination of Victoria, British Columbia. Thank you, Ralph, for your courage, for reaching out to young people, to encourage them to stand up and to speak out against bullying, and for sharing the message that the fear inside can be healed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Mr. Speaker, the family Suarez was fled Mexico because they were being pursued by the drug cartel. These people are now being expelled from Canada. The federal government has denied them the status of refugees so they can live peacefully away from the drug cartel. The family has also been threatened in 3 different zones of Mexico where they took refuge before arriving in Canada. These people will never be safe in Mexico because of these drug cartels. The community of Saint-Jérôme says that they want to keep us in the community because they are very well integrated, they are productive, they learn French, and they really get along well with their citizens. So we need to keep them here on humanitarian grounds.
The honourable member for Newmarket Aurora.
Mr. Speaker, today marks the opening of the 67th Annual Cannes Film Festival. An impressive number of Canadian films have been selected to compete this year. In fact, this is a historic milestone for the Canadian film industry. Out of 18 submissions vying for the Palme d'Or, 3 are Canadian. David Cronenberg for Maps to the Stars, Xavier Dolan for Mommy, Adam Edgoyen for The Captain, et 3 autres films sont nominés.
And 3 other films have been nominated in other categories.
Proud to support Canada's film industry. Every year we invest more than $600 million in this sector through Telefilm Canada, the National Film Board of Canada, the Canada Council for the Arts, the Canada Media Fund, and tax credits. This important industry supports more than 127,000 jobs across the country. Our government wishes all the Canadian nominees the best of luck for the 67th Cannes Film Festival.
Honourable Member for Argenteuil-Papineau-Mirabel. Mr. Speaker, I am proud that it is my party in 2011 who elected a caucus composed of 40% of women, the largest female caucus in this parliament. As chair of the NDP's Women Caucus, I am pleased to say how important it is to work together to encourage an apartment full of solidarity.
Issues that matter to and that empower Canadian women. New Democrats are committed to gender-inclusive politics and believe that we can make meaningful progressive change to break down barriers, empowering all women to thrive in a Canadian society that values and respects our rights. The NDP
is the party that best represents women through the diversity of our caucus and because of our strong positions in favor of women's rights. Together, we continue to work for an inclusive parliament that works for all Canadians.
The honourable member for Selkirk Interlake.
Mr. Speaker, as part of Iran Accountability Week, parliamentarians are highlighting the efforts of the Global Iranian Political Prisoner Advocacy Project. Canadian parliamentarians are paired with Iranian political prisoners on whose behalf they advocate. Last year I sponsored Hamed Ghassami Shal, who was released. This year I'm paired with Ms. Rahani Jabari. Ms. Jabari continues to be at risk of imminent execution for defending herself and killing her attacker who was attempting to rape her. She is only 26 years old and has been in Tehran's Evin prison since 2007. On the day of her attack, she was abducted under the guise of a professional meeting, was poured a drink, and told that she had no way of escaping. Ms. Jabari tried to defend herself and during the struggle stabbed her attacker and fled. Her attacker later died. Lab analysis showed the drinks contained sedatives. Ms. Jabari was arrested and thrown in Evin prison. She was tortured until she confessed to the murder and was given the death penalty. This is just another travesty of justice in Iran and a flagrant abuse of human rights. I call on President Rouhani to exercise clemency, stay her execution, and suspend her sentence.
The honourable member for Bonavista-Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor.
Mr. Speaker, it's with a certain degree of disappointment that I must rise in the House today and challenge members of the Government Caucus for passing the Unfair Elections Act at third reading. An act widely panned as an attack on our democracy, a bill whose process was flawed. Don't worry, there's more. Whose objectives have more to do with ensuring a Conservative advantage in 2015. Sheila Fraser put it best when she described the law as, quote, clearly an infringement on the independence of the Chief Electoral Officer. The flaws in the reduced vouching system, the independence of the officer, the inability of the Elections Commissioner to compel witness testimony. The bill should be sent back to the drawing board, not sent to the Senate. But seeing as the bill is now in the hands of the Senate, I call upon our senators to show that they are indeed the House of sober second thought and take the time to carefully dissect and fix the significant flaws of this democracy-changing bill. Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives have placed the health of our democracy in the hands of the Senate. Good luck.
The honourable member for Peace River.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. 100 years ago, Alberta's oil and gas industry was born, changing Alberta's economic future forever. In fact, the Turner Valley oil field in my home province became the largest producer of oil and gas in the British Empire. Today, the oil and gas industry continues to play an integral role in the Canadian economy. Over 300,000 people are directly employed by the energy sector, which contributes over 10% of Canada's GDP. Government revenues from the energy sector support important programs including healthcare and education, and our government will continue to take action to ensure the success of this important job-creating industry. While the NDP think that the oil sector is a disease and oppose its development, Canadians can be confident that our government will continue to focus on jobs, economic growth, and long-term prosperity for all Canadians.
The honourable member for Rosemont-Petite. In 2011, Canadians and Quebecers elected the NDP as Her Majesty's loyal opposition, and it was not so that NDP could do the same thing as the other parties. When Jack Layton told the citizens that we'd be working together, he didn't mean by talking to the same lobbyists and engaging in the same scams that the old parties have done for the past 150 years. When the Canadian citizens placed their trust in us, they expected us to do things differently. We hired staff in Montreal who does excellent work to meet with groups that the Conservatives refuse to meet. We held press conferences in Lac-Mégantic on rail safety, in Montreal on cyclist safety, and in Quebec to save the Marine Search and Rescue Subcenter. The Conservatives don't want to consult the Liberals, prefer lobbyists. We are different. We do things differently, and we're going to bring real change to Ottawa. And I have something to say to everyone with the Montreal staff. Go Habs, go!
The honourable member for Brampton-Springdale.
Mr. Speaker, the National Day of Honour gave Canadians across our great nation the opportunity to recognize over 40,000 brave men and women who served in Afghanistan. I was honored to participate in a ceremony held at the Cenotaph and Kinvellant Square at the Brampton City Hall. I was joined by many veterans, Bramptonians, to honor the sacrifices of the wounded, the special burden borne by families, and most importantly, pay tribute to the 158 members of the Canadian Armed Forces, the 40 Americans under Canadian command, and the civilians who paid the ultimate sacrifice to better the lives of Afghan people. This was truly an occasion for all Canadians to look back on our contribution and achievements in Afghanistan with pride and appreciation, lest we forget, Mr. Speaker.
Oral questions. Questions orales. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the World Health Organization today said regarding the Middle East respiratory coronavirus that the threat has considerably increased. Could the Prime Minister please tell this House and Canadians what actions the government is taking to deal with this deadly virus? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, it is always the case that Canada's agencies are working with the World Health Organization to deal with the situation. I can assure the House the government will do the same thing in this case. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Who in the Prime Minister's office asked Marc Nadon to resign and to rejoin the Quebec Bar before he was appointed to the Supreme Court? Can we have a clear answer for once on this question? And if not, what is the Prime Minister afraid of answering? Our position is clear. I received legal constitutional opinions saying that we could appoint judges from the federal court to the Supreme Court directly. That's what I did in that case. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Eminent lawyers and law professors from all across Canada are now asking the Prime Minister to apologize and to retract his personal attacks on the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court. Will the Prime Minister finally do the right thing and apologize to the Chief Justice of our Supreme Court?
The right honourable.
Mr. Speaker, once again, I reject the premise of the question. The fact of the matter is this. A matter came before me that I thought was likely to come before the court and the Supreme Court of Canada based on information that I had. For that reason, we completed our consultations with outside legal experts and later referred the matter to the court.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
The facts, 650 eminent lawyers and law professors are asking him to apologize.
Yesterday, the Prime Minister said that regarding the tragedy in Lac-Mégantic, rules were not followed. There are still no financial penalties for the companies that haven't respected those rules. We shouldn't have to wait until someone gets killed before acting, but in 2010, 2 years ago, Parliament gave government the power to put in place financial penalties that were substantial for railways that are not safe. When is the Prime Minister finally going to act in the issue of rail safety? The Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we should look at the facts in this situation. It's not an issue of rail regulations. The reality is that the police have determined that it's a criminal act of negligence. It's before the courts. And as for the reform of the regulations, the opposition leader was correct. The government is developing rules, and we will have something in the Canada Gazette shortly.
Parliament gave this power to the government in 2012. Nothing has been done. Lac-Mégantic will be 1 year at the beginning of July. Nothing has been done. Why has it taken the government so long to act when they asked for the power to impose substantial financial penalties on railroad companies that were breaking the law and endangering public safety? Why have they done nothing?
Mr. Speaker, that is untrue. The government has brought in significant improvements and investments in railway safety. But the fact of the matter is this, Mr. Speaker, as the police have determined, this is not a matter of regulation. This is a matter of criminal negligence causing death. It's a very serious criminal matter that will now be before the courts, as well it should be, Mr. Speaker. In terms of specific developments in terms of regulations and fines, there's a process that is underway, Mr. Speaker, and there will be additional steps taken in the Canada Gazette.
The honourable member for Papineau.
We're told new fixes to the broken temporary foreign workers program are coming. But, Mr. Speaker, we've heard that before. Failed changes in April 2011 were supposed to ensure, quote, the integrity of the program. Last August, false assurances more employers would, quote, hire Canadians. And last December, quote, Canadians are always first in line. Can the Prime Minister please tell us what will be different this time?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday in English, the leader of the Liberal Party asked us to restrict the number of foreign workers. Then in French, he asked us to increase the number of foreign workers. Mr. Speaker, the reality is this. The government has been progressively tightening the program to ensure that it is not used as a business model, that Canadians always have the first crack at jobs. And we will continue to do that while obviously ensuring that temporary foreign workers are available in those cases where they are genuinely needed.
The honourable member for Papineau.
Prime Minister, Minister's years of neglecting Quebec has led to poorer French comprehension skills. Mr. Speaker, our plan starts with a reduction in temporary foreign worker intake and a boosting of pathways to citizenship. It demands real transparency and accountability, a requirement that job vacancies are made available to Canadians first, and tightens the labour market opinion process. Will the government adopt our reasonable plan to fix their mess?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the Liberal Party has demanded a tightening of the program in some instances. On other occasions, of course, they've voted against tightening of the program, and they've also been regularly lobbying the government to increase the number of temporary foreign workers in their various ridings. And last time I checked, Mr. Speaker, these contradictions had been delivered in both English and French.
Deputy.
Honourable member.
Order. Order. The Honourable Member for Papineau has a follow-up question. The Honourable Member for Papineau.
The Prime Minister was checking anything. I'd like him to check the program that he has so mismanaged over the past year.
Mr. Speaker, the temporary foreign workers program is poorly managed and creates conflicts across the country. For several days now, I've been asking this question in the House, and I'm asking it again today. Will this Prime Minister finally accept our plans, reasonable ideas, in order to finally put an end to the bad management of this program? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, because of the changes that this government has implemented, we have dealt with applications from several parts of the temporary foreign workers program. But, Mr. Speaker, the Liberal Party voted against changes that we wanted to make by asking for fewer foreign workers, and the Liberal Party asked the Minister to let in more temporary foreign workers. So this contradictions were given in both English and French.
Member for Sackville Eastern Shore.
Mr. Speaker, we have just learned that the Veterans Affairs Department found $100,000 to waste on tweets. Mr. Speaker, this is the government that closes veterans' offices and lays off over 1,500 people in the Department of Veterans Affairs. $100,000, Mr. Speaker, can bury 10 veterans and give them a dignified funeral. It can give 20 veterans a service dog. It can give 40 veterans the VIP service. So where does the government get off spending $100,000 on tweets when that money could go to really help veterans? Does the government honestly believe that tweeting away $100,000 is a wise expenditure of taxpayers' dollars?
More and more Canadians turn to social media. It is important that they too learn about the great accomplishments of Canadian veterans overseas and here at home. However, Mr. Speaker, the veterans I know would expect that if the NDP broke the rules, that they take responsibility and repay taxpayers immediately. Mr. Speaker, if these reports are accurate, the NDP have misused House of Commons resources for partisan purposes, and that's the truth.
The Honourable Member for Châteauguay-Saint-Constant. While the Conservatives are cutting services to vets, we have learned that they managed to find $100,000 to promote Twitter. It's completely obscene. What is more, the substance of their tweets borders on the ridiculous. The irrelevant content is written in a dubious quality of French and is only self-promotion for the minister. Here is an example, and I quote, "I'm honored and touched for rendering my homages to the Canadian War Cemetery. When will the minister realize that our veterans deserve better than retweets, hashtags, and other nonsense?" The Honourable Minister for Veterans Affairs.
Action of 1% on commemoration activities while allocating billions each year towards the services and benefits available for Canadian veterans. However, Mr. Speaker, if the NDP broke the rules,
they should take responsibility and repay taxpayers immediately. Moreover, Mr. Speaker, people who operate out of tax-paid, bogus, partisan offices should not be casting self-serving partisan stones.
The honourable member for London Cranston.
Mr. Speaker, Conservatives seem to want to spend money on everything they can except actual services for veterans. While the minister is tweeting away money, veterans are coming to Ottawa to plead with his government about the devastating impact that clawing back benefits is having on their lives. Does the minister really think veterans appreciate poorly formulated tweets asking for selfies instead of the respect and actual investments that they deserve?
The Honourable Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, it's quite ironic, really, that the party who has consistently voted against every measure that we've undertaken to upload and improve the quality of life for our veterans and their families today can stand up there and be critical. Mr. Speaker, it's about bogus offices, partisan offices, using taxpayers' money, House of Commons funds that they should be accountable for, not this nonsense.
Exactly.
The honourable member for Newton North Delta.
The Minister of Employment and Social Development claims that postings on the job bank expire after 6 months. That would be nice, were it true. But many of the postings are a year old or even older. The labour market information system should be a valuable resource, but it's broken. Pages and pages of old and useless postings aren't helping Canadians get any closer to a job. Why is the minister refusing to fix the problems so we can start helping Canadians get back to work?
The Honourable Minister of Employment.
We are helping Canadians get back to work, Mr. Speaker, and indeed, since the global downturn, 1.1 million net new jobs have been created, overwhelmingly full-time, private sector, good-paying jobs. And, Mr. Speaker, the job bank is an important part of that, connecting employers with the unemployed. I understand that we have a lot of different partners in that job bank. One of them is Workopolis, and I gather 2% of the postings that they made actually were there for longer than 6 months. We're working with them to fix that technical glitch. But, Mr. Speaker, the important thing is that we will be further improving that site as a really dynamic platform to connect the unemployed with the many available jobs in the Canadian economy.
The honourable member for St. Albert. The Conservatives turn to the jobs bank to assess the labour market opinions, but their data is even less reliable than that from Kijiji. Mr. Speaker, the minister thought that there was a labour shortage because certain job ads stayed up for a year or more. The problem is that those jobs had already been filled. Why has the minister still not authorized the holding of an independent review so that we can correct the situation and have a system that works in Canadians' interests? The Honourable Minister of Employment. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, the Canadian economy has created 1.1 million net new jobs since the global recession. And these are full-time jobs in the private sector, most of them. And unfortunately, there are too many Canadians who are still unemployed, and that's why we have the Jobs Bank. It's true that one of our partners, Workopolis, I think had 2% of the ads in the job bank that stayed there for more than 6 months. It's a technical issue we are dealing with now. The Honourable Member for St. Albert. The Conservatives can't improvise on this file. The impact on the Canadian economy and on jobs is enormous. They did everything to assure that they had the least reliable possible data on the job market, and this has serious consequences. Canadians are being replaced by temporary foreign workers who are paid less in sectors where that should not happen with the approval of this government. Will the minister finally commit to holding an independent review and clean up this defective system? The Honourable Minister. Once again, Mr. Speaker, yes, the government is using this program and has made fundamental use of it for over a year. There are reviews that are done. Checks are done by Service Canada independently. And thirdly, the position of the NDP is inconsistent. you know that 2 weeks ago the NDP in British Columbia asked that we lift the moratorium up for the program for the restaurant sector, the food sector, and now they want us to expand it. So there's no consistency to their position. Member for Rimouski-Neigette. While the Conservatives are publishing their bogus job ads, the facts remain of deep concern in this area. The job growth has been stagnant this year, and it's half of that in the United States. More than 30,000 jobs were lost in the last month, and the number of hours worked is decreasing. The Canadian Chamber of Commerce states that 95% of the jobs created were part-time jobs. So what's the minister doing to correct this, and why not bring back the small business tax credit? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Job numbers can be volatile, and we sympathize with those who lost their jobs in April. And we've said this before, Canada is not immune to the fragile state of the global economy. However, our jobs growth record has been strong. Since the depths of the recession, our economy has created over 1 million net new jobs, nearly 85% in the private sector and nearly 90% full-time jobs. However, as long as there are Canadians still looking for work, there is more work to be done. That's why we encourage the opposition to get on board and support Economic Action Plan 2014.
The honourable member for Skeena-Boku Valley.
The Conservatives are entitled to their own opinion about the economy, but not their own facts. The facts are that the Bank of Canada has thrown cold water on their over-rosy pictures about how we're doing. The long-term unemployment rate is twice that as it was before the recession. 95% of all jobs created last year went to part-time workers. Now, millions spent on ads, and we just saw another one, won't help the Canadian economy. When are the Conservatives actually going to deal with the facts of our economy and start helping out Canadians who are looking for work?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, here are the facts. Our government is focused on what matters to Canadians, jobs and economic growth. Even though the global economy remains fragile, especially in the U.S. and in Europe, our economic policies have helped protect Canada. Over 1 million net new jobs created since July 2009, among the best job creation records in the G7. Both the IMF and the OECD forecast Canada to be among the fastest-growing G7 economies in the years ahead. With a fragile global economy, we must stay the course with our low-tax plan for jobs and growth.
The honourable member for Skeena-Boku Valley.
You know, they talk about all these jobs. They don't mention that a third of them went to temporary foreign workers, and these guys are celebrating. How about a Canada Jobs Plan that actually worked for Canada for a change? 30,000 jobs lost last month. Almost the same number of Canadians stopped looking for work at all, having lost hope to find work in this weakened economy. The Bank of Canada, every major economist from every major bank has expressed concern over the trend in the Canadian economy. When are Conservatives going to drop their Kijiji economics and start to help out Canadian families for a change?
Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, it's rich for the NDP to be criticizing our government's record on job creation. They voted against every job creation measure our government has put forward, including freezing EI rates, providing certainty and flexibility to workers and employers, tax cuts for manufacturers to purchase new equipment and expand their operations, $70 billion in stable and predictable job-creating infrastructure over the next 10 years, and more, Mr. Speaker. The NDP would introduce crippling new taxes Canadian businesses simply can't afford that would kill thousands of jobs.
The honourable member for Markham Unionville.
Mr. Speaker, 2 years ago, the minister's own officials warned him that admissions of young temporary foreign workers had soared while youth unemployment remained at 14%. That same year, the minister went to Ireland to seek out more such workers to come to Canada. It's not just a few Aussies working in Whistler. We're talking 60,000 LMO-free young foreign workers. Why did the minister ignore his own department's concerns about high youth unemployment? Why did he go to Ireland to recruit the Irish?
Good question.
Well, as Minister of Immigration, Mr. Speaker, I went to over 24 countries to promote Canada as a wonderful place to live. And we welcome the talents of people from all around the world. But I guess, I don't know what his obsession is with Ireland. I guess for the Liberals, the Irish need not apply yet again, Mr. Speaker. But You know what else happened 2 years ago? The Liberal leader wrote us a letter asking us to overturn a decision not to allow a foreign worker into one of his favorite restaurants. And you know what happened last week? The Liberals voted to expand the moratorium on all low-skilled workers. But yesterday, the leader of the Liberal Party asked us to lift the moratorium for Quebec. Mr. Speaker, the Liberal leader is just not ready for prime time.
Order the honourable member for York West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Windward Cooperative on Little Norway Crescent in Trinity Spadina is home to more than 100 families. Despite this, the Conservatives are sitting back as operating agreements expire, leaving capital repairs and unit upgrades unfunded and crumbling. When these agreements expire, the federal help that ensures low-income families can afford their rent comes to a crashing halt. Will the Conservatives reverse their course and commit to helping families like those in Windward, or are they intent on evicting low-income families in the GTA?
The Honourable Minister of State.
Well, Mr. Speaker, that member should know because it was the Liberals that ended agreements, Mr. Speaker, on social housing. Mr. Speaker, these agreements are coming to an end over the next 30 years. Mortgages are paid off, and when Canadians know when the mortgage is paid off, you don't keep paying the bank. Mr. Speaker, I was before the Housing Committee for an hour with the President of CMHC, not one question on housing. So, Mr. Speaker, they don't care about affordable housing.
The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Mr. Speaker, my question is to the Chair of Procedures and House Affairs. Tomorrow's agenda deals with the NDP's inappropriate use of parliamentary resources. In order to prepare for tomorrow's agenda, the committee requested that the NDP provide the lease agreement for the Montreal satellite office. To date, I have not received this important document. Can the Chair tell me if tomorrow's committee agenda will include a review of this lease agreement, Mr. Speaker?
Honourable member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, 2 days in a row, my life is complete. The agenda for the committee tomorrow is set from 11 o'clock till 1 o'clock. We will be having the Leader of the Opposition before Procedure and House Affairs to explain the use of House funds for partisan purposes. Certain documents have been asked for from the House administration and from the NDP for this study. Some of the documents from the NDP are quite thin, and the leader has suggested that he follows the rules. Let's hope that by 11 tomorrow morning they followed the rules on the submission of the full lease.
Order the Honourable
The Honourable Member for Hochelaga.
À l'ordre.
Order.
L'Honourable Deputy Hochelaga.
The Honourable Member for Hochelaga.
Already begins with ensuring everyone has a roof over their head. Unfortunately, Conservatives, like the Liberals before them, cut funding to affordable housing and ended social housing programs. Over the last 4 years, 26,000 more social housing units saw their funding cut when long-term social housing agreements expired. By 2016, this number could soar to 100,000. When will the federal government agree to renew long-term investments in affordable housing?
The Honourable Minister of State.
Well, Mr. Speaker, if that member had cared to ask me a question when I was before her committee for an hour, I would have told her about our renewal in investment in affordable housing. Mr. Speaker, it seems like this is a bit of a diversion because the NDP have been trying to get affordable offices, possibly at the expense of the taxpayer. So I would suggest, Mr. Speaker, they tend to their own business.
Order. Order. L'Honourable Deputy Hochelaga.
The Honourable Member for Hochelaga. We're talking about numbers, but we mustn't forget there are people behind them. Cuts to rent subsidies are disrupting the lives of many co-op and low-income housing tenants, like Carole Parent, who lives in Hochelaga's Odyssey Co-op. Soon she'll have to pay $200 more per month for her apartment. 44% of her budget will go to rent, leaving not much for bills and groceries. When will the government finally acknowledge that access to housing is a right and renew funding for social housing agreements? The Honourable Minister of State.
Recently, where we renewed our investment in affordable housing, Mr. Speaker, where they are using it for rent subsidies. But, Mr. Speaker, let's talk about subsidies for rent. How about, Mr. Speaker, at the expense of the taxpayer to subsidize offices? Mr. Speaker, our investments, we've been clear, Mr. Speaker, on this side of the House, the money that we're spending to help Canadians on housing, they need to be clear on what they're doing to trying to subsidize their offices.
The Honourable Member for York South Weston.
Mr. Speaker, across Canada, municipalities are struggling to meet demand for affordable housing. Canadians are still suffering from...
Order. Okay. This is getting quite tiresome. The Honourable Member for York South Weston has the floor. I've asked members to come to order. The Chair would like to hear the question. The Honourable Member for York South Weston.
Canadians are still suffering from the Liberals' devastating cuts to federal housing supports in the 1990s. And people are tired of paying for government inaction. Just yesterday, the President of the Federation of Canadian Municipalities endorsed my motion to renew social housing funding. Will the Minister do the same, support my motion, and do what the Liberals failed to do, finally put an end to this housing crisis?
The Honourable Minister of State for Social Development.
We've been acting since we came into office, and in fact our investments have helped almost 1 million families and individuals with their needs for affordable housing. Mr. Speaker, the opposition voted against every one of our initiatives, including against our Housing First initiative, Mr. Speaker, which helps those who are most vulnerable and homeless. So, Mr. Speaker, again, this would appear to be a bit of a red herring when we're talking about affordability, whether it's regarding offices or houses, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Beaches East York.
Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives are turning their backs on hundreds of thousands of Canadians who can't afford the homes they live in. In Toronto, while the affordable housing wait list sits at over 90,000 households and growing, only 650 units are under construction. That's the legacy of the Liberals, Mr. Speaker. They killed the National Housing Program, and the Conservatives have been burying it deeper and deeper ever since. Mr. Speaker, why won't the Minister finally listen to Canadians, support our motion, and commit to a national housing strategy?
The Honourable Minister of State for Social Development.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'd be pleased to talk for an hour about what we've been doing on housing, but unfortunately I was asked no questions. Neither was the President of CMHC. And Mr. Speaker, I have a question for that member. Was he part of this scheme? Did he contribute money, Mr. Speaker, to this scheme to have offices paid for at the taxpayer's expense? Was he part of that scheme?
The Honourable Member for Columbia.
Speaker, today the Supreme Court ruled in the case of Mohammed Harkat and upheld our Conservative government's security certificate system. This individual is linked to al-Qaeda and allegedly assisted the terrorists who killed thousands of innocent people in the horrific attacks on September 11th. The courts also ruled that the security certificate against this individual was reasonable. Could the Minister of Public Safety update this House on our government's position to this decision?
Great question. The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Well, Mr. Speaker, our government is pleased with the decision of the Supreme Court since it recognized that Mr. Harkat benefited from a fair process and that the security certificate are constitutional. Monsieur le Président, notre gouvernement.
Mr. Speaker, our government is satisfied with the Supreme Court's decision because they ruled that the process was fair and that security certificates are constitutional. We will continue to defend and protect Canadians.
Yesterday, the Minister of Justice stood here and told this House that the root cause of violence against women is violence against women. As if that settles it. As if that means we don't need a national inquiry. Well, Mr. Speaker, what we don't need are pathetic answers from Conservative ministers. What we do need is what victims need, what families need, and what shattered communities need. Answers and justice. 1,200 missing and murdered Indigenous women. Is this minister telling us that nothing more can be done?
The Honourable Minister
What we don't need, Mr. Speaker, is haughty, condescending questions from the opposition. What we need is more actual, concrete, substantive, practical action, which is exactly what this government has been doing. Mr. Speaker, 30 justice and public safety initiatives. We don't need more of the 40 studies, inquiries. What we need is more criminal justice legislation, more programs designed specifically to help women in crisis on and off reserve. We need more efforts, Mr. Speaker, to work collaboratively, to continue to work directly with First Nations to address these problems, and that's exactly what this government is doing.
The honourable member for Manicouagan. While the minister serves up nonsense answers, like the root cause of crimes against Aboriginal women is criminals, thousands of Aboriginal women continue to go missing or get murdered, and the families of the victims get no answers. Can the Justice Minister, who keeps going on about studies, tell us what those studies say about the root socioeconomic causes of these disappearances and murders, and what specific steps does his government intend to take to address this problem? The Honourable Justice Minister.
Speaker, he's the one, and members of the NDP, talking about studies. We're talking about the $25 million injected into the Aboriginal Justice Strategy. We're talking about the creation of a national centre for missing persons and unidentified remains, law enforcement enhancements, the Victims Fund, Mr. Speaker, support for Aboriginal community-based awareness initiatives and safety plans. The time for talk is over. The time, Mr. Speaker, now is to continue these important action initiatives, not just talk about them.
The honourable member for Abitibi. Meanwhile, the list of victims grows. Inuit and First Nation communities have been grappling with the housing crisis for far too long. Houses are overcrowded and in need of major repair. We need concrete action to deal with this crisis. Does the minister realize how urgent the situation is? Will she support our motion, take up our solutions, and end the chronic underfunding for housing? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, as members know, when it comes to First Nations, we have taken major steps to build new houses and renovate houses all across the country. Of course, it's a huge challenge that we need to meet together with the First Nations, but we will continue working on that.
Speaker, nowhere is the crisis in housing more apparent than in First Nations, Inuit and Métis communities. The Conservative Liberal approach of trickling dollars out simply hasn't worked. We can do better. In 2005, Jack Layton forced the government to invest $1.6 billion in new affordable housing.
Order. Order. Members at the far end of the chamber still have some opportunities to ask questions, but right now the member for Nanaimo-Cowichan has the floor, so I'll ask them to wait until it's their turn. The honourable member for Nanaimo-Cowichan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In 2005, Jack Layton forced the government to invest $1.6 billion in new affordable housing, with money set aside just for Aboriginal housing providers. That's the NDP record, working with people, getting results. Why won't the Conservatives drop their miserly approach and support the NDP motion?
Mr. Speaker, our government recognizes indeed that housing is fundamental to a good quality of life, and that's why we have taken concrete steps to support First Nations in providing safe and warm shelter. Since 2006, our government supported, through my department, the construction of 11,000 new homes and the renovations of 21,000 existing homes in First Nation communities. So while we continue to work in collaboration to improve the First Nation quality of life. The NDP continue voting against every measure.
The honourable member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Minister of the Environment seemed keen for us to know that she comes from the community of Joe Haven. But according to NASA and the National Geographic, if polar ice melts continue as predicted, her community and vast stretches of the Arctic Ocean will be underwater. Since she seems to be indifferent to the fate of the rest of us, has she at least convened a community meeting in her own community to discuss adaptation and mitigation measures before this dramatic rise in sea level?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment. I was ready for it today.
Mr. Speaker, our government is taking leadership role in international climate change efforts. We have been clear that any international agreements must be fair and effective. That includes all commitments by all major emitters. And meanwhile, we have taken real actions domestically, and we are seeing progress. And thanks to our actions, the carbon emissions will go down by close to 130 megatons from what they would have been under the Liberals, and we've done that without introducing the carbon tax. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Guelph.
Well, Mr. Speaker, more Conservative waste on self-promotion. Yesterday we learned the Department of Veterans Affairs spent over $100,000 on promoted tweets, $88,000 alone for Remembrance Day tweets over the same month they were closing 9 Veterans Affairs offices. Yes. There are few veterans, or Canadians for that matter, that need $88,000 in tweeted reminders for when Remembrance Day is. So can the minister answer, why is he spending necessary funds looking good instead of spending money doing good for our veterans?
The Honourable Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, our Conservative government is working to deliver the support our veterans deserve. They stood up for our country, and we are standing up for them. Hear, hear. And we are, in fact, communicating clearly and in plain language so veterans can, and their families as well, quickly and easily access information that is important to them and their quality of life, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Ottawa Centre.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians are deeply concerned about the kidnapping of hundreds of schoolgirls in Nigeria. We all want to make sure these girls are returned safely to their families. Canadians also want detailed information about the assistance our government is offering to the government of Nigeria. The U.S. has laid out their help in great detail. Will the minister please do the same and let Canadians know precisely what help our government is providing to rescue these young girls?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Speaker, Canada is very much concerned, as the Prime Minister said yesterday, about this kidnapping. Mr. Speaker, as the Prime Minister said yesterday, Canadians are already on the ground in Nigeria working with our UK and US allies. Mr. Speaker, Canadian personnel on the ground are there solely for liaison and advisory capacity. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Laurier St. Marie. Mr. Speaker, on Saturday, French President François Hollande is holding a summit on Boko Haram. Nigeria, its neighbours, the European Union, Great Britain, and the U.S. will be there. As co-chair of the Sahel Working Group of the Counter-Terrorism Forum, and as a contributor to the current intervention, Canada should be seizing every opportunity to get involved. Mr. Speaker, was Canada invited to this meeting? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Tell the Honourable Member that Canada will attend and our representation will be determined very shortly. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Yukon.
Mr. Speaker, the Nazi-Cho National Park Reserve in the Northwest Territories was intended to protect the habitat of mountain caribou, grizzly bears, Dall sheep, and mountain goats. The Minister of the Environment previously committed to creating a new park that would protect 86% of the entire South Nahanni watershed from development. I know many Northerners have been concerned about when the Minister would follow through on her commitment to take action, and I wonder if the Minister can update the House on where the government stands on this initiative.
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague from Yukon for that great question. I'm very pleased to say that the National Park Reserve Act was just tabled in the Senate. The creation of this park has been years in the making, involving consultations with communities, Aboriginal groups, industry, and the government of the Northwest Territories. Our government signed an agreement with the Satu Dene as well as the Northwest Territories Métis to ensure that Northerners will benefit from the lasting economic, cultural, and social benefits while protecting the habitat. Tulita will be the gateway to the park, creating jobs and skills and training for people in the community. And I encourage everyone in the House.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Maurice-Champlain. Mr. Speaker, there's a threat hanging over people's heads in a small community in the Mauricie region. The town of Parent essentially depends on the local sawmill, and they're worried about ongoing rumors of a shutdown. Week after week, the forestry industry is weakened by government neglect. Considering the impact of a shutdown on his riding and mine, does the minister responsible for the Economic Development Agency for the regions of Quebec foresee a federal role in the consolidation of the forestry industry? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Muskoka to the Manitoba border, our government will continue to focus on community economic development, business growth, competitiveness, and innovation that creates jobs and long-term prosperity. We will continue to ensure that communities and businesses in Northern Ontario have the tools they need to have a strong, diversified economy. Working with all levels of government, including First Nations and other stakeholders, to ensure we maximize the economic opportunities and long-term sustainability of Northern Ontario and Quebec.
The Honourable Member for Brossard-la-Prairie. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Infrastructure's code of silence on the Champlain Bridge continues. Yesterday at the Transport Committee, senior officials from his department couldn't tell us whether Ottawa had any study whatsoever on what impact a conservative toll on the Champlain Bridge will have on traffic in the Montreal area. Can the minister get rid of his tedious broken record and tell us whether there is any study of the sort, and if so, will he commit to make it public? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, as we announced on October 5th, 2011, we are moving ahead with our plan to build a new bridge over the St. Lawrence, and we will continue maintaining the current bridge. The member opposite voted against the funding to maintain the existing bridge. Mr. Speaker, we are moving towards a call for tenders, and we will. The process will continue as promised.
Mr. Speaker, as you know, trade is a vital part of our economy. In Canada, 1 in 5 jobs are related to exports. In fact, trade is very important in my riding, where food producers will benefit from Korean and European free trade. Est-ce que le ministre du Commerce...
Can the Minister of International Trade inform the House of how our government is contributing to job creation through international trade, not just in my riding, but all across Canada?
I'd like to thank the member from Winnipeg South Centre for her excellent question, Mr. Speaker. Today I announced that we're placing 25 of Canada's best trade commissioners on the front lines to help increase exports by small and medium-sized businesses. We're embedding our trade commissioners within a variety of industry associations. This will help us better understand the specific export needs of those sectors of our economy. But we're not stopping there. Next week, I'll lead my 5th trade mission to China, and in June, another trade mission to Africa. These are just some of the examples of how our Conservative government is promoting Canada's economic interests all around the world.
The Honourable Member for Squamish,
Mr. Speaker, according to a report from Global News, public servants are being forced to decide in a matter of minutes whether someone getting on a plane is a security risk, even though they're already on the no-fly list. Incredibly, if someone on the no-fly list shows up at an airport, the airline then has to contact Transport Canada, and a government official then makes a last-minute decision on whether or not to let that person board the plane.
Mr. Speaker, this is not a good way to keep Canadians safe. Can the minister tell us when the no-fly list became the maybe-fly list?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. It's very important to ensure before a passenger gets on a flight in Canada, we have to make sure the person is safe, and that's why we've put measures in place, and we'll continue to do that with or without the opposition's support.
Mr. Speaker, in February, the RCMP made the unilateral decision to reclassify the Swiss Arms Classic Green Carbine as a prohibited firearm. The Minister of Public Safety continues to blame this arbitrary decision on unelected bureaucrats. However, we now know that the RCMP had flagged issues to the Minister's office regarding this firearm on numerous occasions. Yet the Minister failed to act and, in fact, feigned outrage, insisting that he had not been briefed. Now, if the decision of the unelected bureaucrats is so unacceptable, why not draft legislation to limit their discretionary powers? When will the Minister stand up for law-abiding gun owners by tabling firearm legislation with clear definitions?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm very proud to sit with a party that has committed to correct the Liberal mistake of the past and make sure that law-abiding citizens are being respected. That's what this government is committed. That's what I'm committed. That's what I've brought forward the amnesty for those who have been impacted by this classification issue, and that's why we're moving forward, Mr. Speaker, to make sure that law-abiding citizens that are gun owners are respected in this country. Thank you.
That concludes question period for today. Tabling of documents. Dépôt de documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 36.8, I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's responses to 10 petitions.
Wow. The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Mr. Speaker, I have with me a message from His Excellency the Governor General, signed by the Deputy of the Governor General, Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, I have a message from His Excellency the Governor General with the signature of the Deputy Governor General.
His Excellency, the Governor-General transmits to the House of Commons the Supplementary Estimates A of sums required to defray expenses of the Federal Public Administration for the fiscal year ending on March 31st, 2015, and, in accordance with Section 54 of the Constitution Act 1867, recommends those estimates to the House of Commons, signed by Stephen Wallace, Deputy of the Governor-General. Son Excellence le Gouverneur.
His Excellency the Governor-General transmits to the House of Commons the Supplementary Estimates A is providing the sums required to defray the administration of public government for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2015, pursuant to Standing Order 54 of the Constitution Act 1867, and recommends this budget to the House of Commons, signed by Stephen Wallace, Secretary to the Governor General. Statements by ministers.
The Honourable Member for London Fanshawe. Yes?
Yes.
The Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. But mine is a report from the Interparliamentary Delegation. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 34.1, I have the honour to present to the House in both official languages the report of the Canadian group of the Interparliamentary Union respecting their participation at the 58th session of the United Nations Commission on the Status of Women, held in New York, March 11, 2014.
Presenting reports from committees, the Honourable Member for Wellington Halton Hills.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present in both official languages the second report of the Standing Committee on Official Languages in relation to the study of the main estimates 2014-2015.
Introduction of private members' bills. Mr. Harris, Scarborough Southwest, seconded by Ms. Moore, Abitibi-Témiscamingue, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Holidays Act, Remembrance Day. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Scarborough Southwest.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is with pride and purpose that I rise today to introduce my private member's bill, an act to make Remembrance Day a national statutory holiday. Similar versions of this bill have been introduced by the NDP member for Hamilton Mountain and by former Conservative MP Inky Mark. Petitions supporting this position have also been submitted by the member for Sarnia-Lambton en 2010 et 2011.
And in 2010 and 2011 by the member for Saint-Michel. It's time to reaffirm our commitment to our veterans.
Veterans of past wars dwindle. We are faced with the changing face of veterans and 40,000 brave young women and men who have earned our gratitude and thanks. It is time on the 100th anniversary of the start of the war to end all wars, to rededicate ourselves to all those who have faithfully answered their country's call and come to help in need. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Monsieur Harris, Scarborough.
Mr. Harris, Scarborough Southwest, seconded by Ms. Moore, Abitibi-Témiscamingue, moves that this bill be now read a first time and printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? The next thing in the House. First reading of Senate public bills. Motions, motion. Presenting petitions, présentation des pétitions, the Honourable Member for Oxford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the privilege of presenting a petition today dealing with Bill C-18.
The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I stand today to present a petition in regards to Canada Post, signed by many residents of Winnipeg North, and the essence of it is best said in the card that I received, Mr. Speaker, explaining the petition, that I want to let you know that I am upset with the government-approved Canada Post plan to end door-to-door mail delivery and drastically increase stamp prices. This decision will have serious impact on me, my family, friends, and community. It will also hurt people with disabilities and seniors. Mr. Speaker, this is indeed a petition that it's great pleasure that I table today and ask for the Prime Minister and the government to look at what Canada Post is doing and reversing its decision. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Wellington-Halton Hills.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I present a petition from constituents of my riding of Wellington-Halton Hills. They're calling upon the House of Commons to undertake public consultations to consider alternative voting systems and, in particular, to consider a form of proportional representation.
Member for Bonavista again and Grand Falls Windsor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a petition once again regarding Canada Post, and the outrage have been displayed in many of the small communities in my riding regarding the downgrading of postal services. This one comes from the communities around Indian Bay, and we have several signatures here to show that they are highly dismayed with the reduced hours and the diminished services of Canada Post in their community. Thank you very much.
The Honourable Member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour of presenting two petitions today, Mr. Speaker. The first is from a group of Canadians calling on Parliament to refrain from making any changes to the Seeds Act or to the Plant Breeders' Rights Act through Bill C-18. And the second petition, Mr. Speaker, these petitioners are pointing out that chemical abortions represent the unjust killing of innocent preborn children and call upon the Federal Minister of Health to immediately intervene with Health Canada to ensure that RU 486 application is definitively rejected. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, présentation des pétitions, the Honourable Member for... No? Okay. Oh, Sand Gulf Islands. Yes? Okay.
Sorry, Mr. Speaker. I thought I was hearing another riding about to be called out. Presenting a petition, and we know that at this point Bill C-23 has gone through the House, but I continue to receive petitions from people across Canada asking for the bill to be more substantially reworked to actually meet the purpose of a Fair Elections Act. I table these petitions today from residents of Nepean. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions on the... any other petitions? Presenting petitions? Okay. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the following questions will be answered today. Q 406, 410, 412, 419, 422, and 424. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, if a supplementary response to question number Q319, originally tabled on April 28, 2014, as well as questions number Q393, 395, 397 to 399, 402 to 405, 407, 409, 413 to 416, 420, 421, 423, 425, 426, 428, and Q 435 could be made orders for returns. These returns would be tabled immediately.
Is it the pleasure of the House that the aforementioned questions be made, orders for return, and that they be tabled immediately? Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you. And finally, Mr. Speaker, I ask that the remaining questions be allowed to stand.
And is that agreed? Agreed. Agreed and so ordered. Notice of motions for the production of papers. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Thank you. Once more, Mr. Speaker, I ask that all notices of motions for the production of papers be allowed to stand.
And is that agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Orders of the day. Order du jour.
Government orders, business of supply, resuming debate on the opposition motion concerning affordable housing.
We're just... Mr. Sullivan, seconded by Madame Bottin-Sweet, moves that the House recognize that Canadians are faced with a housing crunch of rising costs and growing waiting lists due to chronic underfunding of affordable housing from 1993 to the present, and call on the government to work with the provinces, territories, municipalities, and with First Nations, Inuit and Métis, to immediately renew long-term social housing funding and reinvest in the development of affordable housing units. Debate. The Honourable Member for York South Weston.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I wish to note that I'll be sharing my time with the member from Hochelaga. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll remove that. Turn that off. Apologies. Mr. Speaker, Canada's affordable housing crunch has been growing, and it has been growing for at least 21 years, since the Liberal government broke its promise and shunned federal responsibility for housing. Canada is the only G8 country in the world without a national housing strategy, thanks to the Liberals who downloaded responsibility for housing to the provinces. Today, 3 million Canadians live in housing insecurity due to irresponsible housing policies from successive Liberal and Conservative governments. With a growing number of homeless people, long delays in attaining access to safe and affordable housing, this government must stop ignoring the problem. The Conservatives' blatant disregard for social housing is creating a critical situation where the need for social housing is increasing at the same time the quantity of affordable housing is declining. Mr. Speaker, in 1993, the federal Liberals took the position that they would not act on the task force that they had so gallantly put forward in 1990. In fact, it's a classic example of the Liberals indicating they're going to go one direction and going the exact opposite direction. They would take that task force, co-chaired by the esteemed Mr. Joe Fontana, and made a suggestion that the Conservatives, who were in power at the time, were cutting social housing and that should be stopped, and in fact that more money should be spent on social housing and on affordable housing. But their first budget cut $128 million from CMHC's budget, most of which was allocated to affordable housing programs. That was in 1995. In 1996, they downloaded responsibility for social housing to the provinces and territories, effectively ending Canada's national affordable housing program. Canada is the only major industrialized country not to have a national housing strategy. They also slashed transfers to the provinces and territories at the same time that they expected them to take on responsibility for this all-important program, like social and affordable housing. In 1999, the Liberals announced a little bit of money for homelessness programs, but as Michael Shapcott of the Wellesley Institute said, the federal homelessness funding will make the homeless more comfortable, but it won't make them any less homeless. There was some more money added in 2002 and 2004, but those agreements, that money, didn't have any accountability programs. And so the accountability issue with regards to the homelessness or the housing money that was being spent meant that although Ontario claimed to have created 46,000 units, after research of the audit was done, only 63 homes were actually built. And so there was no accountability for whatever was being spent by the federal government. In 2005, though, when the Liberals proposed giving a huge tax breaks to corporations, Jack Layton and his NDP colleagues helped rewrite that budget and divert $4.6 billion in corporate giveaways to important priorities like affordable housing, training, and public transit. It included $1.6 billion for affordable housing construction, including Aboriginal housing. This was the first time any real commitment to affordable housing had been made in well over a decade. And then the Liberals were defeated due to corruption before the funding was fully implemented, but the Conservatives implemented most of that funding. So we still have some of that funding, though the Conservatives voted against it at one point. We still have some of that funding in our supply. Meanwhile, the Conservatives, for their part, have now announced that they will not be renewing the long-term social housing operating agreements or continuing to invest that funding in affordable housing. Essentially, they see this as a budget line item that they can strike out of the budget and take $1.7 million out of affordable housing in this country. $1.7 billion, my apologies. That $1.7 billion is currently earmarked for assistance to individuals to meet their rent obligations. When that money disappears, those individuals will effectively become homeless. And the Conservatives don't seem to care that those individuals will become homeless as a result of their actions. About 620,000 households were supported by that $1.7 billion, and as many as 200,000 housing units will be lost due to the loss of operating funds or insufficient capital for many much-needed renovations. Despite what the minister has said earlier, these are not all mortgage subsidies. Some of these buildings are in fact leased from other organizations, and when the subsidies end, so ends the rental accommodation supports that have been going to seniors and other individuals who really need the support. This example of the lack of a strategy is no more evident than in my home city of Toronto, and in particular in my riding of York South-Weston, where as a result of the lack of investment in social housing over the past more than a decade, and almost more than 2 decades, and as a result of the fact that when the federal government downloaded the social housing units to the City of Toronto, they inherited a $750 million fix-it bill for those units. Now that fix-it bill is now being paid for by the City of Toronto by selling social housing units. They don't have the capital to fix these units, and the government is not forthcoming with money. And so they are having to get rid of social housing units in order to be able to meet the demand for the repairs that are necessary in these units. It's eating our own seed potatoes, as is said in the Maritimes. The City of Toronto is a great example, not great, but is a big example of what the lack of funding for social housing construction really means. There has been virtually no new social housing constructed in the City of Toronto in the past 20 years. And the waiting lists, as more and more people find it impossible to afford the ever-growing rents and the ever-growing costs of buying a home in Toronto, those individuals are now faced with the prospect of seeking social assistance and seeking to be in Toronto community housing buildings. The wait list is over 90,000 applications. That's 170,000 people who are looking for accommodation, looking for support. There's only 90,000 units in the first place. So there are as many people on the wait list as there are units. The wait lists in some circumstances are 10 and 12 years long. Individuals have to survive somehow. And they survive by moving into overcrowded units, by moving into units that are poorly maintained, by moving into units that they can't afford. There are individuals in my riding, Mr. Speaker, who are paying 70% and 80% of their income on shelter because the minimum wage in Ontario is so low, it's 10 and a quarter, that a person making minimum wage on a full-time basis, if they have to pay rent at today's market rates in Toronto, for a 2-bedroom apartment, that's 70% of their earnings. For a 3-bedroom apartment, that's 90% of their earnings. 90%. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The 90% figure is completely unaffordable. People couldn't eat. They couldn't possibly raise a family on spending 90% of their income on housing. And yet that's what people face when they're on a waiting list for a supportive housing that cannot possibly be met, that they will be 10 or even longer years before they are ever reaching the top of that waiting list. Mr. Speaker, there was a recent study by the University of Toronto, partly in my riding, that determined that 90% of the individuals who currently live in apartment blocks in Toronto that were built between the 50s and the 80s, 90% of those individuals face homelessness in some measure. And 1/3 of those people, and that's thousands upon thousands of people, have a critical risk of homelessness. Those individuals can be homeless almost immediately. Now, what does homeless mean to people like that? It means finding a shelter, but there aren't any shelters. It means finding a friend or a relative or a neighbor that you can bunk with for as long as it takes to find another place to live, but that means you're now in overcrowded housing, and that means you're now in housing that isn't designed to support as many people as are expected to live in it. And that, Mr. Speaker, is another example of why this is a crisis. This is a national crisis. It's not just limited to Toronto. It's happening all over Canada, that we have a growing need for affordable housing that we are just unable to meet. We have the Federation of Canadian Municipalities, who today said that they support the motion and they support our continued focus on fixing Canada's housing crunch. The President, Claude Dauphin, said that he supports my motion and that he supports that we would be moving forward to ease the burden faced by immediately renewing long-term social housing funding and reinvesting in the development of affordable housing units, reinforcing the role of municipalities as a key stakeholder in the process. And I thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm sure there will be questions.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Minister of State for Social Development.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for his comments. I do disagree with him on a number of things that he was asserting, Mr. Speaker. One of them being the work that we've been doing to help those who are homeless with our homelessness partnering strategy, with the focus on housing first, as well as the major investments that we've made, which I will expand on when I speak shortly. But, Mr. Speaker, here's what I'm really wondering. If this is such an important issue to the NDP, why, when I was before the committee that deals with housing, Mr. Evan Siddell, the president of Canadian Mortgage and Housing Corporation, was with me. We were there for a full hour, and Mr. Speaker, I did not receive one question from any of the opposition on housing. Not about housing, affordable housing, not about social housing, not about Aboriginal housing, not about FCM's position, not one question on housing. So can they please explain to me the difference when they actually had me there for an hour? They could ask some questions as well as Mr. Siddell. Why they absolutely ignored the issue of affordable housing?
Honourable Member for York South Weston.
Mr. Speaker, I was not at that committee, so I can't speak to what happened. I do know that of the many questions we have asked this government, we get a glib answer. We get an answer that says, oh, we're helping a bunch of people. The problem is that we're not helping enough people, that the problem is growing. It's getting worse every year. There were 60,000 people on the waiting list when the Conservatives took office in Toronto. There are now 90,000 people on the waiting list in Toronto, and that the Conservatives seem to ignore. They seem to think, oh, well, it's not my problem, Jack.
Some comments. The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Mr. Speaker, I agree that we need to deal with this whole housing strategy across Canada. There's absolutely no doubt about that. That's something in which Liberals have done for decades. Is we have put in literally hundreds of millions of dollars, developed hundreds of thousands of non-profit housing, everything from subsidized housing to infill housing to housing co-ops to lease to own programs, Mr. Speaker. The Liberal Party has done immense work on the building of our housing stock from coast to coast to coast. In fact, Mr. Speaker, we had a housing strategy that was in place. We even had through the Kelowna Accord that was in place, and then you Democrats defeated that, Mr. Speaker. How does he reconcile saying that we want to see housing strategy, yet when they had the opportunity to support a housing strategy, they defeated the Paul Martin government, thereby defeating the strategy?
Member for York South Weston.
Well, in fact, we didn't defeat the strategy, Mr. Speaker. We just defeated a corrupt government. The the fact of the matter is that the Liberal government of 2005 agreed with Jack Layton that we should spend more money on housing, but it was the first time that that had been done by the Liberal government, who were in a majority position for 13 years, and all they would do is cut social housing, and that was what they did, and they downloaded the entire responsibility to the provinces, territories, and municipalities.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Hochelaga. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's quite obvious that the crisis in Canada, which my colleague talked about, there's something that he didn't mention, and that is something related to the economic boom in some regions. So I'd like he'd share the discussion that we had on the subject to illustrate to other members another aspect of the housing crisis in Canada.
Thank you for that question. When I was in Fort McMurray some years ago, when the boom was on, it's still on, housing was a huge problem, and representatives of the United Way came and met with me to tell me about just how difficult it was for individuals who were living on less than the enormous wages that were being paid in the oil patch to have a place to live. They told me about an individual who was making, I think, $18 an hour working at Tim Hortons, but all he could afford was to rent someone's couch for 8 hours a day. He didn't even have a place to hang his clothes. He rented a couch for $600 a month and could only have access to it between 10 a.m. and 6 p.m. each day because he was working the night shift at Tim Hortons. That's the kind of housing crunch that exists even in boom places, where the price of a home in Fort McMurray is upwards of $900,000, Mr. Speaker. That's unaffordable, and the rental prices have gone crazy with it. And there is no impact, there is no effort by this government to try and address these issues.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Hochelaga. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the official opposition critic for housing, I'm extremely honored to support this motion and be able to speak to it today on a subject that I care very much about and that I hear about a lot in my riding of Hochelaga, and it should concern everyone in this country as well as all elected people. I often say that, as far as we're concerned in the New Democratic Party, housing is a right. But if we are to debate this motion today, well, it's because our opinion is not shared either by the Conservative Party nor the Liberal Party, regardless of what they say. In fact, Mr. Speaker, this motion is intended to recognize the bad decisions that have been taken successively by previous governments, particularly since 1993, by the Conservatives and the Liberals, and has resulted in a major housing crisis without precedent across the country. There are several different levels of government that should be working together on this to agree on how to reinvest as quickly as possible the amount of money that is actually destined for social housing under long-term agreements. This is a pragmatic and balanced approach that would not involve any new investment, just existing funds, but that could, over the medium and long term, for Canadian taxpayers to save a lot of money in health, public safety, and emergency services, and for the homeless. Whatever the Conservatives and Liberals think, housing in Canada should not be considered as an expense that we are doing away with to balance the budget. Housing, Mr. Speaker, is an investment. Unfortunately, that's not how the two old parties see it, and they've demonstrated this by what they've done in the past. At least with the Conservatives, we know what to expect when we ask them to support the bill by my colleague from Saint-Bagot to give Canada a housing strategy. They were true to their ideology, and they all voted against it. With the Liberals, we'd never know which way they're going to turn. Depends on the latest polls. And on top of it, as my leader says, they signal left and then turn right. Indeed, when they came to power in 1993, the Liberals sounded the death knell of federal investments in new social housing projects. In 1996, the Liberal government announced the end of the National Affordable Housing Program. From that moment on, the CMHC would serve to do nothing more than manage the federal real estate portfolio and change its purpose so that ultimately it would become a cash cow for the government. And this did away with several years of investment in social housing and affordable housing. At the end of the 1990s, when we had a balanced budget, and we're boasting about that in comparison with other countries, we forgot to say that we didn't create any infrastructure in terms of housing, and this would have serious repercussions for people over the long term that we're still feeling the results of today. More ironically, Paul Martin, who when he was finance minister and then succeeded him in 2003, had before that co-chaired the Liberal Task Force on Housing, which produced a report May 14, 1990, entitled Finding Room, Housing Solutions for the Future, in which the Conservative Mulroney government at the time was accused of having abandoned its responsibilities as far as housing difficulties were concerned and the crisis that existed at the time. This report talked about statistics on the housing situation and homelessness in Canada and spoke out against the federal government's inaction at the time and renunciation of their responsibilities in terms of housing. They said that the federal government should be a leader in the country in terms of housing and set out 25 recommendations on this issue. I'll tell you quite honestly that having read the document, I agree with most of the recommendations in the report. The problem, Mr. Speaker, is that we can't have confidence in the Liberals. When they were in the opposition, they say anything to seduce voters, but when they are elected, they forget all the promises they made. This is electoralism, Mr. Speaker.
But when they're in the opposition, but when they come to power, they never walk the walk. C'est exactement.
That's precisely what my leader means when he says the Liberals flash to the left but turn right. It's still a problematic situation in Canada. Over 3 million Canadians are still looking for affordable housing. Housing that won't cost over 30% of their income. And that's because the Conservatives, who replaced the Liberals in 2006, have hardly a better record. Unfortunately, the political tradition in this country seems to be doing the opposite of what you say you'll do. But I would say that the Conservatives aren't even indicating, but they just keep turning right. And this is what I said before, quote,
That called for an increased federal role in supporting affordable housing. He co-authored Finding Room, Housing Solutions for the Future, 1990, the report of the National Liberal Task Force on Housing. The Martin report argued that the housing crisis was growing at an alarming rate while the government sat and did nothing, that the federal government should be a partner working with other levels of government and private and public housing groups, and that leadership must come from one source and required national direction. Parlant d'ironie.
Talk about irony. When you're not in a position to lecture, you might be better to keep quiet. The Conservatives broke their promises too. All they've done is window dressing. 1 in 4 Canadian households, which is over 3 million families, spend more than 30% of their income on rent. What's worse, 37% of households living in subsidized housing, i.e. the poorest families in Canada, live in unaffordable housing. And it's gone up to 40% for regular unsubsidized rentals. Long-term agreements between CMHC for affordable housing have started coming to an end. And $1.7 billion, or 85% of the annual CMHC budget, is gradually running out. The Conservatives say they're not cutting, but refusing to renew the amounts when they come to an end is equivalent to cuts. It's all well and good to play games with words, but the people affected are in danger of seeing their rents rise by $200 to $500 a month. And the Conservatives are just turning a deaf ear. The numbers speak for themselves. In 2011-2012, there was a $20 million cut. 2012-2013, $21.7 million. 2013-14, $23.3 million. For a total of $65.2 million cut in the last 3 years. And the worst is yet to come. By 2040, nothing will be left of the $1.7 billion a year that used to be invested in social housing. Nothing. In Canada, 1 in 3 houses rents, but the construction of rental units over the past 15 years only makes up for 10% of built housing. Conservative inaction on social housing has created the current crisis. The demand for social housing is going up, but the supply is going down. We're still waiting for the government's plan to address this increasingly dramatic situation. The NDP had a plan, a genuine pan-Canadian housing strategy. Canada's the only G8 country without such a strategy. And the Conservatives simply responded with a flat no. And while nothing is being done, the situation gets worse. With the increase in the number of homeless people and the increasingly long wait times for affordable housing, the federal government has to stop sticking its head in the sand. We can't trust Liberals or Conservatives when it comes to housing, but for the NDP, housing is a priority. Social housing is not just an expense, it's an investment. A roof is a right. I would encourage everyone listening to us today to visit the internet site of our campaign, A Roof, a Right, and sign our petition. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments?
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I was at the Human Resources Committee just 2 weeks ago when the Minister of State and the President of CMHC both appeared on the main estimates. I think all members of the House know what main estimates are. That's the spending projections for the next year. And I noticed that neither opposition party asked the Minister or the President of CMHC one single question about housing. Not a single one. What's even worse, Mr. Speaker, is both opposition parties voted against the most recent budget that renewed the Affordable Housing Initiative for another 5 years and renewed the Homelessness Partnering Strategy for another 5 years, Mr. Speaker, at the same levels of money as has been invested previously. So I'm going to ask the NDP, why did they vote against the 5-year renewal of those two extremely important housing initiatives?
The honourable member for Hochelaga. Happy to answer that. The member for Mississauga-Streetsville was on the Human Resources Committee a year ago when the former minister was there, and he will recall that I asked many questions about renewing these agreements, and I got no answer. I have no answer about a committee that was supposed to exist and supposed to study the issue and look at what was viable and what wasn't. But we still have no answer, so we don't know anything about that. When it comes to affordable housing, the minister keeps saying that that budget should be used to subsidize social housing. But that's not what that funding is for. There should be two separate budgets, one for social housing and one for affordable housing, because there's a lack of both. So that's why in these omnibus budgets, there's lots of stuff, but they're not separated, broken down separately. That's the answer.
Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think the member needs to realize, on the one hand, she's saying that Jack Layton should take the credit for creating additional monies, $480 million, in the Paul Martin government. And shortly after Paul Martin, the former Prime Minister, put in that $480 million, what do the NDP do? They vote against it, Mr. Speaker, in favor of an election. That killed not only the $480 million, it also killed the Kelowna Accord. Does she not see some hypocrisy or some conflict in some of the statements that she's making?
She defeated herself.
The honourable member for Hochelaga. First of all, the money would never have been in the budget if Jack Layton hadn't had the courage to force it. Secondly, the NDP aren't the ones who defeated the Liberals. It was Canadians who decided they were crooked with the sponsorship scandal. Canadians had enough of them and decided to kick them out.
Commentaire.
Questions and comments?
Manitoulin Kapuskasing.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I know my colleague is very knowledgeable about the housing situation on First Nations reserves. On Monday, the UN Special Rapporteur on Aboriginal peoples confirmed that there had been no change to reduce the housing gap between Aboriginal and non-Aboriginal Canadians. 6 years and no progress under both Liberal and Conservative governments. So my questions for my colleague: does the member agree with me that this is a shameful situation and that the NDP would make sure that it worked with the First Nations to fix this problem once and for all? The honourable member. I'm already working with First Nations, consulting them to see what their true needs are. In Attawapiskat, we saw that the situation was abominable. But the same problem exists in cities. In Sudbury, for example, there are 2 families that lost their social housing at the end of October 2013 because their rent subsidy came to an end. Their rent jumped by over $500 and they simply couldn't afford it. Because of that, those families had to go live elsewhere, and their units are rented out to others at market rates, and so those units will be lost. So we'll be losing social housing units, and Aboriginal people are very underhoused or poorly housed.
The Honourable Minister of State for Social Development.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to rise today to address the House on the motion that has been presented by the member for York South-Weston. I will be sharing my time with the member for Brant, and I just want to commend the member for Brant for the great leadership role that he has taken on the housing file and talking about innovative ideas on how we can address affordable housing issues and the good things that our government is already doing. So I want to congratulate him on that. I want to state right from the outset that the premise of this motion is wrong, and I so appreciate the opportunity to address some of the myths, or maybe the misunderstanding on behalf of the opposition in terms of what we are doing for affordable housing. As I've already stated quite clearly, I did appear before the committee. I was looking forward to some really thoughtful questions. I was looking forward to talking about our investment in affordable housing and how provinces can use it in the ways that they deem appropriate and meets their priorities. I know Mr. Siddell was looking forward to that, but we never had the opportunity, Mr. Speaker, because, again, the opposition didn't ask us any questions. And I think that is very, very telling. I will say, especially given today and the pressure and the scrutiny that the opposition is under with their inappropriate office expenditures, I think, Mr. Speaker, it's a bit telling that they are, all of a sudden, out of the blue, talking about affordable housing. But, Mr. Speaker, again, I'm really happy that I can talk about what we are doing in terms of helping those who are most vulnerable and those who need assistance with housing. Since 2006, we've invested more than $16.5 billion in housing. This year alone, we will spend about $2 billion through a range of programs to help Canadians in housing need. These federal investments have helped, and this is staggering, Mr. Speaker, these have helped almost 1 million Canadian families and individuals over the past 8 years, just since we took government. Our goal, Mr. Speaker, is to ensure that hardworking taxpayer dollars are used wisely, and that means to ensure that accessibility and sustainability of housing, including social housing, is there for those most in need. And I'm very pleased to have been able to do my part even in the most recent months. In fact, just 2 weeks ago, I was in Alberta to meet with my counterpart and sign the renewal of our investment in affordable housing. That was for $202 million, Mr. Speaker. The province and the federal government matches funds. Before that, I was in Prince Edward Island, where we announced our signing agreement of $15 million. And prior to that in British Columbia, $300 million to do the same. We've also renewed our agreement with New Brunswick, $78 million. Mr. Speaker, we're looking forward to finishing those agreements over the next few months and signing them, and provinces are very pleased with what they've been receiving, and they're matching those funds. Through our investment in affordable housing, provinces and territories match our federal investment, and design and deliver programs to meet their local needs. This has been working well, and I want to talk a little bit about how each province uses these funds differently, and my honourable colleague talked about rent subsidies. As I said, I was recently in British Columbia. Minister Coleman, the housing minister in BC, said, and I quote, "The extension of this agreement will help us to create more housing options for British Columbians. Over the next 5 years, this funding will help build new affordable housing, enhance our rental assistance," so some provinces choose to use it for rental assistance, and I'm going to continue the quote, for assistance programs, "and support partnerships that will contribute to stronger, more sustainable communities," unquote. Minister Dubé from New Brunswick said, "This initiative demonstrates the importance of partnerships," and the opposition talked about partnerships, "between all levels of government, communities and the private sector when increasing the supply of affordable housing available to the people of our province." From Alberta, Minister Weddick said, "We welcome this continued partnership to create even more opportunities to develop housing that best meets our provincial priorities and our local needs." From Minister Docherty in PEI, "We will have the flexibility to design and deliver a range of affordable housing programs to address the housing needs and priorities of our province," unquote. Now, let me pause there, Mr. Speaker, because these are important points. Note the language that's being used by these ministers of housing in a variety of provinces across the country. Needs and priorities of our province, flexibility, partnerships between all levels of government, communities, and the private sector. This isn't just a coincidence, Mr. Speaker. This is a specific design of the investments that we are making because we respect jurisdiction, provincial jurisdiction, because ultimately it is the provinces who hold the responsibility for delivering housing according to their local needs and priorities. So, Mr. Speaker, we provide substantial funds. We renewed our investment in affordable housing, $1.25 billion. On top of that, Mr. Speaker, in previous budgets, we invested $2 billion for new housing and to renovate existing housing, social housing. And the investment in affordable housing, Mr. Speaker, I just want to get back to that for a moment. We allow the provinces to make decisions on how they want to spend that money. We don't dictate where the money goes. We don't, this whole idea of a national housing strategy, wouldn't that just be great? More people sitting around desks in Ottawa telling the provinces, telling municipalities, telling towns how to address their housing needs. I can tell you in Manitoba, in Winkler, Manitoba, we don't want Ottawa telling us how to spend housing dollars. And I can tell you that. So, the Liberals and the NDP can talk national strategy on everything. We actually get to work. We actually work with the provinces to deliver results. Mr. Speaker, there are parameters within this program, and the provinces must operate within them. But one of the parameters is it's actually a very, very broad program because we want the provinces to have the ability that they need. So, for example, when social housing agreements come to an end, these mortgages are paid off. If the provinces decide that some of these housing programs need additional funding, they can use the funding from the investment in affordable housing to continue subsidies or provide other subsidies. In fact, when I did the signing in British Columbia, I went and toured a housing project, a social housing project that was doing very well, great management, but they knew when their agreement came to an end, they said some of our subsidies will end. They were not aware at that point of British Columbia's program to provide rent subsidies. So they were very pleased to hear we had just signed the renewal in the agreement. British Columbia has a rent subsidy program. This particular social housing unit, when their agreement comes to an end very soon, can go to the province and use some of that funding for, I think there were about 6 units that would need assistance. So that's the way we're working. It's working very well. Social housing units are becoming more and more aware of the programs that are available. So in Alberta, they're choosing to use the funding that we're providing to renovate and retrofit and build new seniors housing. That's something that they believe is a priority, and again, we so much respect that. So Alberta's doing that. In PEI, their intention is to make homes safer and more energy efficient. But the point is, Mr. Speaker, every province is different. We recognize that, so we've provided substantial funding, historic investments, but giving the provinces the ability to do what is within their jurisdiction. I do want to just say, again, it is disappointing. It's like the NDP don't really want to hear that. They don't want to acknowledge the investments. And again, I don't understand why they vote against it. You know, it's one thing to ask for more, but why would you vote against something that is presented? Whether it's an investment in affordable housing, whether it's our homelessness partnering strategy that we renewed with the focus on housing first. You know, if they want to stand up and say, well, you know, that's fine, but we want even more. But why would you then basically throw out something that's so positive just to make a political point? It is disappointing. While I'm on the topic of homelessness partnering strategy, I'm particularly happy with what we've done with the Mental Health Commission of Canada, where they did a very extensive study, pilot project, the largest in its really in the world, on Housing First and what Housing First does and what it can accomplish. So we renewed our agreements, our homelessness partnering strategy with the focus on Housing First. And what Housing First does, Mr. Speaker, is it puts those who are chronically and episodically homeless in a house first and foremost. They have a safe, stable home to live in, and then they can receive help for whether it's a drug addiction, a mental illness, because we know that so many people who are homeless do struggle with those issues. Housing First is a evidence-based method for helping those people, and the evidence shows that after 5 years, 73% of them are still housed. So it is very disappointing that we have something that is not partisan. It's a method that works. We renewed the funding, but again, the opposition vote against it. So, Mr. Speaker, we're not going to get distracted. We remain focused on housing while they're kind of all over the board in terms of what the issue of the day is for them. We don't have issues of the day. We remain committed to helping the provinces provide affordable housing for the people in their jurisdiction. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for York South Weston.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the comments from the Parliamentary Secretary, or Minister of State. I'll get it right one of these days. I apologize. Two things. One, that we didn't ask her questions at the committee. Well, we would welcome her return to the committee, so we can do that. So it's not a problem for us to schedule a committee meeting so she can come back. I understand that the questions centered around temporary foreign workers, and that when you only have 12 minutes to ask questions and temporary foreign workers is such an enormous and timely problem, it's difficult to ask all the questions we would love to ask the minister. So if she'd come back, that would be wonderful. The second point, though, is that the Conservatives have suggested that the $1.7 billion or the $2 billion they're spending currently on housing in some manner, which some of it is inherited money from the existing programs, the existing, as she calls them, mortgage subsidies. That's not really what they are. But when Bill C-400 was presented, the Conservatives suggested that the size of the problem was $6.2 billion. If you're spending $2 and the size of the problem in addition to that, so the total problem is $8 billion, where is that $6.2 billion going to come from? Where is the Conservative strategy? Why is the Conservative suggesting that this little drop in the bucket is enough?
The Honourable Minister of State.
Well, first of all, I would respectfully just let my colleague know that, again, if housing was a priority, he and his colleagues would have been at that committee meeting. It doesn't really work that way where you invite a minister, don't ask any questions, and then try to get them back later. It's not going to work that way. But, Mr. Speaker, I can tell you that what we have done is we've looked at the issue of affordable housing, and we wanted to address it working together with our partners and in a multi-pronged way. So when it comes to the social housing agreements that have been coming to an end, these are agreements that actually, I think, started in the 30s and 40s, and it was the Liberals that had made the decision to end the agreements in the mid-90s. It's nothing new, Mr. Speaker. What I did do, Mr. Speaker, when I met with the big city mayors, we talked about this. We talked about the number that's out there, that there could be about 200,000 units that possibly are at risk. What I've asked them to do, and a couple have responded, is look in their cities and see which ones are at risk, and then work together with the provinces to address those risk needs. That's why, as I said in my speech, we have provided money to the provinces with the ability that they can use it for social housing agreements that are coming to an end. So, again, between the $2 billion in previous budgets, more investments, we're helping a lot of people and getting good results. And let's say this. Taxpayers' dollars. You know, taxpayers, the federal government, the taxpayers doing their part to help those with affordable housing.
Questions and comments? Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Mr. Speaker, I want to take this opportunity to pick up on something in which I'm a very strong advocate on, and that is the whole issue of housing co-ops. I think this is an area in which ultimately we collectively, in working with provinces and nonprofits, can do a lot more in terms of expanding the role of housing co-ops into the future. And my question to the Minister is that can she provide us some sense in terms of programs that she would say that we have today or into the future that would help build upon the number of housing co-op units that we have today in Canada?
Minister of State.
Very much. I thank my honourable colleague for the question. It's true, there are some really good things coming out of housing co-ops. In fact, I met with some organizations recently that represent co-ops, and when you look at the whole housing, the 600,000 units that we talk about, the co-ops is a part of that, and they are doing some great work. One of the things that we did announce recently is that they are allowed to keep the surplus. So many of them are, with the subsidies, they've been accumulating surpluses, but previously had to give that back. We've told them that they can keep that, and I know it's been something that's been very beneficial to them. So we really look forward to continuing to work with them. We have a strong and a very positive relationship, and again, we do see the good work that they're doing, and so I appreciate my colleagues' support on that.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Brant.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm very pleased to have this opportunity to speak on the motion brought forward by the Honourable Member for York South Weston. I'd like to echo the sentiments shared earlier by our Minister for State and Social Development. Our government has indeed made unprecedented investments in affordable housing for all Canadians. We understand that some households will face financial constraints that will impede their participation in the housing market. This is why we are continuing to work with the provinces, the territories, and the industry stakeholders to ensure that accessibility of housing for those who are most in need. I want to join my colleagues in urging the members opposite to acknowledge the important work that has been done by this government to improve access to affordable housing across Canada. Since 2006, our government has invested more than $16.5 billion in housing, and I'll repeat that, $16.5 billion. These investments have made a difference in the lives of close to 915,000 Canadian individuals and families, everyone from low-income households and seniors to persons with disabilities, recent immigrants, Aboriginal people, and victims of domestic violence. Mr. Speaker, my role as Chair of the Human Resource, Skills and Social Development and Persons with Disabilities Committee, I know perfectly that our approach is working in a balanced and sound way. I would reflect on some of the comments made through questions and in debate in the House here today, that sometimes the solution simply is looked upon and the status of that is being put before the House that this is a crisis is somewhat misleading, because there is lots of individuals in this industry, both private side, social sector side, of providing good quality housing for Canadians of all nature in need, that need to be looked upon as being the champions and the advocates for new models that will give the best bang for the buck in terms of what governments do spend. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to take the time to outline a few of the initiatives that form our government's approach. For those housing groups who need assistance, our government is providing significant funding under the Investment in Affordable Housing. Funding is provided through provinces and territories who have the flexibility to use federal funding to design and deliver programs that meet local needs and priorities, including rent supplement programs that can be made available to housing providers once their existing operating agreements mature. This is the flexibility that industry advocates, both co-op, social housing, municipalities have asked for. Mr. Speaker, our government's initial commitment under the IAH was $716 million over 3 years, funding that assisted more than 183,000 households. As the member knows, because they voted against it, Economic Action Plan 2013 renewed the IAH agreements with $1.25 billion in funding over 5 years. The funding is being implemented through amendments to existing agreements with provinces and territories. 4 such agreements have been signed to date, one with Alberta, with British Columbia, with New Brunswick, and with Prince Edward Island. As the Minister mentioned, we expect agreements with the remaining provinces and territories to be concluded shortly. The investment in affordable housing is a great example of how our government is working with provinces and territories to fund innovative housing solutions that meet local needs and priorities. We've been told over and over by the groups we've met with that there's not a one-size-fits-all. This has to be determined at the grassroots, on the ground, in the level of where we build projects and where projects are needed. We believe that provinces and territories are the best positioned to design and deliver programs that address specific housing needs and provides and meets the priorities in their jurisdictions and gives them the flexibility to do so. It is also important to note that federal funding provided through the investment in affordable housing is cost matched by the provinces and territories, so the total investments by governments will remain significant. I still can't understand why the NDP would vote against long-term stable funding for affordable housing, especially because we know that investment will go a long way toward improving access to affordable housing in communities across Canada. We have also introduced another important change to specifically support social housing providers in 2013. Social housing providers whose operating agreements allow for the establishment of a subsidy surplus fund can now retain any money they have in this fund to use after their operating agreements mature. Many of these funds have been established because of interest rates and because of interest rates going down. And so they've had excess funds, and they've been prudent, and they've been good managers of their social housing stock, and they've used and managed that money correctly. I must tell you, on the flip side of that, from groups we've met with, is the opposite. Some have not. So the mortgage money that we've been sending and set out in original agreements has not gone for its intended purposes in some cases. These funds can be used to continue to lower the cost of housing for low-income households living in existing social housing. This represents a common-sense approach that will give some social housing projects greater flexibility when operating agreements mature. This change was warmly welcomed by housing providers, including the 900 members of the Cooperative Housing Federation of Canada. CHF Canada's Executive Director, Nicholas Gizzard, said at the time, and I quote, "This additional flexibility allows co-ops to use federal funds to provide rent to geared to income assistance for vulnerable low-income households, even after the funding agreements have expired." This is why I'm particularly proud of our Action Plan 2013, where the government renewed our investment in affordable housing agreements and our homeless partnering strategy with a focus on housing first. In fact, the NDP voted against $600 million in funding over 5 years to renew the program. This funding will go a long way to help combat homelessness in our country, and the new focus on housing first has been lauded from all sectors. The Housing First focus builds on the outcomes of the Mental Health Commission of Canada's at-home Chez Soi research demonstration project, which was funded by the federal government at $110 million over 5 years and established in 5 cities: Vancouver, Winnipeg, Toronto, Montreal, and Moncton. The project, the largest of its kind, ended in March 2013 and demonstrates that Housing First approach can be effectively implemented in Canadian cities to rapidly reduce homelessness while alleviating pressure on shelters and health and judicial services. Mr. Speaker, the Housing First approach aims to move homeless people from the streets and short-term shelters into immediate and permanent housing while offering support for addictions and mental illness. The project has demonstrated that Housing First can result in significant savings from decreased use of costly resources such as paramedics and police services, particularly for those with high needs. Over the course of the study, an average of 73% of participants in the Housing First group remained in stable housing, compared to 32% for the group receiving usual care. The study also showed that Housing First is a sound financial investment that can lead to significant cost savings. For those participants that were the highest users of emergency and social services, every $10 invested led to an average savings to government of $21.72. Overall, participants in the project were less likely to get in trouble with the law, and those who received both housing and supportive services showed more signs of recovery than those who did not. Mr. Speaker, Housing First is an approach that works. It's an approach that works really well, and it is innovative. Our government wants to equip and empower people so that they hopefully can find healing and recovery and then skills and employment as they become fully participating members of society. Mr. Speaker, our goal is to ensure hardworking taxpayers' dollars are used to produce sustainable results for affordable housing and for those who are homeless. I urge all members to carefully consider our government's record when this House votes on this motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing.
Thank you very much. And I find that really interesting that they're talking about the fact that they feel that they're saving all of this money and that they're investing it in the proper way. Well, let me tell you, Mr. Speaker, if they're doing that, why is it that there's still a few thousand Aboriginal people that are still out of their homes in Winnipeg after 3 years after a flood? Yeah. And guess how much that's costing, Mr. Speaker? $1.5 million a month to provide food and shelter in hotel rooms for these people. Imagine having to be in a hotel room for 3 years. So the Health Minister had said that First Nation communities is a priority for our government, including timely, effective and efficient support in times of emergency. Here's an emergency. 3 years later, they still don't have a home to live in. How is that possible? This is third world country. Some of these people are living in fourth world country. What are they doing about it? Yeah. Obviously, their initiatives are not working. Yeah.
The Honourable Member for Brant.
Well, I thank the member for her question, and her question relates to emergency situations and our government providing the necessary shelter for people in emergency situations. It's a debate that's meant for another day on another issue. And frankly, when the NDP bring to this chamber a motion such as today, we have to look at the models for provision of social housing across all spectrums for the long term. For individuals who are partially displaced, we have provided resources for them to eventually get back to where we need them to be. In some cases, in First Nations, we're looking at alternative solutions that would move them to new locations. So these are not simple fixes that we want to put in place for expediency and just because there are disasters that happen that we have to put temporary services in place.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Mr. Speaker, you know, what's important for us to recognize is that for many years, all regions of Canada has had a very serious issue in terms of trying to get affordable housing. And they're looking for leadership on this file. And a natural place to look is here in Ottawa in expectation that Ottawa would work with the many different stakeholders to ensure as much as possible is being done so that whether you live in Toronto, Portage-la Prairie, Manitoba, or Halifax, Mr. Speaker, at the Atlantic coast, that there is programs that are allowing and enabling people to have a place to live. And that place to live takes everything from renovation types of programs to home building programs to the initiatives such as co-ops that I made a reference to. The question I have for the member is, to what degree does he believe that Ottawa is responsible for demonstrating the leadership from coast to coast to coast on a housing strategy?
The Honourable Member for Brant.
Thank you for that question. We have shown leadership, as my speech articulated, particularly in the area of Housing First. But let me answer the question in this fashion. I've had the great privilege of conducting many meetings through the Conservative Construction and Housing Caucus, and we have brought co-op housing provider organizations, social housing provider organizations, private housing providers across the country together in a forum to express their views. Where these leadership champions are in each of these industries. And when you speak with them, you learn very quickly that many of them have new, innovative ways to deliver social housing at lower cost to this government. And so where we need to lead is we need to empower and learn from these people, and we need to be able to take their ideas because they're on the ground. It isn't in Ottawa that we should be sitting behind some desk in some office building saying this is the solution for them. They have very creative solutions they bring to the table. Many of them understand wholly that we, in many cases, not all, but in many cases, pay far too much per door for social housing in this country.
Conformément à l'article 38 du règlement.
Pursuant to Standing Order 38, it is my duty to inform the House that the question to be raised at the time of adjournment is as follows.
Grand Falls, Windsor. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for York West.
Much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm very happy to have the opportunity to speak on an important issue that I believe matters to all of us in the House. I will be splitting my time with my colleague from Markham Unionville as well. So now that the weather is nice and all of us are getting out, I have to tell you that this past weekend, when I was out in the riding, I had the opportunity to pass through the area around St. Augustine's Church, an important part of the riding of York West. I also passed 35 Shoreham, 711 Arletta, and 415 Driftwood, all places that exhibit a tremendous sense of community and neighborhood pride. But these places are similar for more than just their community spirit. They are buildings owned and managed by Toronto Housing, and they are all places in which residents are worried. You see, the residents of these buildings are hard-working families that are struggling just to make ends meet. In fact, even with the subsidized portion of the rent, many of these residents are spending as much as 85% of their income on rent alone, leaving just pennies for food, clothing, transportation, medicine, and other essentials. For many of the tenants living at 2350 Finch or 2765 Islington, the dream of home ownership has crumbled at their feet under the weight of inescapable daily struggles just to survive, a vicious and punishing cycle of poverty. You see, in the past, the concept of personal home ownership was a near guarantee. All that one needed to do was work hard for a decent wage, and the rest was possible. But sadly, for many low-income families in my riding and across Canada, including working families, that promise is now a faint remembrance of a decent and distant dream. In 1980, the average cost of a detached home was roughly $100,000. The average Canadian made about $41,000 a year, which meant there was room for a mortgage, transportation, groceries, and the other essentials that come out of a paycheck. But today, the average detached home costs more than double what it did just 30 years ago. And in Toronto, the average home price now hovers around $1 million. Despite the spike in costs, the average Canadian still makes about $41,000 a year. I'd also like to point out that many working families in my riding make far less than $41,000, which only intensifies the problems they face when it comes to housing. Some are forced, as I said, to pay 85% of their income in rent. Clearly, this is not a tenable position, and the fact that this government is intentionally allowing more and more housing cooperatives operating agreements to expire is only making issues worse. This government's decision to scale back public funding to social housing is reckless, and it is, in effect, leaving low-income families out on the street. Families living in these units know that there is a housing crisis, and they need to understand why. But of course, we know the housing crisis has hit because the NDP clearly torpedoed both the Liberals' national housing strategy and the current Premier's provincial housing program. Worse yet, Tim Hudak is mimicking the inaction of his federal cousins with his pink slip promise. That really unnerves an awful lot of people in my riding. Put another way, The Conservatives have done nothing to lower or manage housing costs, and they are doing nothing less to help fix the income situations of our middle-class families face. For example, rather than work to create jobs, Tim Hudak has promised to fire 100,000 Ontario workers. I call it his pink slip promise, and it pulls back the veil on the Conservative ideology when it comes to social programming of all sorts. The NDP, despite tough-sounding talk, torpedoed both the Liberals' National Housing Strategy and Kathleen Wynne's housing program in the most recent Ontario budget. Of course, they also voted against a new pension plan for low-income workers as well. So it seems that 3 million working Ontarians who do not have an employer-sponsored pension just had the rug pulled out from under them by an NDP lusting for power. Interesting to note that this is the same group that were punished when the NDP smashed the federal daycare and early learning strategy. So it seems like there's a trend developing there.
I'll see.
So when Andrea, Tim, and their federal counterparts fiddle, middle-class Canadian families are feeling the burn. Canadians need a means to ensure their own future, and it is our duty to help give them that and what that means. This does not mean handouts, but it does mean ensuring that the systems and structures necessary are in place to again help make the dream, pride, and freedom of home ownership a reality.
Right on.
This government needs to ensure that hardworking Canadians will be building their own futures and not that of the person who is holding the purse strings. So for my part, yesterday I met with representatives of the Canadian and Toronto real estate boards, as many of you in the House have done. We talked about the fact that given more Canadians now renting properties, the disproportionate cost of housing has created a trap, forcing Canadians into a cycle of working hard for weeks just to scrape by. We talked about programs such as the Home Buyers Plan, how it was positive but limited to those who have the resources to put into vehicles such as RRSPs. And we also talked about the need for innovative programs such as rent-to-own and government-regulated reverse mortgages that might allow people to both secure and remain in adequate housing. There was a clear consensus that many working families become trapped in a cycle of high rent payments and are unable to set aside the funds needed for a down payment on a home of their own. This limits their options and prevents them from building equity in their home, from leveraging assets for debt reduction, and prevents them from experiencing the pride of ownership. All in all, without some kind of a national housing strategy, or better yet, a national housing action plan, my constituents living in the San Romano Way community or in the Yorkwoods Village will not have the opportunities they truly deserve and desire. Knowing all of this, it seems almost inconceivable that this government will sit idle and allow billions of dollars of funding for social housing simply to dry up. So I'm glad to see that the NDP have come back to the table that they once abandoned in favor of the Liberal stand in support of social housing and opportunities for personal home ownership. But I would like to see the government do more.
You're here.
I'd like to see this Prime Minister launch a national housing strategy for the low-income seniors, students, and families that worry about having a roof over their head. So allow me to recap and sum up before my time is done. As of last year, rent in Toronto for all types of housing was the highest of anywhere in Ontario. 2, home prices in all regions continue to rise faster than income has over the past 30 years. 3, while the City of Toronto is the largest landlord in North America, it cannot act alone to improve housing conditions because it cannot put the leverage of the equity of its housing units for repair. Number 4, the biggest problem for many Canadians is the down payment for their home. So what does all this mean? It means that many hard-working constituents in my ridings and in ridings all across Canada, in every part of it, have come to accept that home ownership is becoming nothing more than a dream. As parliamentarians living and working in one of our planet's wealthiest nations, we need to redouble our efforts to overcome the problems associated with social housing. Is the government prepared to commit to renewing the rent-geared-to-income housing model so that we provide real security and avoid making the housing crisis worse? Is the government prepared to renew the partnership with the Cooperative Housing Federation? Remember, we are not on the brink of a housing crisis. We are in a housing crisis. Right. We must also remember that social housing solutions may lead to solutions to other problems on the national agenda. We need student housing to reduce student debt. Supportive housing will reduce health care costs, and new and adequate housing for rural, Aboriginal, and First Nations communities is a way to honor our existing committees. Public housing is more than just a place to live. Public housing programs should provide opportunities to residents and their families. As a Liberal, I am pleased to support this motion today, and I hope it will provide the impetus needed to put affordable housing solutions back on track for a national action plan. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for York South Weston.
Speaker, and I find it pretty rich, actually, coming to us about what's going on in Ontario when $1.2 billion was spent to cancel a gas plant to solve a problem the Liberals had regaining 3 seats, and that $1.2 billion would have gone a long way to help the impoverished folk in York West to have access to adequate, affordable housing. And you know, that money is just gone. It's gone to some construction company. And Ontario, under Liberal rule, has the single largest debt of any subnational government in the world. It's the worst of any place in the world. But, Mr. Speaker, my question really is twofold. One, how can we stand here and listen to the Liberals proclaim that they're in favour of housing when, in fact, it was they that killed the housing program in the 90s? And two, will she support my motion?
Honourable Member for York West.
Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to say that the Liberals will support the motion because we recognize the issue of housing and how important it is. But let me just remind my colleague, because this happened prior, this is part of the reason he's in the House today, is the fact that we had a national housing strategy. I was in Cabinet at the time, and I can tell you that we put a lot of time and effort into developing a national housing strategy and getting the provinces to sign it. We also had a national child care strategy that was signed by our provinces, and all we needed was 3 more months in order for that to be enacted right in with the budget. And you know the reason you don't have a national child care strategy or a national housing strategy is Jack Layton was impatient, connected with the Conservatives, defeated our budget that had both things in it. So that's why you don't have it.
Shame on the NDP.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, if I could stop laughing long enough to get my question in. They needed 3 more months to implement a lot of things, including the Kyoto Accord, under which their greenhouse gases emissions rose by 30% when they were actually trying to get them down. All through her speech, Mr. Speaker, my colleague referred to things like drying up, as if our government has not funded housing. She's totally ignoring the $1.7 billion annually that we give through Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation, the $1 billion in 2012 through CMHC's direct lending initiative, the $1.9 billion for housing homelessness, including the investment in affordable housing, and $303 million annually to support First Nations housing on reserves. And then, Mr. Speaker, this year in our budget, we renewed the homeless partnering strategy. And Mr. Speaker, my colleague will be aware that over the last number of years, I've tried to address issues surrounding mental health. And this issue of homeless partnering strategy with the Housing First initiative is critical to help people facing mental health challenges. And I wonder if my colleague would explain to the House why she and her party would vote against an initiative that would actually give people with mental health challenges, give them the tools to get out of their cycle of despair and get on with their life. Why would her and her party vote against an initiative like that? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for York West.
Mr. Speaker, initiatives like that, many of them were started as a result of the Liberals, and I support the government continuing on with those programs. One of the issues we clearly know when we're dealing with mental health issue is, yes, there needs to be a roof over. Every Canadian should have a roof over their head. But when we are dealing in particular, if you want to talk about the mental health issues, yes, and I support the program. Unfortunately, when they put one good program in with about 20 other things that are the poison pill. So in order to support one, you've got to support their whole package, which is impossible to support. But let me tell you, there are lots of innovative programs out there with options for homes, Humanity First. There's a lot of good ideas out there that need to be supported by this government, the next Liberal government, and back and forth, so that we make sure that we're meeting the needs of housing requirements for all Canadians throughout this country.
Resuming debate. The honourable member for Markham Unionville.
More facts. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. C'est un grand plaisir pour moi.
It's a great pleasure for me to speak to the issue of this NDP motion today.
Mind the two individuals who I have ever met who are the most committed to social affordable housing. Those people are Claudette Bradshaw and Adam Vaughan. And the two are linked. For reasons I will explain, the two are linked. Right on. Claudette Bradshaw was the driving force for affordable housing in two Liberal governments. She had her Skippy program. She pushed and pushed and pushed to make it happen. It did happen. It had results until the NDP brought it down in 2005, but it had results. And now we have the new Claudette Bradshaw on the horizon. Yes. And I speak, of course, of Adam Vaughan, the Liberal candidate for Trinity Spadina. Oh, yes. Adam Vaughan is such an enthusiast for housing that he phoned me up before he was even a candidate, and he lectured me or educated me on the importance of housing. And last night I spoke to him, and so I am able to impart to this House the wisdom of Adam Vaughan on the subject of housing. And I believe Adam Vaughan will be the new Claudette Bradshaw, because I have every confidence that in the not-too-distant future, he will be pushing a new Liberal government, as an elected member, of course, to do for housing what Claudette Bradshaw pushed an old Liberal government to do, and with the force and the character and the argumentative skills of Adam Vaughan, I am convinced that the Liberal Party and the Liberal government will carry this through. Right on. Hear, hear. And let me give you a quote from Adam Vaughan, and I quote directly from what he told me last night. Quote, "The NDP is more interested in building its party in the House than in building houses for people in need. That's their record." End of quote. Ain't that the truth? Now, that's a powerful statement. The NDP would prefer to build people in the House, in their party, than build houses for people in need. And Adam Vaughan doesn't just say that out of the air. He has two very strong pieces of evidence. The first piece of evidence is, as we all know, back in 2005, when the Liberal government of Paul Martin produced a budget which had $480 million extra money for housing. What did the NDP and the NDP, they brought it down. No. So instead of getting $480 million for housing and so many billion dollars for affordable childcare, we got almost 10 years of the current Prime Minister. Thanks to the NDP. Thanks to the NDP. But then second, and this is Adam Vaughan's second point, and it shows he has his finger on the pulse of Ontario that he would bring this to our attention. Much more recently, the NDP did it again. They brought down the Wynne government, including that budget. And you know what was part of that budget? Guess. Money for housing. $80 million. So they brought down the Martin government at a cost of $480 million for housing. Then they brought down the Wynne government at a cost of $80 million for housing. So they bequeathed to Canada almost 10 years of our current Prime Minister, and I hope this won't be the case, but the consequence of their action could be that they bequeath to Ontario some years of Mr. Hudak. So thank you, NDP. Twice. So I would go so far, Mr. Speaker, as to say that the NDP record on housing is even worse than the Conservative record on housing. That's right. The Conservatives don't like affordable housing. They hate it. Just read their 2006 fiscal imbalance document. But at least they put a few dollars into housing. The NDP has put nothing into housing, because they've never been a government. And they produced a silly private member's bill, and because it's a private member's bill, it spends no money either. So on the positive side of the ledger for the NDP and housing is zero. On the negative side of the ledger, there's minus $480 million at the federal level, 80 million more recently at the provincial level. So plus they have zero, minus they have minus $560 million contribution to housing.
Wow.
The Conservative record is pathetic, but I'd rather go for a few Conservative dollars than minus $560 million NDP dollars for affordable housing. And Mr. Speaker, let me continue with a bit more on the wisdom of Adam Vaughan, because he's truly passionate on this subject, and I'm convinced that the citizens of Trinity Spadina will prefer a Liberal candidate who is passionate on housing rather than turn to the NDP, whose record is minus $560 million on housing. But what Adam Vaughan says, apart from saying that the NDP is more interested in building its party in the House than in building houses for people in need, that's their record. I repeat it because it's so wise. It bears repeating. But he also says smart investments in housing reap major benefits in other areas. And he says it's not just about helping the homeless, as the NDP seems to believe. There are other benefits, and he gives 3 examples, and this is straight out of the mouth of Adam Vaughan from my conversation last night. First, he says, housing constructed near hospitals for nurses is a positive thing because it saves on traffic gridlock, which costs a lot of money and frustration, and it also strengthens the healthcare system. So there are, if you like, spillover benefits which Adam Vaughan has drawn to the attention of the NDP and indeed to all members of this House. Second, he says, housing constructed for people with mental health problems and other substance abuse problems will be good for those people, but in addition it will save the government money that it would otherwise have to spend on health care and even social assistance, because if you put a roof under somebody's head, you equip that person much better to deal with the future, even if that person has some mental challenges. And the third example he gives is that housing built for students on or near university campuses results in lower student debt, healthier graduating student population, but in addition, Adam Vaughan emphasizes, it leaves a legacy of houses for future generations of students. It's not just a one-time thing. The houses don't get built one year and then disappear the next. They're there for many years to come to support future generations of students, to strengthen the middle class, to strengthen equality of opportunity in building up our post-secondary education system. So I would commend to the NDP, and more particularly I would commend to the citizens of Trinity Spadina, these wise words from our candidate Adam Vaughan, who not only sees through the negativity of the NDP historically on this record since 2005, but also has strong, sensible, vigorous ideas of his own. And you can be sure, Mr. Speaker, that once he's a member of the Liberal caucus, housing will be even more on our agenda going forward than it is today. And of course, and this is my final point, Adam Vaughan would agree with us and even with the NDP that this business where the government lets these long-term mortgages run out and does nothing for supporting renters in need and supporting the co-op industry, this is really a recipe for disaster, a recipe for many people becoming homeless, and that is something that the Conservatives are totally responsible for. So we would urge them to change that misguided policy, and it is for that reason, perhaps principally, that we in the Liberal Party would support this motion by the New Democrats. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Nickel Belt.
I'm lost for words. 1,000 comedians out of work, and we have to listen to this. I can't believe it. He talked about negatives and positive. The positive thing that the NDP did, which became a negative for the Liberals, is we gave them what's his name again? Bob Ray. That's it. We gave him Bob Ray. And good Lord, what a gift. The gift that keeps on giving. And he talks about Adam somebody, but he fails to mention that Joe Cressy is an advocate, a long time advocate for housing in Trinity Spadina. And he is going to represent the NDP in this House. Not Adam, Adam whatever. But I don't know what to ask, Mr. Speaker. I mean, this is the funniest speech I've ever heard. Well, this is the second funniest because the one previous to that was funny too. God. Does the member believe that the federal government should play in federal housing? What role should they play in federal housing? And I don't want them to tell me the liberal role that they played in the past, because that was a disaster. Because she admitted it herself that they needed 3 more months to do something right. Because in 12 years they were never able to do anything right.
The honourable member from Markham Unionville.
Well, I thank the honourable member for his comment, and the fact he said it was such a funny speech I will take as a compliment. I thought I was quite amusing myself. And the NDP in particular, I know math has never been their strong suit. Understanding the economy is not their strong suit. He seems to have trouble with the pluses and minuses, so I'll have to explain it to him again. It's 0 on the positive side federally because they've never been the government and private members' bills can't spend money. It's $560 million negative on the negative side because they brought down the Martin government and the Wynne government. That at a cost of $560 million for housing. So on the Liberal side in Trinity Spadina, the voters can choose between Adam Vaughan, a passionate advocate for housing who can help a future Liberal government really deliver in the future, or some NDP candidate who will campaign on minus $560 million from his party for the housing sector. I think voters will be able to make up their mind, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Mississauga, Streetsville.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Well, Mr. Speaker, I have to agree with my colleague from the NDP. I think there was a lot of humour in the speech from the minister or the member from Markham Unionville. Mr. Speaker, prior to being elected to this place, I spent at least a dozen years working in the Toronto area on housing-related issues. I think I know the file pretty well. And I do remember back in 2005 when the previous Liberal government was here and the Minister of Housing at the time, who is now the Mayor of the City of London, brought in an affordable housing agreement that was so restrictive, had so many clauses and other things, caveats in it, that the provinces and the City of Toronto of the day couldn't actually get access to the federal money to implement the program because they wrote the program so restrictively nobody could use the money. So what did our government do? Our government got in and said, let's have maximum flexibility in our funding agreements with provinces and municipalities. Let's make sure local needs are respected. And that way we're flowing all of the money through the provincial affordable housing agreements. Can the member for Markham Unionville tell this House why the last Liberal government really didn't fund affordable housing in the City of Toronto?
The honourable member from Markham Unionville.
The short answer to that question is we didn't fund affordable housing in the City of Toronto because the NDP defeated our budget and therefore deprived the City of Toronto of its share of the $480 million. But in years prior to that, we did fund it, and I recall conversations with stakeholders, perhaps unlike the members' counterparts, who were very pleased with our program and were very pleased that it had made an impact through the efforts of Claudette Bradshaw on both housing and homelessness. So we were certainly on a roll until the NDP stopped us in our tracks by bringing down that budget. And in terms of the he's telling me to sit down. That's it. Thank you.
Order. 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 I had almost forgotten it was Wednesday. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Beaches East York.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just to let you know, I will be splitting my time with the member from Parkdale High Park, and I hope that we can return this debate to some serious footing. It's been punctuated by a Liberal stand-up routine and gratuitous political advertising this afternoon. But it's a very important issue, Mr. Speaker, and I'm happy to rise today in support of the motion before us, calling on us, as it does, to recognize a housing crunch of rising costs and growing waiting lists across this country owing to chronic underfunding of affordable housing. I want to thank my colleagues, the Member of Parliament for York South Weston and the Member for Hochelaga, for their work on this file and for bringing forward this motion for debate in the House today, Mr. Speaker. I don't know of any better way to establish the importance of housing than with reference to its almost universal, and I would accept the Liberals and Conservatives from this, of course, the almost universal recognition of housing as a human right. And I don't know of any better way to stir our collective desire to address our shortcomings on this issue than with reference to a history in which we proved ourselves as Canadians capable of doing so much more than this government and its predecessor Liberal government are and were prepared to do. Canada had, Mr. Speaker, up until a couple of decades ago, a very proud story to tell about housing. One way to start into this story, Mr. Speaker, is with reference to John Humphrey, something of a Canadian hero. John Humphrey was responsible for the first draft of the Universal Declaration on Human Rights, and in that declaration one can find at Article 25 reference to housing. It reads in part, "Everyone has the right to a standard of living adequate for the health and well-being of himself and of his family, including food, clothing, housing, and medical care and necessary social services, and the right to security in the event of unemployment, sickness, disability, widowhood, old age, or other lack of livelihood in circumstances beyond his control." End quote. That reference to housing finds its way, Mr. Speaker, 3 decades later into the International Covenant on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights. Article 11 recognizes, and I quote, "the right of everyone to an adequate standard of living for himself and his family, including adequate food, clothing, and housing, and to the continuous improvement of living conditions," and so on, Mr. Speaker. But if we fast forward to 2009, we have a UN Special Rapporteur lamenting our more recent history. He says this about Canada, and I quote, "There has been a significant erosion of housing rights over the past 2 decades. Canada's successful social housing program, which created more than 500,000 homes starting in 1973, has been discontinued," end quote. And here's the more recent and inglorious history that he's referring to in this quote, Mr. Speaker. The last budget of the Mulroney Conservatives eliminated all federal funding for new social housing and froze spending on existing social housing. It was a move that cut housing investment by $660 million over 4 years. The Liberal Party campaigned on a promise to reverse those cuts. Of course, they never did. In fact, only 2 years later, they slashed a further $128 million from the Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation's budget, most of which was at the time allocated to affordable housing programs. And a year after that, in their 1996 budget, the Liberals walked away entirely from housing, downloading responsibility to provinces and territories. At the same time, it is worth noting, slashing transfers to those very same provinces and territories. This, Mr. Speaker, is how Canada ends up with an ignominious distinction of being the only major industrialized country to not have a national housing strategy. Just last year, this Conservative government announced that it would not be renewing the long-term operating agreements that began in the 1970s that the UN Rapporteur hailed in his 2009 report. Those agreements provide about $1.7 billion worth of housing subsidies to over 600,000 households in Canada. As that $1.7 billion dries up, mainly over the next few years, Mr. Speaker, it is anticipated that as many as 200,000 housing units will be lost due to the loss of operating funds or insufficient capital for much-needed renovations. Now, this may be considered as a heretical notion to both Liberals and Conservatives in this chamber, Mr. Speaker, but there are simply circumstances in which markets don't work. when they simply don't emerge to meet demand, and so it is in housing. According to the National Household Survey, about 1/3 of households in Toronto spend more than 30% of their income on housing. That is, by the standard definition of affordability, they cannot afford to live in their own homes. Taking into consideration just renters, Mr. Speaker, that number rises dramatically. About 45% of renters in Toronto can't afford their own home. While this definition of affordability is a very useful standard to use, Mr. Speaker, it's important to note that nothing magic happens at that threshold. As pointed out in a very recent study, March 2014, by Paradis, Wilson, and Logan out of the City Centre of the University of Toronto, there's a continuum of inadequate housing, risk of homelessness, and visible homelessness among families living in Toronto's high-rise buildings. Housing is precarious for low-income families in Toronto's high-rises, and it is easy enough to slide up, but mainly down that continuum. Says the study, and I quote, "Inadequate housing and the risk of homelessness are almost universal among families with children living in high-rise rental apartments. Almost 90% face major housing problems that may place them at risk of homelessness. One family in 3 is facing severe or critical risk of homelessness," end quote. Part of the problem here, Mr. Speaker, is that there has been virtually no growth in new purpose-built rental housing in Toronto since 2006, according to Toronto's Vital Signs Report 2013. Just 1,800 units across the entire GTA, and only 810 in the city of Toronto itself. This, Mr. Speaker, in a city that welcomes 100,000 new residents every year. This is how we end up in Toronto with about 90,000 households on the waiting list for affordable housing. That unto itself is equivalent to the population of a large Canadian city, about the same size as Saskatoon or Regina, Mr. Speaker. And with less than 4,000 households from that list being housed every year, that list is growing. And with only 650 new units of affordable housing presently under construction in Toronto, we have today what is quite rightly called in the motion a housing crisis. Mr. Speaker, I framed this issue with reference back to Canadian John Humphrey and the Universal Declaration of Human Rights as a matter of human rights. Health, happiness, security, and the opportunity for everyone to realize their potential through education, they all turn on housing, safe, healthy, affordable housing, Mr. Speaker. This is a truth that we have turned away from as a country through successive federal governments over 2 decades, but it is a truth that exists nonetheless. But let me take the last couple of minutes, Mr. Speaker. Do I have a couple of minutes? I have 1.5, okay, of my time to talk about the economics of housing. This motion stands on more than just an ethical footing. It's good economics, too. And to understand that, we need look no farther than the Conservatives' own budget documentation. And I refer specifically to the data produced by the Department of Finance in support of the government's own economic action plan. That data points to the very efficient stimulus or multiplier effect of housing investment, showing that for every dollar, thank you, Mr. Speaker, invested in housing measures, $1.50 of economic activity is created. Interestingly, that compares very favorably to the stimulus measures that this government prefers. Personal income tax measures have a multiplier of just $1 over the same time frame, while business tax measures work very poorly, adding just 30 cents to the economy for every public dollar expended or foregone. Let me finish, Mr. Speaker, with a salute to the Federation of Canadian Municipalities and the work that they've been doing to bring this housing crisis into the public realm and to the attention of all Canadians. In their press release yesterday, they said, quote, FCM supports the NDP's continued focus on fixing Canada's housing crunch. The lack of adequate and affordable housing is one of the biggest issues facing Canadians across the country and is a threat to the social and economic growth of Canadian municipalities. end quote. No finer an endorsement, Mr. Speaker, so I'll close there and welcome any questions. Thank you.
Questions and comments. Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I thank the member for his comments. I think the outset it's going to be obvious that I don't agree with much of what the member said. So as opposed to going down that vein, I just wanted to really ask for his comments and his thoughts on what we heard from the Liberal Party on this. I know the Liberal Party mentioned their candidate in Trinity Spadina, somebody who was extraordinarily critical when he was a reporter of the billions of dollars in health and social transfer cuts that the Liberals unilaterally made. Mr. Speaker, he was very, very, very critical of that. The Liberal candidate in Trinity Spadina was also very critical of the Liberal government in Ontario that cut gas plants and wasted billions of dollars, Mr. Speaker, on gas plants and all kinds of other things to the detriment of all kinds of other social programs, Mr. Speaker. But moreover, I want to also just catch on something that the Liberal member talked about. They had 3 majority governments, 1 minority governments. They were in power for 13 years and admit that they did absolutely nothing on this file. Does the honourable member, despite the fact that we disagree, does the honourable member think that Canadians can in any way trust the Liberals to actually live up to any commitments that they make in this House? Or does he believe, like I do, that what they're saying, the words that they say in this House, never match what they do?
The honourable member for Beaches East York.
Well, thank you very much to the member for his question. I'm not particularly interested in engaging in what the Liberals want to do in this House today with our time, and that's put up political advertising for their candidate in Trinity Spadina. I'm more interested, Mr. Speaker, in why the member doesn't agree with anything I've said. I've laid out the economics. The economics are supported by the government's own budget documentation. There are some irrefutable facts before this House, Mr. Speaker, that over the next decade, the need for purpose-built rental accommodation is going to exceed 50,000 units per year, and we've been averaging 15,000 to 20,000 units per year, Mr. Speaker. This is a crisis, and I don't know exactly how this government can turn a blind eye to it. He's quite right to point out that the Liberal government killed the National Housing Program in the 1990s, but I think it's true also, Mr. Speaker, and this member needs to face up to it, that they've been closed the coffin on that housing program for the last 8 years that they've been in government as well. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Markham Unionville.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to begin my question with a quote from the Globe and Mail in the summer of 2001. And the quote is, "I'm quite encouraged," said FCM President Jack Layton. "Tomorrow's meeting is the most important meeting in the history of housing policy in Canada since the creation of the CMHC. And what we're seeing here is a welcoming of federal funding back into housing." End of quote. Well, if Jack Layton was quite encouraged, in quotes, by these Liberals' plans back in 2001, why does this honourable member say these plans didn't even exist?
Good question.
The honourable member for Beaches East York.
Well, Mr. Speaker, as much respect as I have for Jack Layton, and I have enormous respect for Jack Layton, we all get fooled more than once in our lives. And he may have been encouraged, but I know Jack Layton, and Jack Layton was extremely disappointed in what the Liberals ended up doing in housing. And in fact, it was Jack Layton who had to put an end to, or try to put an end to Paul Martin's corporate tax giveaways, which I've already talked about have a very low economic stimulus, but that didn't matter to the great austerity economist, Mr. Paul Martin. And extract money to put back into housing. $1.6 billion, Mr. Speaker, is part of Jack Layton's legacy in this country, going into affordable housing in this country when the Liberals wanted to give all of that away to big corporations in Canada. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Parkdale High Park.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to speak on the issue of affordable housing, which is such a priority for the people of Toronto and my community of Parkdale High Park. I want to thank my colleague from York South Weston for putting forward this Opposition Day motion today on behalf of the New Democratic Party. And this motion, for those who are watching, to remind people, is that this House recognizes Canadians are faced with a housing crunch of rising costs, growing waiting lists due to chronic underfunding of affordable housing from 1993 to the present, and therefore this House calls on the government to work with the provinces, territories, municipalities and First Nations, Inuit, Métis, to immediately renew long-term social housing funding and reinvest in the development of affordable housing units. Mr. Speaker, we face a tremendous housing crunch in this country, and I see it on the streets of Toronto every day. I see people whose wages don't allow them to pay the rents in the city of Toronto, and people who have other challenges, disabilities, mental health challenges, and the thing that they need most is a roof over their heads. They need housing stability, and that is what is lacking in the city of Toronto and across this country. Now, a country as large and as cold as Canada ought to have a national policy on this so that we can ensure that everyone is housed and has a warm, safe place to stay. But in fact, Mr. Speaker, Canada is the only OECD country, the only major developed country without a national housing strategy. And in fact, it has been without a housing strategy since the early 1990s. Why? We used to have one, but it was the Liberal government of the time that tabled a constitutional proposal calling for an end to its financial involvement in a number of areas of provincial jurisdiction, including housing. Pretty sad for a country as wealthy as Canada to abandon people that way. Liberals also ended cooperative housing funding, a program which over its lifetime built nearly 60,000 homes for low and moderate income Canadians. So let's look at the picture today, Mr. Speaker. 1 in 4 Canadians spends more than 30% of their income on shelter. 380,000 Canadians live in severe housing need, spending more than 50% of their income on shelter. We're also in a situation where Canadians have record high personal debt levels, where they owe $1.64 for every dollar of disposable income, and where housing prices are skyrocketing, especially in our urban areas. And I know in the city of Toronto, when houses are for sale, we have multiple bids, and so many families are just driven out of the housing purchase market because they just can't afford these skyrocketing prices, but there are so few affordable housing options. In addition to that, we have about 200,000 social housing units that will be at risk of closing when the long-term federal funding for social housing expires, and that would be a calamity for far too many Canadians. More and more young people are living at home with their parents. It used to be, back in 1981, about a quarter of young people between the ages of 20 and 29 lived with their parents. Today, that number is up to 42%. 42% of young people between 20 and 29 living with their parents. And I hear that. I hear that from young people. I also hear that from their parents, who are so concerned about the next generation and what's going to happen to them. It is, Mr. Speaker, an absolute disgrace that we don't have a national housing strategy and that we're not investing the money that we have as a country into building the kind of housing that we need. I want to just tell you a bit about my community in Toronto. In Toronto, we have over 167,000 people on the affordable housing wait list, more than 90,000 households. There are more households on the waiting list for affordable housing that actually live in Toronto community housing. That's how severe the program is. We have more people on housing wait lists that live in some cities across Canada. We have whole cities of people looking for housing. Let me tell you about a family that I met with who had come here as refugees from a war-torn country. They came here, they finally got accepted. They were living in a bachelor apartment, a family of 4, living in a bachelor apartment in Toronto housing. And when I knocked on their door and talked with them, they were so thankful to be here in a safe country like Canada. But he said, the man I spoke to said, but we really need a better place to live, because there were 4 people in a bachelor apartment and their kids were school-age kids. They didn't have any privacy, no place to study. Surely we can do better. You know, I spoke to a family a couple of weeks ago, and they were in an apartment. They were paying $800 a month. They were hoping to move to a 2-bedroom apartment. They were in a 1-bedroom, but they were a family of 5 in a 1-bedroom apartment. The 2-bedroom apartment was going for $1,100. A month before they were given the new apartment, the ownership of the building changed. And guess what? The rent went from $1,100 to $2,000. $2,000. It almost doubled. And they're going to have to leave because they can't stay in a 1-bedroom apartment, and they can't afford $2,000 a month. These are the kinds of severe situations people in certainly my community of Toronto are facing. And, you know, the Liberals cancelled the National Housing Strategy, but frankly the Conservatives have made it even worse by not investing in affordable housing and abandoning Canadian families. It's simply unacceptable. We're also seeing, because no money is being spent on upgrading housing, we're seeing housing that could be available for people that's going vacant. There's a Toronto community house in my riding on Mariah Street, a 3-bedroom house that sat vacant for a year because there wasn't the money to do the repairs on the house. So when we have 70,000 families on the waiting list, we have places sitting vacant because there isn't the money to make these houses inhabitable, and that is also a disgrace, Mr. Speaker. There's so much that we ought to be doing, and, you know, for those that are concerned about costs, the cost of investing in housing, you know, it's more cost-effective to give people a roof over their head, keep them healthy and well, than it is to lock people up in jail. And that's what happens when people can't keep body and soul together and have a decent place to live in. You know, what we're calling for as New Democrats is a cooperative approach from the federal government to work with provinces, territories, municipalities, First Nations to address housing needs together instead of abandoning everyone to their own resources, and to abandon this take-it-or-leave-it attitude that the federal government has had for so long. We need a commitment to work with the social housing sector. We need to renew these operating agreements and to provide one-time capital injections for renovations and to reinvest the savings from expired agreements that don't need to be renewed into developing new affordable housing units. We need to immediately invest in the development of new housing. This could be in the form of new investment from the federal government, low-cost loans from CMHC, or tax credits for developers of affordable housing, such as those proposed by the Federation of Canadian Municipalities. So many Canadian organizations support this, Mr. Speaker. The Chamber of Commerce, as I said, the FCM, the C.D. Howe Institute, many mayors across the country. Everyone seems to agree with it except the Conservatives, and we hope that with this debate we can change their minds. People of Toronto rely on it. Canadians rely on it. Let's just do our jobs, do a better job for Canadians, and let's keep a roof over everybody's head. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Well, Mr. Speaker, again, it's kind of unfortunate that we're here in this debate talking about housing especially for vulnerable people. And in 2014, our government renewed the Homeless Partnering Strategy, which primarily gave funds to the Housing First initiative. And I'd like to ask my colleague why she and her party would have voted against that initiative. And also in 2013, Mr. Speaker, there were some great initiatives on affordable housing. Budget 2013 committed $1.25 billion to affordable housing. Budget 2013 also committed $600 million in long-term funding to our homeless partnering strategy. And yet all of these initiatives, Mr. Speaker, my colleague and her party have voted against. But in addition to that, if she would have time, and I'm sure she will because the first answer won't take long, if she could outline to this House why their party would divert subsidy funds to subsidizing offices for partisan purposes rather than actually committing to funding housing for people who are vulnerable. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Parkdale High Park.
First of all, let me say, Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the insecurity of the party opposite, but surely they don't want to waste time with such an important debate by exposing their partisan insecurity. So let me get right to the issue at hand here. Now, according to CMHC, the supply of affordable housing will decline in Canada by 21% between 2007 and 2017. That's unless we get elected in 2015 and we start fixing the problem. But the current amount of federal funding today in 2014 is lower than it was in 2007. So in spite of what we've just heard from the member opposite, clearly the facts speak of something different. So while Canadians, average Canadians, are struggling to make ends meet, young families are squeezed, young people don't have a decent place to live. We have far too many Canadians that face tremendous housing insecurity. I don't believe that those Canadians think highly of the brush-off that this government is giving the serious issue of affordable housing.
It being 5:15, it is my duty to interrupt the proceedings and put forthwith every question necessary to dispose of the business of supply. The question is as follows. Mr. Sullivan, second by Mrs. Boutin-Sweet, moved that the House recognize that Canadians are faced with a housing crunch of rising costs and growing waiting lists due to chronic underfunding of affordable housing from 1993 to the present, and call on the government to work with the provinces, territories, municipalities, and with First Nations, Inuit, and Métis to immediately renew long-term social housing funding and reinvest in the development of affordable housing units. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Yay! All those in favour will please say yea. All those opposed, please say nay. Yay! In my opinion, the yeas have it. Call in the members.
Question is as follows. Mr. Sullivan, seconded by Mrs. Boutin-Sweet. Move that the House recognize that Canadians are faced with a housing crunch of rising costs and growing waiting lists due to chronic underfunding of affordable housing from 1993 to the present, and call on the government to work with the provinces, territories, municipalities, and with First Nations, Inuit and Métis, to immediately renew long-term social housing funding and reinvest in the development of affordable housing units. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Monsieur Mulcair. Ms. Ashton. Madame Laverdière. Ms. Sims, Newton North Delta.
Ms. Sims, Newton North Delta.
Mr. Harris St. John's East.
Mr. Harris St. John's East.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Dewar.
Actually, that's Mr. Alan Welland.
Mr. Alan Welland.
Mr. Alan Welland.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Then Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Dewar.
Mr. Dewar.
Mr. Harris St. John's East.
Then Mr. Harris St. John's
Madame
East.
Boivin.
Madame Boivin.
Ms. Leslie.
Ms. Leslie.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Davies Vancouver East.
Ms. Davies Vancouver East.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Ms. Nash.
Ms. Nash.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Ms. Crowder.
Ms. Crowder.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Monsieur Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Scott.
Mr. Scott.
Mr. Bevington.
Mr. Bevington.
Madame Mourabiti-Témiscamingue.
Madame Mourabiti-Témiscamingue.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Massey.
Madame Leblanc-Lassalle-Mar.
Madame Leblanc-Lassalle-Mar.
Mr. Kelway.
Mr. Kelway.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Monsieur Toon.
Monsieur Toon.
Madame Turmel.
Madame Turmel.
Ms. Charlton.
Ms. Charlton.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Marston.
Mr. Marston.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Monsieur Caron.
Monsieur Caron.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Harris Scarborough Southwest.
Mr. Harris Scarborough Southwest.
Mr. Thibault.
Mr. Thibault.
Madame Papillon.
Madame Papillon.
Madame Lou.
Madame Lou.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Monsieur Ravignan.
Mr. Ravignan.
Madame Blanchette-Lamotte.
Madame Blanchette-Lamotte.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Madame Grosguet.
Madame Grosguet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Monsieur Saganache.
Monsieur Saganache.
Madame Péclet.
Madame Péclet.
Monsieur Gravel.
Monsieur Gravel.
Monsieur Maille.
Monsieur Maille.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Michaud.
Monsieur Larose.
Monsieur Larose.
Monsieur Giguère.
Monsieur Giguère.
Monsieur Rousseau.
Monsieur Rousseau.
Monsieur Genet-Jourdain.
Monsieur Genet-Jourdain.
Monsieur Lapointe.
Monsieur Lapointe.
Monsieur Côté.
Monsieur Côté.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Mr. Sandou.
Mr. Sandou.
Madame Sella.
Madame Sella.
Monsieur Dionne Labelle.
Monsieur Dionne Labelle.
Madame Freeman.
Madame Freeman.
Mrs. Sabaïson.
Mrs. Sabaïson.
Madame Doré-Lefebvre.
Madame Doré-Lefebvre.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Monsieur Nichols.
Monsieur Nichols.
Monsieur Bramy.
Monsieur Bramy.
Monsieur Blanchette.
Monsieur Blanchette.
Mr. Sullivan.
Mr. Sullivan.
Madame Reynaud.
Madame Reynaud.
Mr. Comartin.
Mr. Comartin.
Madame Morin-Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte.
Madame Morin-Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte.
Monsieur Jacob.
Monsieur Jacob.
Monsieur Nunez-Mello.
Monsieur Nunez-Mello.
Monsieur Tremblay.
Monsieur Tremblay.
Monsieur Genet.
Monsieur Genet.
Mr. Stauffer.
Mr. Stauffer.
Monsieur Chicoine.
Monsieur Chicoine.
Mr. Cleary.
Mr. Cleary.
Monsieur Morin-Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord.
Monsieur Morin-Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord.
Madame Latendresse.
Madame Latendresse.
Madame Morin-Notre-Dame-de-Grâce-Lachine.
Madame Morin-Notre-Dame-de-Grâce-Lachine.
Mr. Benskin.
Mr. Benskin.
Monsieur Morin-Laurenti-de-la-Belle.
Monsieur Morin-Laurenti-de-la-Belle.
Mr. Atamanenko.
Mr. Atamanenko.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Mr. McCauley.
Mr. McCauley.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Monsieur Leblanc-Beauséjour.
Mr. Leblanc-Beauséjour.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. Regan.
Mr. Regan.
Monsieur Bélanger.
Monsieur Bélanger.
Mr. Valeriot.
Mr. Valeriot.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Monsieur Dion.
Monsieur Dion.
Ms. Gros.
Ms. Gros.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Cutler.
Mr. Cutler.
Mr. McKay-Scarborough-Guildwood.
McKay-Scarborough-Guildwood.
Mr. Cosner.
Mr. Cosner.
Mr. Iking.
Mr. Iking.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. Pachetti.
Mr. Pachetti.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpellegia.
Mr. Scarpellegia.
Madame Saint-Denis.
Madame
Mr.
Saint-Denis.
Sims Bonavista, Gander Grand Falls, Windsor.
Mr. Sims Bonavista, Gander Grand Falls.
Mr. Andrews.
Mr. Andrews.
Mr. Shue.
Mr. Shue.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Patry.
Monsieur Patry.
Madame Mourani.
Madame Mourani.
Mr. Heyer.
Mr. Heyer.
Ms. May.
Ms. May.
Opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Harper.
Mr. Harper.
Mr. Fletcher.
Mr. Fletcher.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Mrs. Glover.
Mrs. Glover.
Mr. Fantino.
Mr. Fantino.
Monsieur Valcourt.
Monsieur Valcourt.
Monsieur Blaney.
Monsieur Blaney.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr.
Mr.
Nicholson.
McKay Central Nova.
Mr. McKay Central Nova.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Monsieur Labelle.
Monsieur Labelle.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Monsieur Paradis.
Monsieur Paradis.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Kenny Calgary Southeast.
Mr. Kenny Calgary Southeast.
Mr. Moorport Woody Westwood
Mr.
Porcoquetlam.
Moorport Moody Westwood Porco.
Mrs. Aglukac.
Mrs. Aglukac.
Mrs. Shea.
Mrs. Shea.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Findlay Delta Richmond East.
Ms. Finley Delta Richmond East.
Mr. Alexander.
Mr. Alexander.
Mr. Benoit.
Mr. Benoit.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mrs. Troupe.
Mrs. Troupe.
Mr. Dykstra.
Mr. Dykstra.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. O'Brien.
Monsieur Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Monsieur Poilievre.
Monsieur Poilievre.
Monsieur Bernier.
Monsieur Bernier.
Mr. Gossal.
Mr. Gossal.
Mr. Goodyear.
Mr. Goodyear.
Mr. Duncan Vancouver Island North.
Mr. Duncan Vancouver Island North.
Mrs. Yelich.
Mrs. Yelich.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Rampel.
Ms. Rampel.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Holder.
Mr. Holder.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Kemp. Pitt Meadows, River Mission.
Mr. Camp Pitt Meadows, River Ridge
Mr.
Mission.
Katy South Shore, St. Margaret.
Mr. Katy South Shore, St.
Mr.
Margaret.
DeBlancy.
Mr. DeBlancy.
Mr. Merrifield.
Merrifield.
Mr. O'Connor.
Mr. O'Connor.
Mr. Rajat.
Mr. Rajat.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Vellacott.
Mr. Vellacott.
Mr. Anders.
Mr. Anders.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Trottier.
Trottier.
Mr. Braid.
Mr.
Mr.
Braid.
Deckert.
Mr. Deckert.
Mr. Gauguin.
Mr. Gauguin.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Ms. Brown Market Aurora.
Ms. Brown Newmarket Aurora.
Mr. Calandra.
Mr. Calandra.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Gill.
Mr. Gill.
Ms. James.
Ms. James.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. McLeod.
Mrs. McLeod.
Mr. Leong.
Mr. Leong.
Mr. Saxton.
Mr. Saxton.
Mr. Lemieux.
Mr. Lemieux.
Mr. Armstrong.
Mr. Armstrong.
Mr. Watson.
Mr. Watson.
Mr. Menegakis.
Mr. Menegakis.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. Hahn.
Mr. Hahn.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Lunny.
Mr. Lunny.
Mr. Schellenberger.
Mr. Schellenberger.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Brown Leeds Granville.
Mr. Brown Leeds Granville.
Mrs. Greywall.
Mrs. Greywall.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hebert.
Mr. Hebert.
Mr. Komarnicki.
Mr. Komarnicki.
Mr. Crown Prince Edward Hastings.
Mr. Crown Prince Edward Hastings.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Mr. Miller.
Mr. Miller.
Mrs. Smith.
Mrs. Smith.
Mr. Preston.
Mr. Preston.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Warawa.
Mr. Warawa.
Mr. Mackenzie.
Mr. Mackenzie.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Allen to Big
Mr.
Mactaquac.
Allen to Vic Mactaquac.
Mr. Brownberry.
Mr. Brownberry.
Mr. Brenouge.
Mr. Brenouge.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Cannon.
Mr. Cannon.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mr. Galipo.
Mr. Galipo.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Norlock.
Mr. Norlock.
Mr. Shipley. Mr. Storsett.
Storsett.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Walkerton.
Mr. Walkerton.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Bowen.
Mr. Bowen.
Mr. Harris Caribou Prince George.
Mr. Harris Caribou Prince George.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Kerr.
Mr. Kerr.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr.
Mrs.
McColeman.
O'Neill Gordon.
Mrs. O'Neill
Mr.
Gordon.
Payne.
Mr. Payne.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Shorey.
Mr. Shorey.
Mr. Weston, West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, to Sky Country.
Mr. Weston, West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, to Sky Country.
Mr. Weston St. John.
Mr. Weston St.
Mr.
John.
Woodworth.
Mr. Woodworth.
Mr. Young Oakville.
Mr. Young
Mr.
Oakville.
Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Aspen.
Mr. Aspen.
Mr. Butt.
Mr. Butt.
Mr. Chisu.
Mr. Chisu.
Mr. Hayes.
Mr. Hayes.
Mr. Hillier.
Mr. Hillier.
Mr. Lee.
Mr. Lee.
Mr. Lizon.
Mr. Lizon.
Mr. Opitz.
Mr. Opitz.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Tote.
Mr. Tote.
Mr. Wilt.
Mr. Wilt.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Ms. Young, Vancouver South.
Ms. Young, Vancouver
Mr.
South.
Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Ms. Crockett.
Ms. Crockett.
Madame Bateman.
Madame Bateman.
Mr. Adler.
Mr. Adler.
Mrs. Ambler.
Mrs. Ambler.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Daniel.
Mr. Daniel.
Mr. Carmichael.
Mr. Carmichael.
Mr. DeVolen.
Mr. DeVolen.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Rathgaber.
Mr. Rathgaber.
Yeas pour 124, 124. Nays contre 147, 147.
Declare the motion defeated. The House now proceeds to the taking of the deferred recorder division on the motion at second reading stage of Bill C-539 under private members' business. La question est la suivante.
The question is as follows. Ms. Quash, seconded by Ms. Brasso, moved that Bill C-539, an act to promote local foods, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Agriculture and Agri-Food.
Approve the motion, will please rise.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Mr. Comartin. Madame Morin-Saint-Hyacinthe d'Agotte.
Madame Morin-Saint-Hyacinthe
Monsieur Jacob. Monsieur Nunez-Melo. Monsieur Tremblay.
Monsieur Tremblay.
Monsieur Genet.
Monsieur
Mr.
Genet.
Stauffer.
Mr. Stauffer.
Monsieur Chicoine.
Monsieur Chicoine.
Mr. Cleary.
Mr. Cleary.
Monsieur Morin-Chicoutimi-Lefiard.
Monsieur Morin-Chicoutimi-Lefiard.
Madame Latendresse.
Madame Latendresse.
Madame Morin-Notre-Dame-de-Grâce-Lachine.
Madame Morin Notre-Dame de Grâce-Lachine.
Mr. Benskin.
Mr. Benskin.
Monsieur Morin-Laurentier-de-la-Belle.
Monsieur Morin-Laurentier-de-la-Belle.
Mr. Atamanenko.
Mr. Atamanenko.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Patry.
Monsieur Patry.
Madame Mourani.
Madame Mourani.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Mr. Heyer.
Mr. Heyer.
Ms. May.
Ms. May.
Quatrième rangée.
Monsieur Giguère.
Fourth row.
Monsieur Giguère.
Monsieur Rousseau.
Monsieur Rousseau.
Monsieur Genet-Jourdain.
Monsieur Genet-Jourdain.
Monsieur Lapointe.
Monsieur Lapointe.
Monsieur Côté.
Monsieur Côté.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Mr. Sandou.
Mr. Sandou.
Madame Sella.
Madame Sella.
Monsieur Dion Labelle.
Monsieur Dion Labelle.
Madame Freeman.
Madame Freeman.
Mr. Sabaïson.
Mr. Sabaïson.
Madame Doré-Lefebvre.
Madame Doré-Lefebvre.
Monsieur Nichols.
Monsieur Nichols.
Monsieur Bramy.
Monsieur Bramy.
Monsieur Blanchette.
Monsieur Blanchette.
Mr. Sullivan.
Mr. Sullivan.
Madame Reynaud.
Madame Reynaud.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Madame Saint-Denis.
Madame Saint-Denis.
Mr. Sims Bonavista, Gander Falls, Windsor.
Mr. Sims Bonavista, Grand Falls, Windsor.
Mr. Andrews.
Mr. Andrews.
Mr. Shue.
Mr. Shue.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Troisième rangée.
Third row.
Papillon.
Madame Papillon.
Madame Lou.
Madame Lou.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Monsieur Ravignan.
Monsieur Ravignan.
Madame Blanchette-Lamotte.
Madame Blanchette-Lamotte.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Madame Grosguet.
Madame Grosguet.
Madame Boutin-Souis.
Madame Boutin-Souis.
Monsieur Saganache.
Monsieur Saganache.
Madame Péclet.
Madame Péclet.
Monsieur Gravel.
Monsieur Gravel.
Monsieur Maille.
Monsieur Maille.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Michaud.
Monsieur Larose.
Monsieur Larose.
Mr. Cutler.
Mr. Cutler.
Mr. McKay-Scarborough-Gilwood.
Mr. McKay-Scarborough-Gilwood.
Mr. Cosner.
Mr. Cosner.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. Pachetti.
Mr. Pachetti.
Mr. Duncan-Etobicoke North.
Duncan and Etobicoke North.
Mr. McGuinty. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Deuxième rangée.
Mr. Scott.
Second row.
Madame Moore, Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Mr. Donnelly. Mr. Massey. Madame Leblanc-Lassalle-Mar. Mr. Kelway. Madame Brosseau. Monsieur Toon. Madame Turmel. Ms. Charlton. Mr. Angus. Mr. Marston. Madame Hughes. Monsieur Caron. Mr. Ben Rankin. Mr. Harris Scarborough Southwest. Mr. Thibault. Monsieur Bélanger. Mr. Valeriot. Mr. Lamoureux. Monsieur Dion. Ms. Crow. Ms. Bennett. Mr. Bryson.
First row.
Ms. Ashton. Madame Laverdière. Ms. Sims, Newton North Delta. Mr. Alan Wellen. Mr. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona. Mr. Dewar. Mr. Harris St. John's East. Madame Boivin. Ms. Leslie. Mr. Julian. Monsieur Mulcair. Ms. Davies, Vancouver East. Mr. Christopherson. Ms. Nash. Mr. Cullen. Ms. Crowder. Ms. Matheson. Monsieur Godin. Mr. McCauley. Mr. Goodale. Monsieur Trudeau. Monsieur Leblanc-Beauséjour. Mr. Easter. Ms. Fry. Mr. Regan.
All those in favor of the motion, fifth row on my right, please rise. Quatrième rangée.
Fourth row. Monsieur Galipeau.
Third row. Second row. First row. All those opposed to the motion, fifth row on my left, please rise.
Mr. Rathgaber.
Quatrième rangée.
Fourth row. Mr. DeVolan. Mr. Falk. Mr. McGuire.
Third row.
Mr. Stanton. Mr. Daniel. Mr. Carmichael.
Second row.
Madame Bateman. Mr. Adler. Mrs. Ambler.
First row. All those opposed to the motion, fifth row on my right, please rise.
Mr. Harris, Scarborough Southwest. Correction, Mr. Caribou, Prince George. Mr. Dreeshen. Mr. Kerr. Mr. McColeman. Mrs. O'Neill Gordon. Mr. Payne. Mr. Richards. Mr. Shorey. Mr. Western West Vancouver Sunshine Coast to Sky Country. Mr. Weston St. John. Mr. Woodworth. Mr. Young Oakville. Mr. Sopak. Mr. Aspen. Mr. Butt. Mr. Chisou. Mr. Hayes. Mr. Hillier. Mr. Leaf. Mr. Lizon. Mr. Opitz. Mr. Seaback. Mr. Tote. Mr. Wilk. Mr. Williamson. Ms. Young Vancouver South. Mr. Zimmer. Ms. Crockett.
Quatrième rangée.
Fourth row. Mr. Hobart. Mr. Hebert. Mr. Komarnicki. Mr. Crampers Edward Hastings. Mr. Lozon. Mr. Miller. Mrs. Smith. Mr. Preston. Mr. Trost. Mr. Warawa. Mr. McKenzie. Mr. Albrecht. Mr. Allen Tobic Mactaquac. Mr. Brownberry. Mr. Bernouge. Mr. Calkins. Mr. Cannon. Mrs. Davidson. Mr. Mays. Mr. Norlock. Mr. Shipley. Mr. Storsett. Mr. Sweet. Mr. Van Kesteren. Mr. Wallace. Mr. Walkerton. Mr. Clark. Mr. Bowen.
Third row.
Mr. Vellacott. Mr. Anders. Mr. Albus. Mr. Straw. Mr. Trottier. Mr. Braid. Mr. Deckert. Mr. Gauguin. Mr. Bazan. Ms. Brown Market Aurora. Mr. Calandra. Mr. Lukiski. Mr. Gill. Ms. James. Mrs. Block. Mrs. McLeod. Mr. Leong. Mr. Saxton. Mr. Lemieux. Mr. Armstrong. Mr. Watson. Mr. Menegakis. Mr. O'Toole. Mr. Hahn. Mrs. Gallant. Mr. Lunny. Mr. Schellenberger. Mr. Allison. Mr. Brown leads Granville.
Deuxième rangée.
Mr. Chong. Mrs. Troupé. Mr. Dykstra. Mr. O'Brien. Mr. Gould. Mr. Poilievre. Mr. Bernier. Mr. Gossal. Mr. Goodyear. Mr. Duncan Vancouver Island North. Mrs. Yelich. Mrs. Wong. Ms. Bergen. Ms. Rampel. Mr. Upal. Mr. Sorensen. Mr. Holder. Mr. Anderson. Mr. Carey. Mr. Camp Pitt Meadows Maple Ridge Mission. Mr. Katie South Shore St. Margaret. Mrs. Ablancy. Mr. Merrifield. Mr. O'Connor. Mr. Rajat. Mr. Reed.
Premier rangée.
Mr. Fletcher. Ms. Leach. Mrs. Glover. Mr. Fantino. Mr. Valcourt. Mr. Blaney. Mr. Nicholson. Mr. McKay Central Nova. Mr. Van Loan. Mr. Harper. Mr. Lebel. Mr. Oliver. Mr. Clement. Mr. Paradis. Mr. Ritz. Mr. Kenny Calgary Southeast. Mr. Moorport Woody Kirkland.
Mr. Moorport Moody Westwood Port Coquitlam.
Mrs. Shea. Mrs. Aglucac. Then Mrs. Shea. Mr. Fast. Ms. Ambrose. Ms. Finley Delta Richmond East. Mr. Alexander. Mr. Benoit.
Yeas pour 123, 123. Nays contre 147, 147.
I declare the motion defeated. La Chambre
The House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion at second reading stage of Bill C-571 under private members' business.
Motion is as follows. Mr. Adamanenko, seconded by Ms. Duncan and Ms. Strathcona, moved that Bill C-571, an act to amend the Meat Inspection Act and the Safe Food for Canadians Act, slaughter of equines for human consumption, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Health. All those on my left in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Atamanenko.
Mr. Adamanenko.
Mr. Comartin.
Mr. Comartin.
Mr. Jacob.
Mr. Jacob.
Mr. Nunez-Melo.
Mr. Nunez-Melo.
Mr. Stoffer.
Mr. Stoffer.
Mr. Chicoine.
Mr. Chicoine.
Mr. Cleary.
Mr. Cleary.
Mr. Morin-Chicoutimi-Lefiard.
Mr. Morin-Chicoutimi-Lefiard.
Madame Latendresse.
Madame Latendresse.
Madame Morin-Notre-Dame-de-Grâce-Lachine.
Madame Morin-Notre-Dame-de-Grâce-Lachine.
Mr. Benskin.
Mr. Benskin.
Mr. Morin-Laurentier-de-Labelle.
Mr. Morin-Laurentier-de-Labelle.
Mr. Rathgaber.
Mr. Rathgaber.
Madame Mourani.
Madame Mourani.
Mr. Dubourg.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Mr. Heyer.
Mr. Heyer.
Ms. May.
Ms. May.
Quatrième rangée.
Fourth row.
Giguère.
Monsieur Giguère.
Monsieur Rousseau.
Monsieur Rousseau.
Monsieur Genet-Jourdain.
Monsieur Genet-Jourdain.
Monsieur Côté.
Monsieur Côté.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Mr. Sandou.
Mr. Sandou.
Madame Sella.
Madame Sella.
Monsieur Dion Labelle.
Monsieur Dion Labelle.
Mr. Sabaïsen.
Mr. Sabaïsen.
Madame Doré-Lefebvre.
Madame Doré-Lefebvre.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Monsieur Nichols.
Monsieur Nichols.
Monsieur Bramy.
Monsieur Bramy.
Monsieur Blanchette.
Monsieur Blanchette.
Madame Reynaud.
Madame Reynaud.
Mr. Scarpolegia.
Mr. Scarpolegia.
Madame Saint-Denis.
Madame Saint-Denis.
Mr. Sims Bonavista, Gander Falls, Windsor.
Mr. Sims Bonavista, Gander Falls, Windsor.
Mr. Andrews.
Mr. Andrews.
Mr. Shue. Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Troisième rangée.
Third row.
Papillon.
Madame Papillon.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Monsieur Ravignac.
Monsieur Ravignac.
Madame Blanchette-Lamotte.
Madame Blanchette-Lamotte.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Madame Grosguet.
Madame Grosguet.
Monsieur Saganache.
Monsieur Saganache.
Monsieur Gravel.
Monsieur
De retour à Madame Péclet.
Madame Péclet.
Monsieur Maille.
Et ensuite Monsieur Gravel.
Monsieur Gravel.
Maille.
Monsieur Maille. Madame Michaud.
Madame Michaud.
Monsieur Larose.
Monsieur Larose.
Mr. Cotler.
Mr. Cotler.
Mr. McKay-Scarborough-Gilwood.
Mr. McKay-Scarborough-Gilwood.
Mr. Cosner.
Mr. Cosner.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. Pachetti.
Mr. Pachetti.
Duncan and Tobago North.
Ms. Duncan and Tobago North.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Deuxième rangée.
Second row.
Mr. Scott.
Mr. Bevington. Madame Moore Abitibi-Témiscamingue.
Madame Moore-Abitibi-Témiscamingue.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Kelway.
Mr. Kelway.
Mr. Charlton.
Ms. Charlton.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Monsieur Caron.
Monsieur Caron.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Harris-Scarborough Southwest.
Mr. Harris-Scarborough Southwest.
Monsieur Bélanger.
Monsieur Bélanger.
Mr. Valeriot.
Mr. Valeriot.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Monsieur Dion.
Monsieur
Ms.
Dion.
Scroll.
Ms. Scroll.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Première rangée.
Row.
Ashton.
Ms. Ashton.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Ms. Sims, Newton North Delta.
Ms. Sims, Newton North Delta.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton, South Kona.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton, Strathcona.
Mr. Dewart.
Mr.
Mr.
Dewart.
Harris St. John's East.
Mr. Harris St. John's East.
Ms. Leslie.
Ms. Leslie.
Ms. Davies, Vancouver East.
Ms. Davies, Vancouver
Mr.
East.
Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Ms. Nash.
Ms. Nash.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Ms. Crowder.
Ms. Crowder.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. McCauley.
Mr. McCauley.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Trudeau.
Mr. Trudeau.
Mr. Leblanc-Beauséjour.
Mr. Leblanc-Beauséjour.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. Regan.
Mr. Regan.
All those on my right in favor of the motion, fifth row, please rise.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
And then back to Mr. Weston, West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Mr. Weston, West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Fourth row.
Third row in favor, please rise. Second row. First row. All those opposed to the motion, fifth row on my left, please rise.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Patry.
Monsieur Patry.
Quatrième rangée.
Fourth row.
Mr. De Volen.
Mr. De Volen.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Madame Freeman.
Madame Freeman.
Third row opposed, please rise.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Daniel.
Mr. Daniel.
Mr. Carmichael.
Mr. Carmichael.
Madame Lou.
Madame Lou.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Second row.
Madame Bateman.
Madame Bateman.
Mr. Adler.
Mr. Adler.
Mrs. Ambler.
Mrs. Ambler.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Turmel.
Madame Turmel.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Marston.
Mr. Marston.
First row.
Mr. Alan Wellen.
Mr. Alan Wellen.
Madame Boivin.
Madame Boivin.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Monsieur Mulcair.
Monsieur Mulcair.
All those opposed to the motion, fifth row on my right, please rise.
Mr. Harris, Caribou Prince George.
Mr. Harris Caribou Prince
Mr.
George.
Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Kerr.
Mr. Kerr.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. McColman.
Mrs. O'Neill-Gordon.
Mrs. O'Neill
Mr.
Gordon.
Mr. Payne.
Mr. Payne.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Shorey.
Mr. Shorey.
Mr. Weston St. John.
Mr. Weston St. John.
Mr. Woodward.
Mr. Woodward.
Mr. Young Oakville.
Mr. Young
Mr.
Oakville.
Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Aspen.
Mr. Aspen.
Mr. Butt.
Mr. Butt.
Mr. Chisu.
Mr. Chisu.
Mr. Hayes.
Mr. Hayes.
Mr. Hillier.
Mr. Hillier.
Mr. Leaf.
Mr. Leaf.
Mr. Lizon.
Mr. Lizon.
Mr. Opitz.
Mr. Opitz.
Mr. Tote.
Mr. Tote.
Mr. Wilkes.
Mr. Wilkes.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Is Young Vancouver South.
Is Young Vancouver
Mr.
South.
Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Ms. Crockett.
Ms. Crockett.
All.
Mrs. Graywall.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Hebert.
Mr. Hebert.
Mr. Komarnicki.
Mr.
Mr.
Komarnicki.
Crampers Edward Hastings.
Mr. Crampers Edward Hastings.
Mr. Lauzon.
Mr. Lauzon.
Mr. Miller.
Mr. Miller.
Mrs. Smith.
Mrs. Smith.
Mr. Preston.
Mr. Preston.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Warawa.
Mr. Warawa.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Allen to Big Mactaquac.
Mr. Allen to Big Mactaquac.
Mr. Brownberry.
Mr. Brownberry.
Mr. Bernouge.
Mr.
Mr.
Bernouge.
Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Cannon.
Mr. Cannon.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mr. Galipo.
Mr. Galipo.
Mr. Norlock.
Mr. Norlock.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Bowen.
Mr. Bowen.
Third
row.
Mr. Velicott.
Mr. Anders.
Mr. Anders.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Trottier.
Mr. Trottier.
Mr. Braid.
Mr. Braid.
Mr. Deckert.
Mr. Deckert.
Mr. Gauguin.
Mr.
Mr.
Gauguin.
Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Ms. Brown Market Aurora.
Ms. Brown Market Aurora.
Mr. Calandra.
Mr. Calandra.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Gill.
Mr. Gill.
Ms. James.
Ms. James.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs.
Mrs.
Block.
McLeod.
Mrs.
Mr.
McLeod.
Leong.
Mr. Leong.
Mr. Saxton.
Mr. Saxton.
Mr. Lemieux.
Mr.
Mr.
Lemieux.
Armstrong.
Mr.
Mr.
Armstrong.
Watson.
Mr. Watson.
Mr. Menegakis.
Mr. Menegakis.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. Hahn.
Mr. Hahn.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Lunny.
Mr. Lunny.
Mr. Schellenberger.
Mr. Schellenberger.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Brown leads Granville.
Mr. Brown leads Grenville.
Second row.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mrs. Troupe.
Mrs. Troupe.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Poiliev.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Gosal.
Mr.
Mr.
Gosal.
Goodyear.
Mr. Goodyear.
Mr. Duncan, Vancouver Island North.
Mr. Duncan, Vancouver Island North.
Mrs. Yelich.
Mrs. Yelich.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Rampel.
Ms. Rampel.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Holder.
Mr. Holder.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Camp Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge
Mr.
Mission.
Campbell Meadows, Maple Ridge
Mr.
Mission.
Keddy, South Shore, St. Margaret.
Keddy, South Shore, St. Margaret.
Mrs. Oblonsky.
Mrs. Oblonsky.
Mr. Merrifield. Mr. O'Connor. Mr. Rajat. Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
First row.
Mr. Fletcher.
Mr. Fletcher.
Ms. Leach. Mrs. Glover.
Mrs.
Mr.
Glover.
Fantino. Mr. Valcourt. Mr. Blaney. Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
The McKay Central Nova.
McKay Central Nova.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van
Mr.
Loan.
Harper.
Mr. Harper.
Mr. Lebel.
Mr. Lebel.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Kenny Calgary-Southeast.
Mr. Kenny Calgary
Mr. Moorport
Southeast.
Moody Westport Coquitlam.
Mr. Moorport Moody Westport
Mrs. Zaglukak.
Mrs.
Mrs.
Zaglukak.
Shea.
Mrs. Shea.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms.
Ms.
Ambrose.
Finley, Delta Richmond East.
Ms. Finley, Delta Richmond East.
Mr. Alexander.
Mr. Alexander.
Mr. Benoit.
Mr. Benoit.
Yeas pour, 102, 102. Nays contre, 155, 155.
Defeated. It being 6:14, the House will now proceed to consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
Private members' business. A motion standing in the name of Mr. Angus. Pan-Canadian Palliative and End-of-Life Care Strategy.
The honourable member for Yukon is rising on a point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm rising to correct the record from Hansard at the earliest opportunity. It's been brought to my attention that I made a reference in answering a question yesterday to the member from Toronto Danforth when I was posing a question to him. And the record reflects that I had made a comment that that in the last election, the incumbent from the Yukon had spent $20,000 more than he had in the election before, and that he had lost by 1,500 votes. Mr. Speaker, I want the record to reflect that he didn't lose by 1,500 votes. He lost 1,500 votes between 2008 election and this election, and I'd like the record to accurately reflect that there was no effort to mislead.
Appreciate the clarification on that. Okay, we will resume debate. The Honourable Member for Guelph.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a great privilege to speak today in favour of this important motion brought forward by the Honourable Member for Timmins James Bay to establish a very necessary pan-Canadian palliative and end-of-life care strategy. It speaks to a real and growing issue that will impact more and more of us as our population ages and as we approach a period where not only are Canadians living longer lives, but as the baby boomers reach retirement age, more Canadians than ever will be in that top tier of older age. No one wants to think about end-of-life considerations. We all want happy, long, and healthy lives for ourselves and for our loved ones. Mothers and fathers, sons and daughters fall ill, often unexpectedly. The onslaught of a debilitating or even terminal illness will turn lives around, regardless of age, and bring about incredibly tough questions. It is emotional. There's no doubt about that. There are a great number of us who have experienced this. We all have stories to share. Mine is my father, Miko, a vital and active man, a long-distance runner in his youth, an established businessman and leader, and one of the longest-serving aldermen in Guelph. It shook the foundation of my entire family when he developed Alzheimer's disease. The disease and the toll it took on him fundamentally changed not only his quality of life, but it altered how my brother's sister's mother and I related to him. It's impossible to live through an ordeal like that and not consider any number of options. But I'll tell you that as terrible as the disease was, the whole experience drew us that much closer to him and our family that much closer together. I learned through experiencing it so intensely that the process of dying and everything that is associated with it can most often be a process as much for the benefit of the living as it is suffering for those dying. In that time of need is found a time to serve those dying and a time to possibly attend to unresolved issues. It is a time that would otherwise be lost if we do not care compassionately for our elderly and ailing loved ones. This might not be the same experience for everyone. We are a diverse country with an incredibly diverse populace, which is why I believe that not only must we work with the provinces to create an integrated and flexible framework, but that such a collaborative model is the one way we can fully account for the geographic differences between provinces, between cities, and even between urban and rural divides, as well as our many cultures and communities, from Canada's First Nations, Métis, and Inuit to those most recently arrived, so that good palliative care does not depend on your area code. The Canadian Medical Association defines palliative care as, and I'm quoting, an approach that improves the quality of life of patients and their families facing the problems associated with a life-threatening illness. It involves the prevention and relief of suffering by means of early identification, assessment and treatment of pain and other physical, psychological, and spiritual symptoms, end quote. I believe now, as I believed when I first began working with the member for Kitchener-Conestoga and the member for Windsor-Tecumseh as co-chairs of the Parliamentary Committee on Palliative and Compassionate Care, that if people are given a reason to live, feel their lives are relevant and significant, and truly do not feel that they are a burden on society, or especially on their families, and are unable to live pain-free, they just might be less inclined to turn to more desperate measures as a relief from the emotional, mental, or physical pain from which they suffer. I call to mind a beautiful and comprehensive quote from esteemed Canadian Jean Vanier, founder of L'Arche, which accomplishes better than I might the importance of giving people who may be suffering from a serious or terminal illness a reason to carry on. He says, and I'm quoting, "Each of us is fragile, with deep needs for both love and a sense of belonging. We begin and end our lives vulnerable and dependent, requiring others to care for us. In our states of dependence, our need cries out for attention and care. If need is well received, it calls forth the powers of love in others and creates unity around us, the gifts of the vulnerable to our world. If our cry and our need are unmet, we remain alone and in anguish. The danger in our culture of productivity and achievement is that we easily dismiss and ignore as unproductive the gifts and beauty of our most vulnerable members, and we do so at our own peril, dehumanizing ourselves." End quote. To accomplish this, to elevate those suffering from their solitude and anguish, we must create a framework whereby this can be addressed while also incorporating the possible cultural and regional differences that might be present. Over the course of our study and in the creation of our nonpartisan report, we traveled across Canada, and hundreds of informed Canadians traveled to Ottawa, where we heard from witnesses from coast to coast to coast who shared their stories and experiences with palliative care, elder abuse, and mental health to assist in drafting our report, appropriately titled Not to be Forgotten. Among our conclusions after hearing from these diverse witnesses was precisely what this motion seeks to accomplish by creating a national palliative and end-of-life care strategy that would be flexible and integrated for its maximum impact on those living through end-of-life events and on the 80% of care provided by families who take up that important yet difficult responsibility. Through collaboration, the various levels of government and health and well-being stakeholders can develop and implement a nationally recognized framework with standards of care which would improve the quality of patients reaching end of life, providing the necessary tools to manage pain and provide more dignity. These tools may come in the form of meaningful tax relief or employment insurance payments for those who leave work to care for their infirmed loved ones, or it may come in the form of better home care provided by personal support workers whose jobs are quickly becoming the jobs of the future. Or it may come in the form of a national standard for hospice care uniformly applied across Canada. As the member for Timmins James Bay highlighted in his speech on this motion, quote, "What we are seeing across the country is a real patchwork of services," end quote. This indeed was one of many conclusions reached in our report. He went on to highlight the inconsistency of strategies or even provision of services in cities across Canada. This exemplifies why the strategy must be a national one and why we must start the ball rolling here, why we can start here to coordinate with the other levels of government, to facilitate collaboration of research and information and dismantle the series of silos that normally operate in isolation across the country. For instance, one such strategy is pain management. There has yet to be a comprehensive pain management treatment strategy upon which people can rely, currently being a hit or miss experience with family doctors who are yet to be completely trained in the area of pain management. We have a responsibility as a national leader and the chief communicator in raising awareness of the issues surrounding end-of-life and palliative care, particularly given the complexities brought forward by the mix of health, emotional, financial, and social pressures. These complexities and failing to deal with them properly, whether by offering help to caregivers or hope for the dying, lead to devastating consequences of their own, one which I examined quite specifically throughout the committee's report. It became obvious that these pressures in today's society intersect and can lead to family breakdown and even elderly abuse. Beyond this primary leadership role, it is the federal government that sets the standards for universal, high-quality care. The provinces are certainly responsible for delivery, but it's delivered best in conjunction with national benchmarks. This is an issue that does or will impact every Canadian at some point. The Government of Canada needs to step into the role. My colleague, the honourable member for Vancouver Centre, pointed out in her remarks on this topic that there are tens of thousands of seniors who die each year in Canada, and that not all of them are able to get the kind of care they need as they approach end-of-life issues. I applaud my colleague from Timmins James Bay for bringing this motion to the floor of the House and for helping to continue the great work done by parliamentarians from all parties on palliative care. This motion is not the end of the conversation. I think that this is just the beginning, and I hope that all of us here in the House can get behind that conversation and then bring them home to our ridings and genuinely create the framework necessary to put a national palliative care strategy together. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As always, it is a great honour to stand in this House, given the honour to represent the people of Timmins, James Bay who put their trust in me. And I want to thank my colleague from Guelph tonight for his support for our motion, my motion 456, but for the New Democratic Party's push to establish a national palliative care strategy. This is an issue that transcends partisanship because it touches each one of us, and it touches us in our most personal and sacred space, which is the moment between life and death and a moment when a family deals with the loss of a loved one. I would be remiss if I did not thank the excellent work of our parliamentarians of all political parties in this House who have worked on the issue of palliative care. The language of this motion comes from the work of the all-party committee with my colleague from Kitchener-Conestoga, the colleague from Guelph, and the colleague for Windsor-Tecumseh, who's in the chair. He'll probably give me a few extra minutes of speaking. No. And I gave him a shout-out. But anyways, I'm in a forgiving mood tonight, Mr. Speaker. So the need to get, and my colleague from Guelph talks about a conversation. I think that this is what a motion is. A motion is a statement of principle and a statement of intent by the Parliament of Canada, and it can be a very profound moment when parliamentarians are asked to say what it is that we need to move forward as a country. Certainly we recognize in this federal House that the delivery of health services in this country are better served at the provincial level. We understand the jurisdictional divisions in the country, and they make sense because as we move health care closer to the ground level, we can certainly see more proactive and better results. But in terms of palliative care, we're faced with a problem because there is a patchwork response right now. All too often in the issue of palliative care, we see it as considered some form of charity or it's volunteer work, as opposed to an essential, fundamental principle in terms of where we need to have health care in the 21st century, particularly as we deal with an aging population. The issue, as my colleague from Vancouver East has pointed again and again, the future of health care will be moving more and more out of the hospitals and into the need to have an understanding of ongoing care to ensure that every Canadian has the quality of life they need, particularly when they're faced with a traumatic illness. So the mission statement that we are being asked upon as all parliamentarians here is to say, in this House, this federal House, we have a role to play in talking about what palliative care should look like. It's not to dictate how it will be delivered, but we can play an essential role, a powerful role as a federal government in saying there are models that work. We see in various parts of the country where the delivery of palliative services are done in an integrated fashion. And where the services are integrated, families are able to receive the care and the support that they want and they need. But where the services are not integrated, this money is still being spent. In fact, I would argue, and medical doctors would agree, that we're spending more money, and yet people are still falling through the cracks. So the palliative solution is the common sense solution staring politicians in the face. They just need to say, at this time, we need a political will to talk about end-of-life care. I would like to say that in terms of when you mention palliative to Canadians, they suddenly think, oh God, why are you talking about death? It will do us well, I think, to look at some of the fundamental definitions, for example, used by the Canadian Medical Association. When they talk about palliative care, the word death is not there. It's about life. It's an approach that improves the quality of life of patients and their families facing the problems associated with life-threatening illness, through the prevention and relief of suffering by means of early identification, assessment and treatment of pain, and other symptoms, physical, psychosocial, and spiritual. I'd also point out the definition of dying with dignity, which has been a term that you see often in the media. The Canadian Medical Association says that dying with dignity indicates a death that occurs within the broad parameters set forth by the patient with respect of how they wish to be cared for. It is not synonymous with euthanasia or physician-assisted suicide. And I think that's a very powerful statement that the Canadian Medical Association has brought forward for us. I want to speak a little bit about the amendment that was brought forward by my colleague from Vancouver East, who has been so committed to the issue of ongoing care and has done much more work on these issues of palliative care than I have done over the years. And in her amending language to this to clarify that in the opinion of the House, the government should establish a pan-Canadian palliative and end-of-life care strategy by working with the provinces and territories on a flexible, integrated model of palliative care that A, takes into account the geographic, regional and cultural diversity of urban and rural Canada, as well as Canada's First Nation, Inuit and Métis peoples. B, respects the cultural, spiritual and familial needs of all Canadians. And C, has the goal of 1, ensuring all Canadians have access to high-quality, home-based and hospice palliative end-of-life care. 2, providing more support for caregivers. 3, improving the quality and consistency of home and hospice palliative end-of-life care in Canada. And 4, encouraging Canadians to discuss and plan for the end-of-life care. And I'd like to tonight just focus in for a second on the importance that we recognize in the House the cultural, spiritual and familial needs of families, because this is not just about the individual. The death of a loved one, their passage through to that other place, is one of the defining moments in the life of a family. And when there is palliative care, when there is support, it can be a very transformative moment. And when the support is not there, it can be a moment of crisis that families sometimes never recover from. I want to say that this motion, as I said at the beginning, is not about the partisanship in this House. And this has been a very bitter and toxic Parliament. But we need to, all of us, say, we're going to put some of our own political agenda aside. I know some of my colleagues on the Conservative Party are nervous by the word strategy. The strategy is the language that came from the all-party committee, and I certainly believe the notion of strategy is important. Some of our Conservative colleagues would prefer to use the word framework. And I want to say that it doesn't matter to me if it's a strategy and/or framework. What matters is that we stand in this House and say that we will support this. So I'd like to try and find a way, if we can tonight, make an agreement that we can get the language that makes everyone comfortable so that we will all stand in this House, because no matter what happens with this motion, we have to show Canadians that we understand this. So, Mr. Speaker, the simplest way to do this, I would like to ask for unanimous consent for the following motion: that notwithstanding any standing order or usual practice of the House, the amendment to motion M456, standing in the name of Ms. Davies of Vancouver East, be deemed adopted, and that the main motion as amended be further amended by adding after the word strategy the words and/or framework. I bring forward that now, if we have.
Does the honourable member have the unanimous consent of the House to move the motion? There is no unanimous consent. He's finished. The normal practice, once the motion is moved, whether it's accepted or not, is that ends the members standing on the floor. So will now resume debate. To please the débat, the honourable member for Saskatoon, Wanisquin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm quite pleased to be able to speak this evening on this very important topic and this motion put forward by the good member for Timmins James Bay. This motion that we have before us, calling on the federal government to develop a nationwide palliative and end-of-life care framework or strategy,
Either way, and framework is, of course, what we as Conservatives prefer. We do need to get this underway in our country based on some very good recommendations from a committee of this House. In 2010, as mentioned before, several members of Parliament formed that all-party Parliamentary Committee on Palliative Care, and in 2011 they published their report, Not to be Forgotten, Care of Vulnerable Canadians, end of quote. Several of their excellent recommendations are embodied in this motion before us. As was mentioned, the Conservative Member of Parliament for Kitchener-Conestoga co-chaired that committee, and motion 456 benefits from the excellent work done by a number of other members from various parties, all parties in the House here. Other Conservative members, as I note, my colleague from Saskatoon, Rosetown Biggar, and the MP for Newmarket, Aurora. So I do want to thank the member opposite, the NDP MP for Timmins James Bay, for bringing this forward. It's time that this discussion be had in the country. In fact, it's just on the very front edge, thankfully, we think, but not any too soon. The committee's comprehensive report came out with 14 recommendations, including the development and implementation of a national palliative and end-of-life care strategy, the development of a flexible integrated model of palliative care healthcare delivery, able to take into account the geographic, regional, and cultural diversity of Canada, the strengthening of the home care delivery program for First Nations, Métis, and Inuit communities, developing home-delivered palliative care resources sensitive to community, cultural, familial, and spiritual needs, and the expansion of EI-based compassionate care benefit provisions, and the setting up of a Canada Pension credit for family caregivers. Now, that's a pretty big package of things, actually. But we're focused today on, and I said from a Conservative point of view, a framework whereby we have the provinces, we have these various people cooperating, working together, sharing what's already out there, such that the public is better informed and better understanding of those resources out there. And we see various priorities, these priorities reflected in Motion 456, calling for working with the provinces and territories on a flexible and integrated model of palliative care that takes into account the geographic, regional, and cultural diversity of urban and rural Canada. And it respects the cultural, spiritual, and familial needs. It has the goal of ensuring that all Canadians have access to high-quality, home-based and hospice palliative end-of-life care, providing more support for caregivers, improving the quality and consistency of home and hospice palliative end-of-life care in Canada, and encouraging Canadians to discuss and plan for end-of-life care. I had the privilege in a younger era of my life of working in seniors' care homes as a health care worker, as an orderly in hospital and also in a seniors' care setting. So I think in those early days when I thought the whole of my life stretched before me, a young guy with all these possibilities before, but then also interacting and serving and working and ministering to those who were in their, so to speak, sunset years of life. And as I had those interactions and got good advice from them and enjoyed the conversations and the wisdom of the years, I also began to more and more realize that I was not, I was vulnerable. I was not invincible, and I wouldn't live forever. My parents, thankfully, and others had informed me of that same prior already, but it kind of impacted me a little more as I looked into the wrinkled faces, the frailer eyes of these individuals who were in those home care situations. And so all the more need today, as we have the aging of the baby boomer moving to retirement years, more pressure is being placed on society and on governments to discuss the needs, the concerns, including end-of-life care. The issue of euthanasia keeps coming up, and assisted suicide. Things like elder abuse and quality of life are things that we should be talking about, and standing in the way of abuse of our dear senior people as they live out their final golden years. An aging population means that doctors and nurses will be increasingly faced with the population, with the public, with end-of-life issues. And I believe at the core of it, at the heart of it, support for human dignity, being that we're all individuals made, in my view, in the image of God from a Judeo-Christian point of view, and some of the other world religions as well. And so there needs to be that respect, that support for human dignity, quality of life, with investments in pain management, other palliative care tools. I think that's where the Canadian conversation definitely needs to go. We don't want to go down the dangerous and failed route of assisted suicide, euthanasia tried by other countries. We need better, consistent end-of-life and palliative care in Canada. Palliative care and emotional support are necessary and appropriate responses to those who suffer from terminal illnesses and or near death. Effective palliative care will also reduce the pressure to legalize assisted suicide and euthanasia. The Canadian Association of Palliative Care distinguishes 4 main reasons that patients request death. It's because of pain and physical suffering. It's because of the perceived or the loss of control over their illness, their lives, their bodies, the desire not to be a burden, and depression and psychological distress linked to that illness. Palliative care is the most prominent alternative to the legalization of assisted suicide and euthanasia, as opposed to a therapeutic obstinacy, aggressive treatment which might prolong a patient's life to the detriment of his or her quality of living. Palliative care instead aims to provide better medical care for pain and symptom control and to attend more appropriately to the personal, emotional, and spiritual issues at the end of life. Advanced care directives are something I think also important to talk about in this conversation, and I'm sure members in this House are familiar with that, but so that well before that time comes for any of us. I don't have an advanced care directive, but I'm certainly reminded in the midst of these days and this very topic that every one of us should be having those discussions with a spouse and with loved ones, with our children, the kinds of measures that can be taken in our view and the kinds that are just beyond what we would want or require, the heroics, if you will, that sometimes do not end in proper end-of-life care. As an end-of-life treatment, addressing the psychological and existential factors that influence requests for assisted suicide and euthanasia, we need to have instead these other topics of discussion: advanced care treatment, advanced care directives, and also the kind of palliative care and pain relief that we would desire. Palliative care targets the sources of a patient's anxiety and therefore renews his or her will to live, the overall quality of his or her life, and ultimately the quality of his or her death. I'd like to share a couple of brief anecdotes, and I know the Speaker will remind me when I have a couple minutes to go or so. Got 2 minutes there now. But just a couple of these that look at life on the ground in Canada as Canadians serve those who need special care at the end of their lives. And these accounts come from the March-April issue of the magazine Faith Today. In the small eastern Ontario town of Perth, the Dacre family provides care at the end of life. They operate a funeral home. They're supporting an initiative to bring a hospice to their community. Jenny Dacre and her husband John both worked as nurses who provided palliative care prior to entering their present field. They say, our focus is supporting families with end-of-life decisions, but we're not just there for families when there's a death. We know exactly what it's like to be caregivers to the dying too, how emotionally, spiritually, and physically exhausting it can be in that role. And they look forward to the day when local families who can't tend to dying loved ones at home can select hospice care rather than hospitals or long-term care facilities. The author of the article about palliative care also shared her own story, concluding in this way. She said, I'll be forever grateful for the privilege of helping us care for my father during his last days. As his life ebbed, he continued to communicate love for his family and to receive the love we offered through our care. That exchange of love was a final, precious, and very intimate gift. And when he died, we found solace knowing that we would see him again and that we had eased his final journey. The world of palliative care continues to grow as the need expands, technology advances, but much more is needed. And in recent years, each time the budget period rolls around, I've been urging the Finance Minister to commit more funds to palliative care. The passage of this motion would be a clear indication of Parliament's support for such a move. Much more could be said in the way of dignity therapy is something you can Google and kind of carry on with some of the things that I would have mentioned in my speech had I had more time here, but the work of Dr. Harvey Max Chonikov of the University of Manitoba, a very novel therapeutic intervention for suffering and distress at the end of life. So there's much can be said, pain relief at the end of life, and there is a lot that can be done there that's not much understood by the Canadian public. A crucial part of palliative care and what we need to be doing to provide the end-of-life relief for people as they fade from this life to the next. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Lac Saint Louis.
And the amendment. Mr. Speaker, It is said that the true measure of a society is how it treats its most vulnerable. We all surely agree that this notion is very much at the heart of the Canadian ethic, an ethic of caring that guides us collectively whenever we as a nation develop public policy or adapt it to new and evolving realities. I would like to take this idea a step further to say that the measure of a society, of its moral maturity, and of the point it occupies on the scale of civilization is found in whether and how it provides physical and spiritual comfort to those in their final days of life. This is why I agreed to be a founding member of the All-Party Parliamentary Committee on Palliative and Compassionate Care that in 2011 issued its report entitled Not to be Forgotten, Care of Vulnerable Canadians. This report is the basis of the motion we are debating today, calling for a national palliative care strategy in Canada. It is important to understand what palliative care is not. Palliative care is not euthanasia. Some describe euthanasia as, quote, the final stage of good palliative care, unquote, confusing palliative sedation, an infrequent use of powerful sedatives to induce artificial sleep or coma, with terminal sedation, in which a patient is sedated with the primary intention of precipitating death. The committee's report makes a point of saying that we must deal with end-of-life issues with uncompromising clarity. Democratic choice requires clear and informed debate to be said to be truly democratic. To quote again from the report, quote, we recommend building a national consensus on clear, unchanging terminology pertaining to end-of-life care. Confusion as to the meaning of terms and even deliberate obfuscation of end-of-life terminology for political reasons causes much unnecessary tension in end-of-life discussions, end of quote. Nor is palliative care simply pain control. Incidentally, the committee in its hearings heard that chronic pain affects a surprisingly large number of Canadians. Dr. Ray Hazel, an anesthesiologist at the Lakeshore General Hospital in Montreal's West Island, who appeared as a witness before the committee, is a strong advocate for expanding public health care services to include routine treatment of chronic pain. Governments, however, are reticent to foray wholesale into this area. This is because the problem is so pervasive that governments fear a major drain on the public treasury should they do so. To quote from the committee's report, quote, chronic pain costs more than cancer, heart disease, and HIV combined, end of quote. This fear of opening the financial floodgates is no doubt one reason why governments exclude fees for physiotherapy and osteopathic treatment from the definition of tax-deductible medical expenses under federal and provincial income tax acts. In terms of end-of-life care, there are anecdotal reports of pain relief being withheld from dying patients for fear by medical practitioners that giving powerful pain drugs could hasten death, something for which the practitioner could then be held liable. These reports are consistent with the fact that, as a rule, only 30% of ordered medication is actually given. A relief from pain is a human right. The Declaration of Montreal, adopted on September 3, 2010 at the 13th World Congress on Pain, affirms, among other things, the, quote, right of all people with pain to have access to appropriate assessment and treatment of the pain by adequately trained professionals, end of quote. The Declaration also affirms, quote, the obligation of health care professionals in a treatment relationship with a patient within the scope of the legal limits of their professional practice and taking into account the treatment resources reasonably available to offer to a patient in pain the management that would be offered by a reasonably careful and competent healthcare professional in that field, end of quote. What may be needed, therefore, is legislation to implement this human right to appropriate pain management, as well as to clarify the limits of liability medical practitioners would face when administering drugs for the purpose of relieving a patient's pain, but without intent to hasten death. Exploring such a legislative framework could be among the goals of a national palliative care strategy, as would be developing an ethics guide and medical protocols for administering pain relief at end of life. But again, palliative care is more than pain control. Teresa Deller, founder and executive director of the West Island Palliative Care Residence, and Rose De Angelis, nursing director at the residence, defined palliative care as follows, quote, palliative care affirms life while helping ease the physical, emotional, and social distress of the patient and his or her family. Terminally ill patients look to focus on creating life-affirming moments that bring great satisfaction, closure, and even joy. Palliative care professionals and volunteers walk beside them and support them through the process of dying." End of quote. Like pain relief, palliative care is increasingly becoming considered a basic human right. According to Dan Sear of McGill University, who testified before the committee, quote, "Palliative care is part of a movement of fundamental justice and basic human rights for citizens facing the last fragile stage of life. It challenges narrow, impoverished, and dehumanizing ways of dealing with dying." End of quote. In the same vein, in 2003, the European Committee of Ministers in Declaration 24 affirmed that, quote, "Palliative care is an inalienable element of a citizen's right to health care," end of quote. This notion of a right to palliative care was also captured in the 2000 Canadian Senate report entitled "Quality End-of-Life Care, the Right of Every Canadian." But are we doing enough in Canada to implement this right through making palliative care accessible to all Canadians? This is because, to quote the committee's report, we are not doing enough in Canada to implement this right through making quality palliative care accessible to all Canadians. This is because, to quote the committee's report, quote, "Public policy tends to be insensible to human fragility. Public policy decisions reflect a compromise amongst a cross-section of groups, none of whom are particularly vulnerable, and none of whose economic and political interests naturally coincide with those who are. The most vulnerable in society are not part of the day-to-day experience of policy planners," end of quote. Consequently, palliative care remains relatively unknown and little understood. Despite the good progress that is being made by those working hard to raise its profile as an emerging healthcare issue, palliative care has yet to reach the threshold in public awareness that would prompt governments to accord it the attention and funding it merits. The result is that only 30% of Canadians who will die this year will have access to palliative care. Moreover, palliative care is unevenly available across the country, with access, in essence, a function of a person's postal code. Finally, only 16% of Canadians will have access to end-of-life care in a hospice. In this regard, we are fortunate in Montreal's West Island to harbour the West Island Palliative Care Residence, the largest in Canada in terms of available palliative care beds. Supporting Teresa Deller and Rose DeAngelis in their compassionate mission to provide our community with the highest possible standards of palliative care, and at the same time serve as a model to the country of what palliative care can be and should be, is a profoundly dedicated staff and corps of volunteers, not to mention an army of loyal and generous individual and corporate sponsors. In addition to a national palliative care strategy, we need a national palliative care secretariat in Canada to put the kind of independent focus on this specialized type of health care that will not truly be possible if responsibility for palliative care policy remains within Health Canada's departmental structure. As a bonus, an independent palliative care secretariat could also be the locus for creating and implementing a national pain strategy to help Canadians living with chronic pain outside of palliative end-of-life circumstances. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate.
Honorable député d'Argenteuil Papineau.
The honourable member for Argenteuil Papineau Mirabel. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. My colleague from Timmins, James Bay's motion is of the highest importance to myself and the people in my riding. Motion M456 calls on the government to adopt a strategy, a pan-Canadian palliative and end-of-care strategy, by working together with the provinces and territories on a flexible, integrated model of palliative care. It's important to define what palliative care means because it's easily misused to discuss things that aren't palliative care. The network of palliative care in Quebec says that it's all the interventions necessary to help a person who's suffering from a life-threatening disease and to help their loved ones so that their quality of life is improved, taking into account their needs from all angles. According to the World Health Organization, palliative care is, and I quote, active total care of patients whose disease is not responsive to curative treatment, control of pain, of other symptoms, and of psychological, social, and spiritual problems is paramount. The goal of palliative care is achievement of the best possible quality of life for patients and their families. Palliative care is organized and provided through the collaborative efforts of a multidisciplinary team. End quote. So it's the person's quality of life that is most important. Mr. Speaker, in terms of palliative care, it's emotional stress and financial stress that burden families. So this is focused on patient and family. Palliative care reduces the costs of care by over 50% by reducing the emotional stress associated with losing a loved one. As I said, this is very important to me and people in my riding. My riding is vast and very rural, and it's not very well served in terms of palliative care, given that the only facilities are in Gatineau. So it's quite far away and hard for families to be close to those who are ill. There's not enough beds in the Outaouais area to accommodate and meet the demand. So the community mobilized around a project to build a palliative care facility called Monarch Home. This will serve the Papineau area, which includes Buckingham, the Lièvre Valley, and Petite Nation. And this is a highly looked forward to facility. There are a number of working groups, volunteers, and so on working on this. They're working very hard. They've bought a piece of land that's appropriate in Plaisance. They've developed a business plan and various funding proposals. And they're also working on the construction project itself. This is quite a challenge to provide palliative care for free to any resident of the area. The demand is so great that while waiting for this facility to be built, the organization has come up with a temporary solution that provides for 6 beds in the meantime in a former convent. Manon Cardinal, who is heading up this effort, has been working tirelessly and doing everything she possibly can to get the job done. The whole community is behind her. They're working incredibly hard to see this project come to life. The whole community is involved. I myself have taken part in a number of fundraisers with our honorary chair, Guy Lafleur, who is from the area. In 6 years, we've been raising funds, but we're not quite there. It's very hard to raise the full amount, which is $1.8 million. Ms. Cardinal is currently working with contractors to try to find ways to get the construction done more cheaply. For example, there's someone who's agreed to build the foundation for free and an electrician who's willing to do the wiring for free. So there's a lot of solidarity in the community, and it's really heartwarming to see everyone pitching in to get this, to make this dream come true. And this spirit is very representative of the local population. And the volunteers are setting an amazing example. And they have to do this because it really shows that there's no government strategy. These volunteers are working miracles with so little. The federal government should be showing leadership because the situation should be drastically improved. In spite of the outstanding work done by various groups in Canada, we have an unacceptable hodgepodge of services and end-of-life care, there are basically no standards for it, and only a few provinces consider this to be an essential service. Only 16 to 30% of Canadians have access to palliative care or end-of-life care, but there's a consensus growing in civil society in Canada. 96% of Canadians support palliative care, so it's high time for the federal government to show some leadership in this area. In 2007, unfortunately, the government scrapped the Secretariat on Palliative and End-of-Life Care, but in June 2011, the Multi-Party Parliamentary Committee on Palliative Care made the following recommendation. We strongly recommend the federal government. They did an excellent job. They urged the federal government to re-establish the Secretariat and come up with a strategy. I was on the Status of Women committee, and we produced a report entitled Abuse of Older Women. So we looked at the previous report and the whole spectrum of end-of-life care. So I appreciate the work that was done by that committee. And I think it shows that we really need leadership, cooperative leadership. That's what Canadians deserve and want. In the NDP, we believe that end-of-life, high-quality end-of-life care should be provided, and people need affordable medication. We also believe that the strategy should take into account the geographic, regional, and cultural diversity of urban and rural Canada, should respect the cultural, spiritual, and familial needs of Canadians' First Nation, Inuit, and Métis people. The strategy should have the goal of ensuring all Canadians have access to high-quality, home-based and hospice palliative end-of-care, providing more support for caregivers, improving the quality and consistency of home and hospice palliative end-of-life care in Canada, and finally, encouraging Canadians to discuss and plan for end-of-life care. So to conclude, Mr. Speaker, I hope that this issue, which is so important to my riding and all parts of Quebec and Canada, will be massively supported by all parties. A pan-Canadian strategy is needed, and together with the provinces and territories, we should be implementing a strategy for the benefit of all Canadians. Thank you.
Resuming debate for the prise de débat, the honourable member for Kitchener-Conestoga. I would advise the member that because the member for Timmins James Bay has a 5-minute right of response, that the member for Kitchener-Conestoga will have about 7.5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise today and join the debate on motion M456 on palliative care. Mr. Speaker, you will know that over the past 5 years, a number of parliamentarians from all parties joined together to produce the Parliamentary Committee of Palliative Compassionate Care report. I joined as a co-chair, Mr. Speaker, with the member from Guelph and also with the member from Windsor-Tecumseh, who I believe you know very well, Mr. Speaker. So it was a real honor for me to join with that group and many other colleagues from all parties to produce the report on palliative and compassionate care. I want to just read a bit of the introduction of that report, Mr. Speaker, to give Canadians an idea as to how this came about and the actual work that was done. The Parliamentary Committee on Palliative and Compassionate Care is an ad hoc, all-party group of members of Parliament dedicated to improving care for elderly, dying, and vulnerable Canadians. It's unique in the history of the Canadian Parliament as it was formed by the MPs on their personal initiative and funded out of their member office budgets. The committee is an example of what is possible when members of Parliament work closely across party lines on issues of profound concern to everyone. The spirit of nonpartisan collaboration exhibited by the members of the committee is a great example of what Parliament is at its best. Receiving testimony from hundreds of people at 24 hearings and local roundtables, members of Parliament were profoundly impressed by the dedication and depth of concern expressed by Canadians for issues surrounding the way palliative and compassionate care is practiced in our country. Also, Mr. Speaker, I would like to comment that over the course of this study, I had the opportunity to visit different palliative care places and hospices across the country. And one that sticks out in my mind, Mr. Speaker, is when I visited a hospice in the riding of Sarnia-Lambton. My colleague there hosted us for one of the roundtables, and then we visited the hospice. And I was deeply moved by the compassion and empathy that the medical personnel, especially the doctors, showed for their patients, and then the nurses and other support personnel as well. But these kinds of examples, Mr. Speaker, are multiplied across the country. Our job, our task, is to see that these are replicated in many more communities, especially in our rural communities across Canada, and that's at the heart, I believe, of what this motion and indeed the recommendations of the committee actually are all about. Our government recognizes the growing need of Canadians for compassionate end-of-life care. There is no doubt that care should be there when people really need it, but should also be the best care possible and made available at a reasonable cost to Canadians. Despite the fact that most people say that they would prefer to die in the comfort of their own home, the truth of the matter is that about 60% of Canadians spend their last days in a hospital setting. This is clearly not the preferred place to be for a variety of reasons. Care at the end of life in hospitals can take a toll on the patient, their families, and other caregivers, and is particularly taxing on the healthcare system. Additionally, it has implications on hospital wait times for emergency services and may limit the availability of hospital beds. One of the solutions to address this issue and its unintended consequences is palliative care services. Palliative care focuses on relieving suffering and improving the quality of living and dying. It benefits people of all ages dealing with life-threatening conditions such as AIDS, cancer, and cardiovascular disease. Palliative care treats the physical, psychological, social, spiritual, and practical needs of the person who is dying. It also recognizes the needs of that person's family and other loved ones. While many people associate palliative care with hospices and hospitals, it can be delivered in a variety of settings, including long-term care facilities or even in one's own home. And again, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to just refer to a quote from the report. The palliative care philosophy is person-centered, family-focused, and community-based. The philosophy moves us from disease or condition-specific care to person-centered care. No longer will we refer to the cancer patient in bed 4A, or the heart patient going down to pre-op, or the broken arm in 6B getting a cast. As one doctor said from Kitchener, Ontario, Dr. John Meenan stated the following, quote, "Doctors need to move beyond the model of glorified mechanics
Order. I've been advised that the member for Timmins James Bay is not going to be using his 5 minutes of right of reply. So the member for Kitchener-Conestoga will have his full 10 minutes, and that means he has about 6 more minutes.
I really appreciate your compassionate care, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah, and the member, James Bay.
Science and technique are important, but people are more important, and it's people who get sick. Sickness almost always goes beyond the purely physical and purely mechanical. The mind, the heart, the will, the human need to be put back at the center of the doctor's vocation. I think that captures very well what palliative care is. Palliative care has been in Canada for several decades, and yet it's estimated that about 70% of Canadians do not have access to it. Access is particularly limited in rural and remote areas. Historically, palliative care in Canada has focused on care delivered in hospitals by specialists. Thus far, the main recipients of palliative care have been cancer patients who are battling for their lives against this potentially fatal disease. Today, there is increasing demand to make palliative care services available to all people with life-threatening conditions and to have options as to where Canadians will spend the last days of their lives. A recent survey commissioned by Canadian Palliative Hospice Care Association showed that the topic of end-of-life care is an important one for Canadians. This survey also highlighted that Canadians have a general understanding about palliative care and overwhelmingly support it. but the survey also revealed that people need more information about how to access the care available where they live. Like other health care services, delivery of palliative care is mainly the responsibility of provinces and territories. As you heard from my colleague, the Parliamentary Secretary, some time ago, this government is already supporting initiatives aimed at enhancing greater capacity in our health care system to provide palliative care. And while there is still work to do to improve end-of-life care, I am happy to be able to illustrate to you that progress has been made. All provinces now offer palliative care services to some extent, and there are some promising practices that I would like to highlight. For example, Fraser Health in British Columbia and Niagara West in Ontario have adopted models that seek to integrate palliative care across all care settings and for all types of diseases. In my own home region of Waterloo, Mr. Speaker, I'm aware of a number of services that are available. Hope Springs Support Centre is providing support for those who are newly diagnosed with cancer. Lessard House, a hospice. I've heard many positive stories and having some personal contact in terms of patients who have been served by Lessard House in the Waterloo region, and I'm very grateful for that. Hospice Waterloo region, quality care. Also, Sunnyside Home and the Grand River Regional Cancer Program provide hospice care. These health authorities are also building capacity by partnering family doctors with palliative care specialists. Knowing they can draw on this expertise gives family doctors the support they need to continue to provide high-quality, personalized care to their patients. As a routine part of care, physicians are also encouraged to have discussions with their patients about their end-of-care life preferences before an illness occurs, so they can better understand their patient's wishes. Resources that were once spent in hospitals are now being used to support the delivery of services in the community. This has resulted in an overall improvement in the quality of life care provided to patients, as well as an increase in the number of people accessing end-of-life care services. In Winnipeg, the palliative care program offers around-the-clock coverage for people who wish to spend their last living days at home. In order to enable this process, a palliative care doctor issues a medicine kit for use in the patient's home, equipped with all the medications an individual might require to control their symptoms for a period of 24 hours. If necessary, a palliative care nurse can perform a home visit and use this kit on the patient. If symptom crisis occurs, it can be handled right in the patient's home, rather than rushing them to the emergency department that may either be just around the corner or far away from the patient's home. In Montreal, the palliative care program at the Jewish General Hospital follows 500 patients in their homes. That's 500 people who are not in hospital beds, but they will fast-track admission to the palliative care unit for patients who need it and when they need it. Nova Scotia and Manitoba have expanded access to palliative care drugs in home settings. All other provinces have similar programs. This means that at the end of life, people will not have to enter a hospital to get access to required medications or simply to have the cost of these prescription drugs covered. Mr. Speaker, as well, in our budget 2014, we invested $3 million for a community-based model for palliative care to help the Pallium Foundation in their work. Mr. Speaker, changes like the ones I've just described mark improvements in the options available to Canadians as they plan for end-of-life care. Each province and territory recognizes the value of palliative care and has made significant advances in this area, often tailored to the unique character and composition of their populations. A federal framework, and I would urge that we use framework, for palliative care would respect jurisdictional boundaries, complement these provincial and territorial initiatives, and provide additional information about federal activities and research. I call on all members to support motion M456 in the interest of caring for some of Canada's most vulnerable citizens. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Order. There's been a bit of a misunderstanding. The member for Timmins James Bay has now opted to take his right of reply. However, he'll only have 3 minutes in the right of reply.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for your excellent work tonight. And I would like to thank my colleagues who have spoken from the other parties and to thank them for their support for this motion. Once again, this is a moment in the House where we need to move beyond the partisan games and say that we recognize the importance of this common sense solution. We need to get a national discussion on palliative care. It's been amazing on this journey, and I again reference the excellent work that the committee did before me, that it's not an issue that seems to exist within the Ottawa media bubble. It's not something that's seen as perhaps hot enough or interesting enough. But when you go out into communities, when you talk with the faith groups, when you talk with the people who are dealing with it in their communities in rural and urban Canada, I've seen the same conversations in downtown Toronto that I've seen in rural areas on the importance of supporting families, on the importance of having the measures in place that help families, not just the individual, deal with pain and the heavy psychological and medical issues of facing life-threatening illness, but the need to support families in those moments so families can have that period when their loved one can be taken through and a family can be taken through in a manner that allows them to come out whole on the other side. This is bigger than any of us individually. It's bigger than any of our individual parties. It's a moment where we try and work together. I would like to think that we will stand in this House and do that. I want to thank my colleagues who've done the work, and we've gone back and forth on language and what does language mean, and certainly someone who considers himself a wordsmith, I understand the importance of language. But I also understand that there's a moment when the motion has to be put, when people have to stand and people have to say that in the Parliament of Canada in 2014 we recognize this important fundamental fact, because simply making a palliative care motion, strategy and/or framework will not be the solution. The solution will come from all the civil society groups who will look to this Parliament and say, you made that commitment to the Canadian people. Now it's time that you follow through. The same groups that will go to the provinces and the regional health bodies and say, the Parliament of Canada spoke on the vision of what comprehensive, supportive palliative care that respects the familial, the spiritual, and cultural needs of Canadians. It will be those people who then put the pressure back on us so that we deliver on this promise. So today is the first part of that commitment to Canadians to say, we get it, we understand that we need to start pushing out and speaking about the importance of the common sense solution that maybe isn't seen as a hot button issue or something that's not a sexy issue, but it's an issue that touches all of us. And then civil society, the faith communities, rural and urban people will then come back to us and say, now, this is what it looks like. We, within our role in the federal government, we do not deliver the health services that are delivered at the ground, and nor should we. But we have a role to play to say, these models work, these options work. If by working together with the provinces and territories and respecting their jurisdictions, we can actually establish frameworks that will help ensure that all Canadians are able to really and truly, when they need it, die with dignity, and families will be able to move forward in healing. So I'm asking my honourable colleagues for their support on this motion 456. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
It being 7:18, the time provided for this debate has expired. Is the House ready for the question? Accordingly, the question is as follows. Mr. Angus, seconded by Ms. Moore, ABT, to Ms. Kaming, moved that, in the opinion of the House, the government should establish a pan-Canadian palliative and end-of-life care strategy by working with provinces and territories on a flexible, integrated model of palliative care that, A, takes into account the geographic, regional, and cultural diversity of urban and rural Canada, B, respects the cultural, spiritual, and familial needs of Canada's First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people, and C, vise à faire en sorte que
ensuring all Canadians have access to high-quality, home-based, and hospice palliative end-of-life care. 2, providing more support for caregivers. 3, improving the quality of and consistency of home and hospice palliative end-of-life care in Canada. And 4, encouraging Canadians to discuss and plan for end-of-life care.
The amendment, Ms. Davies, Vancouver East, seconded by Ms. Freeman, move the following amendment: that the motion be amended by replacing the words Canada, B, respects the cultural, spiritual, and familial needs of Canada's First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people with the words Canada as well as Canada's First Nation, Inuit, and Métis people, B, respects the cultural, spiritual, and familial needs of all Canadians. The question is on the amendment. La mise au voix porte au l'amendement.
Question is on the amendment.
Adopt the amendment. All those, I'm hearing a nay. All those in favor of the amendment will please say yea. Yea. All those opposed to the amendment will please say nay. Pursuant to Standing Order 93, the recorded division stands deferred until Wednesday, May 28th. Point of order, the member for... Sorry. I thought there were 5. I observe 5 people standing, 5 members standing. Pursuant to Standing Order 93, the recorded division stands deferred until Wednesday, May 28, 2014, immediately before the time provided for private members' business. À l'ordre à ce moment.
Order. Pursuant to Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made, moved, and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is the following: that this House do now adjourn.
Honourable Member for Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today following a question I asked some time ago regarding the fisheries in Newfoundland and Labrador. There are 2 issues at play in my riding, certainly for the northern coastline, basically from southern Labrador through to the northern peninsula, as well as the rest of Newfoundland. Basically, you're looking at fishing areas 2J, 3K, and 3L. The 2 issues at play are this. Number 1, the shrimp fishery suffered a big cut in the inshore fishery for the shrimp fishers by 30%, whereas the offshore fleet was left out of it by only about 2%. The other major issue, of course, is about the ice compensation, which I asked about in the House last week. And I spoke to a fish harvester in my riding, lives not too far from me. His name is Ron Coles. And Ron updated me on the situation about just how bad it is with the ice forming now in all the major harbors. We're talking about White Bay, Green Bay, Notre Dame Bay, and even around the Cape towards Bonavista Bay. The ice is in such a situation that it is hampering for the crab fishery, no doubt, and a lot of people can't get out, as well as the other fisheries involved. As a result of that, it's a devastating situation. You see many people here who rely on fishing EI, they haven't received a check since the middle of April, and now we're going on a month from that time, so therefore there's been no income for about a month. This affects the harvesters, yes, it affects their crews on their boats, and it also affects the plant workers themselves, hundreds of plant workers. So my question, once again, to pose to the Parliamentary Secretary, when can we get an answer on what is going to be, what should be an ice compensation package to get some income for these people who are devastated by the ice? Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Fisheries and Oceans.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for the question again, which we've had this dialogue more than once, but I appreciate his persistence on this matter, and I know he represents his constituents well. And I can assure this member and you, Mr. Speaker, that the Minister of Fisheries and Oceans shares the member's concern that ice conditions have delayed the opening of some fisheries, thereby affecting their ability to earn a living. Let me stress, however, that ice packs are a common phenomenon of the environmental conditions in Newfoundland and Labrador. Mr. Speaker, I know my colleague knows this. It's not unheard of that the start of the fishing season be delayed by heavy ice, but conditions can change and do change significantly depending on a number of factors, including wind conditions and currents. In fact, such was the case in 1997 2000, 2003, and 2008. In those years, requests for compensation were made, but in those instances, it was determined that the situation did not warrant special compensation, given that ice conditions were seen to be only lasting for perhaps 4 or 5 weeks. In some years, it's true, extreme conditions have prompted income compensation for fish harvesters. Fisheries and Oceans Canada provided compensation in 1984, 1985, 1991, and 2007. The last compensation program delivered in 2007 was in response to exceptional conditions, the ice pack having delayed some fisheries in Newfoundland and Labrador and northeastern Quebec until the late spring and early summer. Under the current employment insurance program, EI benefits for fishers are dealt with separately under the Employment Insurance Act. In fact, fishers are able to make claims and receive benefits twice each year for up to 26 weeks each time. This reflects the unique nature of the fishing industry, which has a summer and winter fishing season. As pointed out by the honourable member, major delays in fishery openings that are normally scheduled for early or mid-May could have economic repercussions, and that's why Fisheries and Oceans is monitoring the situation very closely. I've been told that current ice conditions on the northeast coast of Newfoundland indicate less ice now than at the same point in 2007. Latest forecasts of warm weather should also help break up the ice and facilitate the beginning of the fishery. In closing, Mr. Speaker, I will say again that DFO is continuing to monitor the ice conditions carefully. However, given that only a few fisheries have been affected by these ice conditions so far, and given marked improvements in ice conditions to date, ice conditions do not appear to be of sufficient scope or severity to warrant temporary assistance at this time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor.
Thank you again, Mr. Speaker. Just a couple of things, though. In 2007, there was conditions that were worse well into June. I can only assume that that would be the case here again, but I'm not sure if I'm reading this correctly. Is the door closed on this? As I spoke to Ron Coles from Embry this morning, he mentioned about this devastating situation, and it's not warm weather, though, really. I mean, if you talk to the fishermen there, they'll tell you, we need a couple storms. We need those strong winds to get the ice out into the ocean, away from the harbors. That's what's the key here. But I guess my question very pointedly and I thank the member for coming in to do this, but to the parliamentary secretary, very pointedly, if this persists, the situation we have right now, is the possibility still open to provide that ice compensation as it was provided in 2007 and 2009. Bear in mind, I now have close to 200 calls in my offices alone over ice compensation and how nobody can get out there on the waters. Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, what I can say, Mr. Speaker, is that it is true that under exceptional circumstances, DFO has provided financial assistance to offset the effect of severe ice conditions. It's too soon to know whether this is one of those years. Ice conditions can and do change dramatically over a short period of time. So given the unpredictability of ice conditions, we're just monitoring very closely. Thank you.
Thank you. L'ordre, conforme.
Order. Pursuant to Standing Order 81-4, the motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been withdrawn, and the House will now resolve itself into Committee of the Whole to study all votes related to finance. In the main estimates for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2015.
The House to resolve itself into Committee of the Whole. Order. À l'ordre.
Order.
La Chambre en comité.
House in Committee of the Whole on all votes related to finance in the main estimates for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2015.
Tonight's debate is a general one on all of the votes related to finance. Each member will be allocated 15 minutes. The first round will begin with the official opposition, followed by the government, and then the Liberal Party. After that, we will follow the usual proportional rotation for the House. As provided in the order adopted earlier today, parties may use each 15-minute slot for speeches or for questions and answers by one or more of their members. In the case of speeches, members of the party to which the period is allotted may speak one after the other. The Chair would appreciate it if the first member speaking in each slot would indicate how the time will be used, particularly if it is to be shared.
When time is to be used for questions and answers, the Chair will expect that the Minister's response will reflect approximately the time taken by the question, since this time will be counted in the time originally allotted. Members need not be in their own seats to be recognized. I would also wish to indicate that in Committee of the Whole, all remarks should be addressed through the Chair. I ask for everyone's cooperation in upholding the established standards of parliamentary language and behavior.
I would remind honourable members that according to the order adopted earlier today, during this evening's debate, no quorum calls, dilatory motions, or requests for unanimous consent shall be received by the Chair.
We will now begin tonight's session.
The House and Committee of the Whole, pursuant to Standing Order 81-4A, second appointed day, consideration in Committee of the Whole of all votes related to finance in the main estimates for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2015. Debate, débat, the Honourable Member for Skeena, Bulkley Valley.
Very much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to you, thank you to the Minister, and to the MPs that are here and the department officials. I'll start off with asking the Minister, what was the amount of the elapsed funding for Department of Finance for 2012-2013?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, first of all, let me thank the honourable member opposite for inviting me. This the second time in a row. Apparently, I'm more popular with the NDP caucus than I realized. The finance budget, the main estimates are $120 million, and $115 million are operating. About 5% of the budget was reduced.
The Honourable Member for Skeena, Bulkley Valley.
Thank the Minister. Can you tell us what the lapse funding will be for this year, having just completed?
Remind the member for Skeena, Bulkley Valley to address the comments and questions to the Chair, not directly to the Minister. The Honourable Minister of Finance.
That information, Mr. Chairman, is not currently available.
The Honourable Member for Skeena, Bulkley Valley.
If the Minister can tell us, taking the second quarter of 2008 as the baseline, what is the change in the number of the unemployed in Canada?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Chairman, the unemployment rate in Canada now is 6.9%. It was 7% until fairly recently. The number of unemployed is 1.3 million as of April of this year.
Member for Skeena, Bulkley Valley.
The question was what the change is in the number of unemployed in Canada. I'll ask it again. What is the change in the number of unemployed in Canada from the second quarter of 2008 to present day?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
2008. The increase in employment is over 1 million people from 2008 until the present time.
The honourable member for Skeena-Buckley Valley.
Need to clarify the question for the minister again. What is the change in the number of unemployed from the second quarter of 2008 prior to the recession to present day?
The honourable Minister of Finance.
I don't have that specific number, but we can get it for the honourable member.
2008. The honourable member for Skeena-Buckley Valley.
Right now, there's more than 200,000 more unemployed Canadians than there were in 2008 as of today. Major economists believe that the change in the unemployment rate is a more accurate indicator of the economy's strength than net new jobs. What was the unemployment rate in the second quarter of 2008 before the global recession?
The honourable Minister of Finance.
I don't have that number, and I will be able to get it. There's a variety of numbers. I know the current numbers.
The honourable member for Skeena-Buckley Valley.
What was the employment rate at the end of 2013, the more current number?
The honourable Minister of Finance.
That time was 7%. It's now down to 6.9%.
Honourable member for Skeena-Buckley Valley.
I'm asking for the employment rate. I was asking both for 2009 prior to the session, but what's the employment rate now as of 2013?
The honourable Minister of Finance.
The total number of employed people in Canada as of April was $17.8 million. A million people. There's over a million jobs created in the economy, full-time, 87%, high-wage industry, 64%, private sector, 83%.
The honourable member for Skeena-Buckley Valley.
Seems to be confusion here with our terminology, perhaps. What was the employment rate at the end of 2013?
The honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Chairman, there are a variety of numbers, and we can get those numbers. I'm not sure what the member opposite is driving at. He apparently has some numbers that he wants me to put in the record. He can put them in the record himself. The point is that there's over 1 million net new jobs created in Canada since the depths of the recession, and we've had one of the strongest growth rates in the G7. The employment to population ratio is 72.3%, and perhaps that's the number that the member wants to put in the record.
The member for Skeena-Buckley Valley.
That's the one. The employment rate before the recession was 73.7%. How does this current employment rate rank us in the G7?
Honourable Minister of Finance.
One of the greatest records in the G7.
Well, as we have said repeatedly, we have one of the best records of employment creation since the depths of the recession. Well over 1 million net new jobs.
Honourable member for Skeena-Buckley Valley.
The employment rate in Canada was higher before the recession than it is right now. I'm not sure if the minister is unaware or doesn't concern himself with that. We're ranked 5th right now in the G7, so 5 out of 7 on employment rate. Does that concern the minister at all?
Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, this government is focused on a low tax plan for jobs and growth. Employment is a critical issue, and that's why we're proud and why Canadians are proud that there's been more than a million new jobs created since the depths of the recession.
The honourable member for Skeena-Buckley Valley.
The minister seems to be having trouble with the stat here, that the employment rate was actually better before the recession than it is in present day. That is a statistic that should trouble any minister. Let's talk about the temporary foreign worker program. Can you tell us the expansion of the temporary foreign worker? Well, I'll just put it in the record. It's tripled since 2006 when this government took office. The Parliamentary Budget Office has said that puts downward pressure and decreased on the number of jobs available to Canadians. Has the Finance Department done any analysis of the effect of the temporary foreign worker program on the number of jobs available to Canadians?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Chairman, Our message to employers is clear and unequivocal. Canadians must always be first in line for available jobs, and that is the basis of our temporary foreign worker program. We've made reforms to the program, ensuring Canadians are first in line for available jobs. Our reforms include authority to conduct on-site inspections, the ability to ban non-compliant employers, to put their names on a blacklist, requiring employers who legitimately rely on the program due to lack of qualified Canadian applicants to have a plan to transition to a Canadian workforce over time, to require employers to pay temporary foreign workers at the prevailing wage by removing the existing wage flexibility, adding questions to the employer LMAO applications, and introducing fees for employers.
Order. Mr. Minister, your answers have to be roughly corresponding to the length of the question that was received. And I think in this particular case, you've exceeded that time limit. We'll go back to the member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Thank you, Chair. A question again. Has the Department of Finance done any analysis of the effect of the temporary foreign worker program on the Canadian economy?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
First, Mr. Speaker, let me correct something that the honourable member said about employment in comparison to the G7. In fact, we are the second highest. We have the second highest employment rate in the G7. So his information is incorrect. In respect to the temporary foreign workers program, the claim that 1/3 of all jobs gained recently went to foreign workers is based on an incorrect report by the Canadian Labour Congress. In 2010 and 2011, the Canadian economy created nearly 500,000 jobs. And over that same period, the number of temporary foreign workers in Canada increased by about 19,000. This represents about 3.5% of the jobs created in Canada during 2010-2011.
The Honourable Member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Sure, if we're missing something here, I asked if the Department of Finance had done any assessment of the effect of the temporary foreign worker program on the Canadian economy. A yes or no would suffice.
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Well, I have given the honourable member the data that he needs. Obviously, that data was generated from the Department of Finance.
The Honourable Member of Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
The former Governor of the Bank of Canada warned this government that temporary foreign workers put downward pressure on wages and undermines productivity. Has there been an estimated cost of the temporary foreign worker program to the Canadian economy by his department?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, we believe that the temporary foreign worker program, provided the companies are complying with the law, have benefited the Canadian economy. And I should note that both NDP and Liberal MPs contact the Minister of Employment on a regular basis to help companies in their riding to hire temporary foreign workers. They want to be on both sides of the issue. Privately, they want to increase the program. Publicly, they criticize it.
The Honourable Member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
According to the Bank of Canada, what is the biggest domestic risk to the Canadian economy? Is the Minister aware of this?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
I'll let the honourable member make his case, and then I'll respond to it.
The Honourable Member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
It's not my case. It's the Bank of Canada making the case. They said household debt. I'm surprised the Minister of Finance was not aware that this was the threat shown by the bank, the greatest threat to the Canadian economy. What is Canada's current level of household debt in dollars?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, the issue of consumer debt is, of course, an important one, and that relates to our policies regarding the housing market, because that's where the bulk of the debt is. The total federal debt is about almost $620 billion. The net debt, total net debt, is $723 billion. More than that, about 38.5% of our GDP, and in fact half that of the average for the G7.
The honourable member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
The total figure is about $1.7 trillion, 166% of disposable income. How much has household debt increased under the Conservatives?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Well, let me just point out to the honourable member that while household debt is now actually it's about 1.8 trillion, household assets have increased significantly, and now they are at 9.5 trillion. So the ratio of household assets to debt is 5.3. The median after-tax, after-transfer income for a two-parent family with children in 2011 was $83,600, an increase of $10,000 since 2006.
The honourable member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley, you're down to a minute and a half, just to advise you.
Thank you. Is the minister opposed to deficit spending?
The honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, the government responded to an extraordinary international financial crisis with a robust deficit spending program, but we have emerged from that recession. We've emerged in stronger shape than the other G7 countries with considerably less debt. Now is not the time to increase the deficit. Now is the time to build a surplus for the advantage of Canadians so that we can reduce interest paid, we can reduce taxes, and we can allocate funds that Canadians want and need.
Yep. The honourable member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
I asked if the minister was opposed to deficit spending. Over the last 20 years, which prime minister oversaw the largest increase in government debt, and by how much did the debt increase?
The honourable Minister of Finance.
The largest recession since the Great Depression occurred in 2008 and 2009. And during that time, while our robust stimulus package was being developed and implemented, the member opposite's party and the Liberal Party urged us again and again to increase the amount of our stimulus package. Had we listened to them, we would be nowhere near approaching a surplus next year.
Hear, hear.
So for him to talk about the size of the debt incurred when when we've been in government, when he would have urged us to spend that much more, is really a bit rich.
That concludes the time the member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley has. The Minister of Finance will now have 15 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Chair, and today I will be talking about our government's economic action plan, a low-tax plan to create jobs, growth, and long-term prosperity for all Canadians. But first, let me remind this committee why Canada needs an economic action plan. Not too long ago, the world was hit by an economic downturn of such magnitude that scholars called it the Great Recession, our worst economic threat since World War II. History judges us during moments of crisis, and history will smile on the way Canada tackled that threat.
We have protected jobs and families. We have taken tough decisions and racked up deficits to boost the economy. And now we're working hard to restore budget balance.
Our plan is working. And Canada today has never been stronger. There's bountiful evidence of our country's growing prosperity. We've created more than 1 million new jobs since July 2009. Over 85% are full-time, over 80% in the private sector. The IMF and the OECD expect Canada will be among the strongest growing economies in the G7 over this year and next. We continue to receive a AAA credit rating from all the major rating agencies. But more than this, we are building the most prosperous middle class in the industrialized world. A recent New York Times study found that after-tax middle-class incomes in Canada were substantially behind in the year 2000, now appear to be higher than in the United States. Canada today is stronger and more prosperous than ever before. The leadership made this possible. The leadership of the Prime Minister, who set out the roadmap to prosperity and continues making the tough decisions needed in our uncertain world. And my predecessor, the late Jim Flaherty, a great Canadian, whom we all miss.
And the global outlook remains shaky. Our economy has been held back by weak export markets and lower commodity prices. There are still risks to global growth. Many of our allies are deep in debt. Industrialized countries continue to run deficits. And while new economic giants are emerging, the list of our competitors grows ever longer. And that is why we cannot be complacent. To ensure Canada's prosperity, we need to continue along the path mapped out by the Conservative government.
Our economic action plan depends on 5 key pillars. Prosperity begins with our first pillar, low taxes. Low taxes create a climate for businesses to grow. Businesses create jobs, and growing businesses create more jobs. That is why our government cut more than $60 billion in taxes for job-creating businesses between 2008 and 2014. KPMG concluded that Canada's total business tax costs are now the lowest in the G7, more than 40% lower than in the United States. Bloomberg now ranks us as the second most attractive destination for business in the entire world. Besides businesses, we are putting more money in the pockets of hard-working Canadians. Since 2006, we've cut taxes almost 180 times. We rejected opposition demands for a job-killing carbon tax. We reduced the federal tax burden to its lowest level in over 50 years. For an average family of 4, tax has been cut by close to $3,400. But this is not good enough. Like the Liberals and the NDP, we believe Canadians still do not keep enough of what they earn. With the Liberals or the NDP, Canadians can expect more spending and more taxes. Conservatives are the only party Canadians can trust to lower taxes. We've done it 180 times before, and we will do it again when we achieve a balanced budget. Low taxes and business costs have helped create hundreds of thousands of jobs. But we are Conservatives. We always aim to do better.
Too many Canadians are still unemployed at a time when we're starting to see more labor and skills shortages in certain industries and places. That's why the second pillar of our economic action plan supports the development of skilled and productive labor.
Is our Canada Job Grant. Through this program, federal funding will respond to the hiring needs of employers and will give them the opportunity to partner in skills training. While the opposition spends its time demanding temporary foreign workers for their favorite restaurants, we spend our time making sure Canadians find jobs. The third pillar of the Economic Action Plan is expanding markets. I cannot overstate how central this is to Canada's prosperity. In 2013 alone, Canada exported more than $559 billion of goods and services, and that's over $16,000 for every Canadian. Since 2007, We've reached free trade and investment agreements with 30 countries, and we are negotiating many more. In 2012, Canada joined the ambitious Trans-Pacific Partnership negotiations. In March, we concluded negotiation for a free trade deal with the Republic of Korea, Canada's first in Asia. But the real game changer is our agreement in principle towards a comprehensive economic and trade agreement with the European Union. This is the most comprehensive free trade agreement in the history of our nation, more ambitious than NAFTA itself. The EU market, with 500 million affluent people and annual economic activity of over $17 trillion, holds a continent of opportunities for Canadians. A joint Canada-EU study suggests CETA will boost Canada's income by $12 billion annually. Bilateral trade could increase by 20%, the equivalent of offering the average Canadian family a pay raise of $1,000. While the NDP wastes time debating whether or not they support trade, our Conservative government is getting the job done.
Finding new markets for Canada's natural resource sector is key. Over the next 10 years, natural resource projects valued at $650 billion will be carried out in Canada. The fourth pillar of the Economic Action Plan will make Canada a natural resources superpower in the 21st century. We're planning significant new initiatives to improve safety and emergency planning and to enshrine in law the polluter pay principle. Finally, the fifth pillar of our plan will make Canada a global innovation leader. Since 2006, we have made new investments of over $11 billion to support all kinds of innovation, basic and applied research in infrastructure and marketing. In Economic Action Plan 2014, we propose to invest $1.6 billion in new funding for research and innovation over the next 5 years. This funding represents the highest annual increase in support for research to granting councils in over a decade.
Pillars form our Economic Action Plan. It's our Conservative way forward for Canada's economy, the only way to keep taxes low and create jobs from coast to coast to coast. I look forward to any questions.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In the last election, our government made an important promise to Canadians that we would eliminate the deficit and return to balanced budgets. We promised Canadians that we would balance the budget while keeping taxes low. Could the Minister of Finance inform this committee why balancing the budget matters and whether or not we are on track?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Chairman, I thank the member from North Vancouver for the question and his excellent work on the House Finance Committee. All of the measures that I just described will help secure Canada's success. But as critical as they are only as effective as the overall financial health of our country. And that is why a balanced budget is critical for Canada's future prosperity. Canadians know that balancing budgets requires a plan and the discipline to follow through, although having a trust fund makes it easier. Budgets do not balance themselves.
The Conservative government makes the tough decisions that are necessary to achieve a balanced budget, just as families do every day. We do what is necessary, and we are on the right track to table a balanced budget next year. A surplus frees up funding to pay down or pay interest on the debt. A surplus will enable us to maintain low interest rates and to meet long-term challenges like the aging population, as well as to prepare for global economic turbulence that may be unforeseen. Restoring budget balance and reducing the debt will result in lower taxes for Canadians, and that is one of our government's top priorities. That will help ensure fairness between generations. After all, who wants to leave a legacy of debt to their children and grandchildren? Nobody. But that's precisely what the Liberals and New Democrats are promising to do.
Expect a fiscally responsible NDP. This is the party of carbon taxes and Dutch disease. The NDP has never met a spending proposal they don't like or a spending commitment they didn't want to double down on. But Canadians today are also faced with a back-to-the-70s Liberal Party. On policy, they divide their time between sitting on the fence or hiding in the weeds, smoking weed. Our economic action plan has 5 pillars that have helped create more than 1 million new jobs since the recession. The Liberal plan has one line: the budget will balance itself. How will they manage that? It's a question that puzzles most Canadians. After all, at their last policy convention, the Liberal Party committed to no less than 10 new national strategies. Back to the 70s, indeed. 2 of their proposals call for spending hikes worth 2% of our entire gross domestic product. That alone is almost $40 billion a year in new spending, $40 billion out of Canadian pockets and into Ottawa's pockets, never mind the other national strategies. Canadians deserve better. They deserve a real plan to balance the budget, pay down the debt, lower taxes. One party is delivering that to them, our Conservative Party. One leader is delivering that to them, our Prime Minister. Now is not the time for Liberal experiments. The global economy remains fragile. Our government has a plan to meet these challenges, a plan that is working, and we intend to stay the course.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance. No? Questions and comment? They have to come from the government side. No, you're just standing because you're still entitled to about 1.5 minutes of questions and comments to the Minister.
Ask the Minister of Finance what is the biggest downside risk to the Canadian economy and the assumptions underpinning these fiscal projections. But if he's only got 1.5 minutes to answer that, then perhaps I'll save that question until after I speak, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
You're foregoing any further time. You have about 50 seconds. Oh. All right, we'll proceed to the next round. The Honourable Member for Kings Hants.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can the Minister tell us in which year the EI account is projected to reach a surplus?
Yeah. Minister of Finance.
Mr. Chairman, we have frozen EI payments for EI increases for a period of 3 years. We understand that small business is a cornerstone of our economy, creating jobs that support families in communities, and that's why we announced the 3-year freeze. And this will leave $660 million in the pockets of job creators and workers this year alone. What's more, beginning in 2017, premiums will be set according to a 7-year break-even rate, and that will ensure premiums are no higher than they need to be.
The question took about 10 seconds, and the answer was almost 1 minute. I'm going to have to ask the Minister to try and bring his answers in line to some reasonable proportionality to the length of the questions. The Honourable Member for Kings Hants.
What's the Minister's view on the relationship between payroll, taxes and job creation?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
The view of our government is that it would be a serious mistake to increase EI premiums at this time, given the international fragility and certainly pension payments for pensions would fall in the same category.
The Honourable Member for Kings Hants.
If the Minister believes that unnecessarily high payroll taxes are a job killer, Why is he projecting a surplus of $2.4 billion in 2015 and $6.4 billion in 2016 under his current levels of EI premiums? And if he actually wants to live by his previous statement, will he cut EI premiums to reflect the sustainability of the program?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
As I mentioned, Mr. Chairman, beginning in 2017, premiums will be set according to a 7-year break-even rate, and that is preceded by a 3-year freeze on EI rates, leaving $660 million in the pockets of job creators this year alone. And the break-even will ensure that premiums are no higher than they need to be. Liberals used EI premiums paid by workers and businesses as a political slush fund. They raided and completely wiped out the EI account of almost $60 billion.
Proportionality rules, and I'd ask you to try to direct your answers more specifically and narrowly to the answers that the questions that are being asked. The honourable member for Kings Hands.
Mr. Chair, if the minister believes that unnecessarily high payroll premiums are a job killer, and we have long-term unemployment in Canada twice that of 2008, in fact, around 130,000 Canadians unemployed for over a year compared to today, compared to 60-some thousand back in 2008. Why is the minister waiting until 2017 to reduce EI premiums? Why won't he cut EI premiums next year?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, as I've explained just recently on 2 occasions, we have a break-even period of 7 years. The member opposite wants to find out what's in the budget. He apparently likes our current budget so much that he can't wait for the new one. But we're going to be consulting extensively with Canadians before we announce the next budget.
The honourable member for Kings Hands.
Mr. Chair, before the House of Commons Finance Committee pre-budget consultations, we heard testimony that debt reduction is a priority, but not the #1 priority. The measures we've been advocating are designed to create a more dynamic and growing economy, which increases the GDP, which by itself reduces the proportion of debt to GDP. It's the ratio that is more significant than the actual dollar amount. Does the minister agree with this testimony before the Finance Committee that, in fact, Canada can grow its economy, and that growing the economy will help Canada take care of its debt problem?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, let me just go back to a previous question. The rate on EI will be cut to 1.47, which is the lowest on record. There is no question that a growing economy addresses the debt issue in part, but of course that only can happen if we're not in a deficit situation. And so when we get out of the deficit situation, we move to a surplus next year, the growth in the economy will, of course, over time, reduce the ratio of debt to GDP. And that is even without the money allocated to the repayment of debt, which is something that we'll be considering as well next year.
The honourable member for Kings Hands.
Well, I'm actually quite glad that the minister recognizes that, in fact, economic growth can help Canada take care of its debt issue, and he actually agrees with my leader in that regard. In fact, the expert testimony I was quoting was the honourable member when he appeared before Finance Committee. I'd like to move on to CPP. Does the minister agree with the following statement? I am concerned that some Canadians may not save enough for their retirement. I have heard strong support for the CPP and the central role that it plays in government-supported retirement income system. I believe that we should invest we should consider a modest, phased-in and fully funded enhancement to defined benefits under the CPP in order to increase savings adequacy in the future. Does the Minister agree with that?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Firstly, I must say I'm a bit amused. I think the member opposite was actually implying that I agreed with the proposition of his leader that budgets balance themselves. This, of course, is not reality. When the economy grows, it does reduce the debt burden, provided there isn't a deficit, and that's precisely the point. A balanced budget requires a plan, and it requires discipline. Budgets do not balance themselves. Now, in respect to CPP, Canadians do not want to pay a higher payroll tax, and that's why we lowered taxes and brought forward new incentives for Canadians to save for retirement. We introduced pension income splitting, pool registered pension plans, tax-free savings accounts, and launched consultations on a new target benefit pension plan. Despite the opposition's reckless high-tax plans, we continue to take action to work more money back into the pockets of retirees.
The Honourable Member for Wascana.
Mr. Chairman, thank you for the rest of the time that we have available in this slot. I would just point out that by the Minister's last two answers, he has managed to contradict both himself when he appeared before the Finance Committee, and he has contradicted his predecessor in the portfolio of Minister of Finance. I would like to draw his attention to a couple of very specific taxation issues, and the design in particular of the family tax credits that the government has introduced for children in sports programs, for example, for children in arts programs, for volunteer firefighters and some others. The eligibility for those tax credits is based on level of income. Above a certain level of income, you're able to claim the tax credit. Below a certain level of income, you're not eligible. Why, Mr. Minister, or through the Minister, through you, Mr. Chair, why would children in higher income families be more worthy of sports programs and arts programs than children from lower income families? Why would it not be appropriate to make those tax credits refundable and therefore available to all Canadians regardless of income level?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
In respect to the beginning part of the speech, or I would just say assertions without facts prove nothing. Mr. Chairman, unlike the high tax, high spend Liberals, our Conservative government believes in low taxes and leaving more money where it belongs, in the pockets of hardworking Canadian families. We have a strong record of tax relief that's meant saving nearly $3,400 for a typical family of four. This includes cutting the lowest personal income tax rate to 15%, increasing the amount Canadians can earn without paying tax, introducing pension income splitting for seniors, reducing the GST, and also eliminating over 1 million of the poor Canadians from the income tax rolls, introducing and enhancing workers' income tax benefit, and the list goes on.
The Honourable Member for Wascana.
The Minister appears to have no explanation for why the government considers children in low-income families less deserving than children in high-income families. That's the problem. It's unfair. It's discriminatory. Availability of tax credit should not depend upon your level of income. Mr. Chairman, I have another question that I would like to ask the Minister about the Registered Disability Savings Plan, a plan that I think is broadly supported in this House, a good idea as a matter of policy principle, and an idea upon which some improvements have been made in recent budgets, and that's all to the good. There is still a key flaw in the design of the Registered Disability Savings Plan, and that is the exclusion of those with certain impending disabilities, like multiple sclerosis, for example, where a person may be diagnosed with that debilitating disease, but they don't have any symptoms at the moment, but almost inevitably at some point down the line, they will begin to suffer those symptoms. The requirements of the registered disability savings plan is that you must, first of all, to be eligible, qualify fully for the disability tax credit. That means you must be fully disabled before you can apply for the plan. And my question is this. That means if you're a person with MS and know what your long-term prognosis is likely to be, if you want to set up a plan now, you're ineligible because you're not fully disabled now. It's a simple problem to solve for the government, and I would ask the government if it has the intention in the next budget of bringing this correction into place so that those who are diagnosed but not yet fully disabled can begin to save when they still have some earning power and can still be gainfully employed and therefore take maximum advantage of this good idea. It's a good idea. The government could make it better. Will they do it?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Chairman, we have introduced a lot of programs for those who are disabled and also for low-income families. We've reduced the GST. We've reduced the lowest personal income tax rate. We've increased the basic personal amount. We've introduced the universal child care benefit, which provides $100 a month to families for each child under age 6. We're introducing and enhancing the working income tax benefit, thereby lowering the welfare wall and strengthening work incentives for low-income Canadians already working. We're increasing the amount of income that families can earn before the National Child Benefit Supplement is fully phased out, and we're maintaining the GST credit level. We've also taken actions to support vulnerable Canadians, including seniors and low-income veterans, by increasing from $500 to $3,500 the amount that can be earned before GIS is reduced, and introducing a new guaranteed income supplement top-up for low-income seniors, and we've provided almost $220 million over 5 years to extend war veterans' allowances. We've done many things for Canadians.
And remember, for Wisconsin, we've only got about a minute left, so a quick question, a quick answer.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you. So there's no answer on the registered disability savings plan. Just one final question. The government, in its last financial statements, has indicated that before it gets to the point of a prospective balance sometime in the next year or so, that the government will have accumulated $163 billion in new federal debt under this government. That works out to approximately $20,000 in new conservative debt for every Canadian family. Does the minister take satisfaction in that debt number? And why, in arriving at that sorry position, why did his government put this country into deficit again before the recession occurred? Not because of the recession, before the recession. That's when they blew the fiscal framework.
The Honourable Minister of Finance, we're out of time. I'll give you 1 minute to respond.
Mr. Chairman, firstly, in respect to the previous question, I didn't want to ignore the member's suggestion in respect to the disability plan, and he can make that suggestion, and we will take that into consideration as we do all legitimate suggestions for the budget. But here again, like the party of the opposition, the member is implying that somehow the debt that was incurred as a result of the great responding to the Great Recession would have somehow been less if his party had remained in power. Of course, the opposite is the case, because his party urged us to spend a great deal more, and we would be nowhere near to being in a position of a surplus this year.
Thank you. That completes that rotation. Next, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate this opportunity to speak tonight about our government's work on balancing the budget. It is a key part of our economic policy that has placed Canada in the best possible position to weather the recent global recession. It is why I am especially pleased to report that the government is well on track to return to balanced budgets in 2015. The deficit has been reduced by almost two-thirds since 2009-2010 through our Conservative government's fiscal responsibility and sound economic policy. Including measures in Economic Action Plan 2014, the deficit is projected to fall to $2.9 billion in the current fiscal year. A surplus of $6.4 billion is expected in 2015-2016 after taking into account a $3 billion annual adjustment for risk. While this is indeed good news, it is also crucial that Canadians understand that balancing the budget is not an end in itself, but rather a means to deliver on the priorities of Canadians, increase Canada's economic potential, improve employment opportunities, and raise all Canadians' standard of living. But first, Mr. Chair, let me remind the honourable members of the distinction between our Conservative government and that of the previous Liberal governments. Canadians can rest assured that federal transfers to individuals that provide important income support, such as old age security, and major transfers to other levels of government for social programs and health care will not be cut, but rather will continue to grow over the forecast horizon. The cornerstone of the government's efforts to create jobs and opportunities for Canadians is the commitment to return to balanced budgets in 2015. As Economic Action Plan 2014 makes clear, the government is on track to deliver on this commitment. I will explain, first, what the merits of balancing the budget are. Second, how controlling government program spending and improving the integrity of the tax system are crucial to honouring our commitment to balance the budget. And third, how this strategy is and will continue to create the winning conditions for businesses to grow and compete. Mr. Chair, I also wish to put this in the broader context by pointing out that since the beginning of the recovery, Canada has achieved one of the best job creation records in the Group of Seven, the G7 countries, as well as one of the G7's best economic performances. Balancing the budget and reducing debt are not an end to themselves. Balancing the budget and reducing the debt are a means to increase Canada's economic potential and, as stated previously, to improve employment opportunities and increase the standard of living of Canadians. The government's plan to return to balanced budgets ensures tax dollars are used to support important social services like health care rather than paying interest costs, preserves Canada's low-tax plan and allows for further tax reductions, fostering growth and the creation of jobs for the benefit of all Canadians. It's worth applauding for. Helps to keep interest rates low, instilling confidence in consumers and investors whose dollars spur economic growth and job creation. Strengthens the country's ability to respond to longer-term challenges such as population aging and unexpected global economic shocks, and signals that public services are sustainable over the long run and ensures fairness and equity for future generations by avoiding tax increases or reductions in services. Mr. Chair, Canada's responsible fiscal position is critical to economic growth and job creation for the long term. Canada's efforts to pay down debt before the global recession and control spending have helped ensure that Canada's net debt to GDP ratio is the lowest by far of any G7 country, and among the lowest of advanced G20 countries as well. While other countries continue to struggle with debt that is spiraling out of control, Canada remains in an enviable fiscal position among G7 countries. It is also why Canada is among only a handful of countries with an undisputed AAA credit rating with a stable outlook from all major credit rating agencies. I should also point out, Mr. Chair, that Canada is the largest economy that still has a AAA credit rating. Mr. Chair, since Budget 2010, our government has controlled direct program spending through targeted savings and reviews focused on reducing spending without compromising priority services to Canadians. Taking into account the new measures in Economic Action Plan 2014, direct program spending is projected to remain broadly in line with the 2010-2011 level over the forecast horizon. In fact, direct program spending has declined for 3 consecutive years, a trend that has not been observed in decades. Rest assured that federal transfers to individuals and major transfers to provinces and territories, including those for social programs and health care, will continue to increase. These steps have been accompanied by measures to improve the fairness and integrity of the tax system, with a view to ensuring everyone pays their fair share. Consistent with this commitment, Economic Action Plan 2014 includes measures that address international aggressive tax avoidance, improve tax integrity and strengthen tax compliance, and enhance the fairness of the tax system. Since 2006, and including measures in Economic Action Plan 2014, the government has introduced more than 85 measures to improve the integrity of the tax system. Together, measures in Economic Action Plan 2014 to address international aggressive tax avoidance, improve tax integrity, strengthen tax compliance, and enhance the fairness of the tax system will provide savings of $44 million in 2014-15, rising to $454 million in 2018-19, for a total of $1.8 billion over 2013 and 14 and the following 5 years. Mr. Chair, our government recognizes the importance of businesses to job creation and economic development. Our government has delivered tax reductions totaling more than $60 billion to job-creating businesses from 2008 through 2014. Among these tax relief measures are the reduction of the federal general corporate income tax rate to 15% in 2012, from over 22% in 2007, and an extension through 2015 of the temporary accelerated capital cost allowance for machinery and equipment used in manufacturing and processing. Canada's tax competitiveness and overall business environment have been significantly improved, with the result that Canada now has the lowest overall tax rate on new business investment in the entire G7. The competitiveness of Canada's business tax system is supported by third-party analysis. KPMG's Competitive Alternatives 2012 concluded that Canada's total business tax costs are the lowest in the G7 and more than 40%, let me repeat that, more than 40% lower than those in the United States.
Hear, hear. Hear.
It is also why Canada has been ranked the second best place to do business in the world by Bloomberg, and KPMG's Competitive Alternative 2014 study ranked Canada as the most competitive, mature market country for business. Mr. Chair, the foundation of our initiatives since 2006 rests on the bedrock of a low-tax plan for jobs, growth, and prosperity. It has seen us through the worst of the global economic and financial crisis, while the NDP and the Liberals keep demanding reckless spending and want to impose higher taxes. Our Conservative government remains on track to return to balanced budgets in 2015-2016. We cannot be complacent and must make tough decisions. That is the core of economic leadership and fiscal responsibility, the very same leadership which has allowed Canada to lead the global economic recovery. This is why our government will balance the budget in 2015 and continue to pursue a prudent fiscal path. Mr. Chair, my question to the Minister of Finance is the following. What is the biggest downside risk to the Canadian economy and the assumptions underpinning your fiscal projections?
Good question.
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to thank the member from North Vancouver for that excellent question. The key risks to Canada's outlook remain external and tilted to the downside. Excuse me. The risk of a sovereign debt crisis in Europe has declined, but it has not been eliminated as yet. Growth is low and inflation is very low. The move towards a more normal monetary policy in the U.S. has exposed vulnerabilities in some emerging economies, and several are experiencing higher capital outflows, weaker exchange rates, and declining equity prices. This could translate into weaker than expected growth for these countries and increased volatility in global capital markets. In addition, the pace of economic growth in the U.S. was much weaker than expected during the first quarter of the year. While growth was affected by temporary factors, including severe winter weather, there is a risk that the projected pickup in U.S. growth during the remainder of this year could be lower than expected. In light of these risks, for fiscal planning purposes, the government has maintained the downward adjustment for risk to the private sector forecast for nominal GDP at $20 billion for 2014 through 2018. The government will continue to evaluate economic developments and risks to determine whether or not it would be appropriate to maintain this adjustment for risk in the future. As we repeatedly said, Canada is not immune to the global economic challenge beyond our borders, which is why we must focus on positive initiatives to support job creation and economic growth while returning to balanced budgets. While the opposition would introduce reckless spending during a time when the recovery is still fragile and risks remain, our Conservative government will take no economic lessons from them. Mr. Chair, we will stay the course. The Economic Action Plan is working. It's connecting Canadians with good-paying jobs, and it's securing Canada's long-term prosperity. As long as Canadians are still looking for work, our job is not yet done, and our government is always exploring new ways to unlock Canada's full economic potential.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary have a follow-up question?
That's fine, thanks.
Okay. Who's next? Reprise avec l'honorable député.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Rimouski, Témiscouata-les-Vasques. Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Minister of Finance is using financial or fiscal multiplicators regarding the budget on economic growth. Can the Minister tell us what the tax multiplier was for infrastructure in the past budget?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
The answer is approximately 1.6075. The Honourable Member, thank you very much. Can the Minister tell us what the fiscal multiplier was for low-income households and the unemployed in the budget? The Honourable Minister. The figure was 1.6. The Honourable Member. Thank you very much. Can the Minister tell us what the fiscal multiplier was for investment in housing in the last budget, please?
The Honourable Minister.
Approximately 1.7. The Honourable Member. Thank you. Can the Minister confirm what the fiscal multiplier was for employment insurance contributions and premiums in the budget?
The Honourable Minister.
I don't have the exact figure right here, but I can forward it to the Honourable Member. The Honourable Member, thank you. In 2011, the fiscal multipliers for employment insurance at the time were 0.6. Can the Minister tell us what the fiscal multiplier is for personal income tax in the last budget? The Honourable Minister. Approximately 1.5. The Honourable Member, can the Minister tell us what the fiscal multiplier was for corporate tax in the last budget? I cannot. If the Honourable Member has the figures, why is he asking questions? The Honourable Member. I don't have the figures for 2014, I have them for 2011, and that's why I'm asking what the most recent fiscal multipliers were used by the Minister in developing the most recent budget. So my question, does he know the fiscal multiplier used for corporate sales tax measures in the last budget? I don't have the exact figure. It wasn't very high, but there is a big long-term impact. The Honourable Member. In 2011, the fiscal multiplier used was 0.3. This means, Mr. Chair, that 0.3 means $1 in tax cuts for corporate tax cuts is a overall increase in growth of a minimal amount. Why is the government given investment in housing, infrastructure and low-income housing, and the jobless, which have a fiscal multiplier which is much higher compared to the measures adopted by the government in 2011, primarily for the reduction of EI contributions and measures affecting corporate and personal income tax. Why is the government choosing the least effective measures in the development of its budget rather than much more effective measures for economic growth? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Chair, we have done a number of things to stimulate the economy. There are a number of initiatives that have short-term impacts and other initiatives that have long-term impacts. But our government's tax cut record is quite significant, and I can quote examples if I have time to do so. The Honourable Member, in terms of economic stimulation, inaudible for the interpreter. Inaudible.
Même du ministère des Finances que les mesures qui ont été adoptées par le gouvernement. Alors j'aimerais savoir encore une fois pourquoi est-ce que les choix
inaudible for the interpreter. The sound has been cut. Inaudible.
moins efficaces que celles qui sont plus efficaces.
Inaudible. Inaudible.
If someone is listening to the French now, is there translation coming through on the French channel? Are the members receiving translation in French? Yeah, it's work. Est-ce qu'il y a le traduction?
Can you hear interpretation in English now? Can you hear interpretation in English now?
If the member could restate the question.
Alors, je repose la question. Le ministre...
So I repeat the question. The Minister says that he favours measures that have lower fiscal multipliers, that have much of a lower impact, such as corporate and personal income tax cuts and a reduction in contributions to EI. The Minister himself says that measures for investment in infrastructure and housing and measures for low-income households and the unemployed are more effective to stimulate economic growth. So why choices that are less effective instead of more effective choices? Why?
The Honourable Minister.
To begin with, I'd like to give you a few figures. Corporate income tax cuts are one fiscal measure with one of the highest multipliers in the long term. And that is what is demonstrated by the multipliers included in the 2009 budget. Our financial studies demonstrate that cutting corporate tax is the most effective measure to advance growth in the long term. The Honourable Member. Thank you, Mr. Chair. What the Minister isn't saying is that measures such as reducing accessibility to employment insurance is damaging economic growth and increasing economic inequality. The OECD report 2 weeks ago indicated that Canada has among the worst among developed countries in terms of distribution of wealth. Only the United States, the UK and Germany have a worse record. Why isn't the government more concerned about an inequality in the distribution of wealth? The Honourable Minister. The figures, in fact, prove the contrary, Mr. Chair. Canadian families of all income classes have seen their real income after tax increase by 10% or more since 2006. And families with lower incomes have seen their real income increase to the tune of 14%, which is quite significant. Now, Canadian families of all income classes since 2011 have had higher incomes since 2011, and there has been a reduction in income inequality in Canada. It has not increased since 2006. The Honourable Member, unfortunately the Minister is cherry-picking figures and ignoring other statistics. Statistics Canada has determined that the total share of Canadian income among those in the top 20% has in fact gone up since 2006, and yet the 80% below has had their share of total income reduced. How can the Minister claim that the income inequality is in fact on the decline or closing?
I think that the Honourable Member is choosing figures himself. There have been a number of international studies demonstrating that the difference between the poorest people and the middle class in Canada is no greater in Canada than in other countries. There was a study indicating, for example, that from one generation to another, there is more social mobility in Canada than in the United States and Australia. But less than European countries. He says that I am choosing my figures here, but from Statistics Canada, once again, we can see that the specific index determining inequality of income after taxing, that there was an increase since the arrival of the Conservatives. How can he ignore the fact that there has been growing income inequality? As I already explained, Mr. Chair, the creation of jobs as well as maintaining the welfare of Canadians are the main priorities of our government, and I did explain already that lower income families have seen an increase in their income of 14% since 2006, and the ratio then of Canadians living in a low-income family has also declined. It's gone down to the lowest level in the past 30 years. And I think that this is something quite remarkable. The Honourable Member. The statistics, I think, answered the first part of my question.
Speaker, could the Minister tell us if, in his opinion, the current housing market is heating or cooling?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I don't make forecasts, and I'm not a market prognosticator. What we have said is that The government is focused on providing long-term stability in Canada's housing market, and reflecting this, the government has adjusted the rules for government-backed mortgage insurance on 4 occasions since 2008, and the most recent changes were implemented in July 2012, and then there were some more changes more recently, and I can run through those changes for you.
The honourable member from Skeena-Bulkley Valley is raising a point of order.
The chair, prior to you, raised this with the minister. There's meant to be some level of equivalency. That's how committees of the whole are guided. We've had some latitude from the opposition, not interrupting the minister prior, but we're going to be here for some time. When the questions are put, there's meant to be some equivalency from the minister in terms of the answers that are given. Simply ragging the puck through the process doesn't help anybody. It certainly doesn't help us in seeking the answers that we seek. So I remind you, and I remind the minister through you, Chair, that the equivalency is an important guide for committee of the whole. It allows some fairness in the debate that we're having so that members can get through a series of questions.
Well, the chair certainly appreciates the reminder from the honourable member from Skeena-Bulkley Valley in terms of how to manage this process. As I look at the clock for the past several questions, the honourable member's question, 30 seconds, the answer was 46 seconds. The question was 26 seconds. The answer again was 46 seconds. The next question was 15 seconds, followed by an answer of 40 seconds. So if the member thinks that the chair should take a strict legalistic approach to this, very often a question can be asked in 10 or 15 seconds, and I think all honourable members would agree it's difficult to give an answer to that question in that period of time. And certainly the chair has on many occasions reminded members when they're giving very lengthy answers and appear to be just trying to use up the clock, I guess, that's inappropriate. But I think that when a question is 20 or 30 seconds and the answer is 30 or 40 seconds, that certainly is within acceptable limits. So back to l'honorable député.
Well, the Canadian Real Estate Association reported that the national average price for a home in March was $401,000, an increase of 6% since March 2013. And they doubt, actually, that the housing market has reached equilibrium or is cooling. Are we in a bubble right now? It's hard to know, because according to CIBC Chief Economist Benjamin Tal, the gap between the importance of the real estate market to the economy and the lack of publicly available information on it is mind-boggling. Will the minister work to increase the availability, the quality of the available data to allow Canadians to properly assess current risks in the market?
The honourable minister.
Mr. Chairman, the HoC is working, of course, on this issue to obtain all the information they need. There is a great deal of information out there, and we will continue to monitor the market. The International Monetary Fund recently noted that macro-prudential measures introduced in Canada over the past few years have been effective in moderating the pace of household debt accumulation and cooling off the housing market.
This will be the last question for the honourable member. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to know whether the government is in the process of preparing for the privatization of the Canadian CHMS.
The honourable minister.
No.
The honourable deputy. One more short question.
The Conservative Pundit believes the government has a plan for CHMC, which they haven't disclosed yet. Rob McAllister, editor of Canadian Mortgage Trends, believe there is likely a government plan to slowly privatize the mortgage default insurance business. Sources at Industry Canada told the Financial Post that the Department of Finance spearheaded the CHMC's move to tighten mortgage insurance rules for that purpose. So I'm asking again to the minister, is the government preparing right now to privatize CHMC?
The honourable minister.
I answered the question before. The honourable member cited rumours and now wants to be reassured that I meant what I said, and I do.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs. Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's good to be here tonight. Good to be able to discuss some of these issues. And I've just been sitting here for quite some time listening to the debate, and I guess I'm surprised. I thought the NDP might come with some positive suggestions, but again, tonight they accuse us of ragging the puck. But I think what we've seen is them ragging the puck. Basically, they have no presentation of any positive contribution to make at all. It's just criticism, and as usual, it's always critical, never constructive. And those of us who've had to sit through NDP regimes know how damaging and destructive that is whenever they get a chance to put any of their policies into place. And that's why we see some of us have seen our province fall decades behind others because of their failed policies. So I understand why they wouldn't want to present them here tonight. But I want to thank you for the opportunity to appear before this committee. In my time today, I would like to focus on an important contribution that natural resources, that forestry and agriculture make to the Canadian economy, which is a pillar of our government's action plan. These sectors create jobs and prosperity, particularly in rural communities across this country. Consider, for example, Canada's natural resource sector. The sector represents 18% of the economy and over half our exports, and supports 1.8 million jobs directly and indirectly. Furthermore, it generates about $30 billion annually in revenue to governments, equal to approximately half of all spending, for example, on hospitals in Canada in 2013. There are hundreds of natural resource projects underway or planned in Canada over the next 10 years, representing a total potential investment of $650 billion. A significant element of this economic boost is represented by Canada's unique oil sands industry, and this sector is an asset that will increasingly contribute to the prosperity of all Canadians. The oil sands are among the world's largest technology projects, contributing about 275,000 jobs across Canada and $48 billion in GDP, numbers that could grow to an average of 630,000 jobs and a contribution of $113 billion in GDP per year up to 2035. This is due to an increasing global demand for resources, particularly from emerging economies. Increasing global demand for resources like our oil, particularly from those economies, will create new economic and job opportunities from which all Canadians will ultimately benefit. But Canadians will only reap the benefits that come from our natural resources once investments are made by the private sector to bring those much-needed resources to market. Approval processes can often be long and unpredictable. Delays and red tapes often plague projects that pose few environmental risks. That's why our government has worked hard since 2006 to streamline and to improve the regulatory process at the same time that we are safeguarding our environment. A modern regulatory system should support progress on economically viable major projects and sustain Canada's reputation as an attractive place to invest. That's why, as part of Canada's Economic Action Plan, we're modernizing the federal regulatory system. We're establishing clear timelines, we're reducing duplication, we're reducing regulatory burdens, we're focusing resources on large projects where the potential environmental impacts are the greatest. For example, we're implementing system-wide improvements to achieve that goal of one project, one review within clearly defined time periods. We've invested $54 million over 2 years to support more effective project approvals through the Major Project Management Office initiative. In the most recent budget, we supported the NEB by announcing $28 million over 2 years for the comprehensive and timely reviews of applications in order to support participant funding programs, and we have eliminated tariffs on mobile offshore drilling units used in offshore oil and gas exploration and development. We also announced an extension of the mineral exploration tax credit until March 31st, 2015. Now, Mr. Speaker, okay, thank you. You're waving to me. I think we've got another 6 minutes there. Thank you. This credit helps junior exploration companies raise capital by providing an incentive to individuals who invest in flow-through shares issued to finance mineral exploration. The credit is in addition to the regular deduction provided for the exploration expenses flowed through from the issuing company. Since 2006, this measure has helped junior mining companies raise over $5 billion for exploration. Our government has also amended the Coasting Trade Act to improve access to modern, reliable seismic data for offshore resource development. Offshore oil and gas developments create jobs and support economic growth in Canada's communities. Continued exploration activity is required to bring new projects to communities and sustain these economic benefits over the long term. But it depends on modern, reliable seismic technology and data, which is why amending the Act will ensure companies have the information they need to identify potential resource development opportunities. In addition to supporting responsible resource development, Mr. Chair, we must not forget the important contribution our forestry sector makes to this country as well. Canada's forestry sector directly employs over 200,000 workers in all regions of the country, including in 200 communities that rely on the sector for at least 50% of their economic base. Our government's helped this vital industry stay strong. The investments in Forest Industry Transformation Program introduced in Budget 2010 have been very successful in enabling Canadian forest companies to lead the world in developing and demonstrating the viability of innovative technologies that improve efficiency, that reduce environmental impacts, and that create high-value products from Canada's world-class forest resources. Through programs like IFIT, we've seen over a 1,000% increase in exports to China, which has helped this sector weather the economic downturn in the United States. For example, IFIT provided support to the Tolko Industries mill in Meadow Lake, Saskatchewan, to develop the first facility in North America to use innovative technology to boost productivity by enabling the production of different types of oriented strand board on one single production line. Economic Action Plan 2014 provides $90.4 million over 4 years, starting in 2014-15, to renew the IFIT program. Our government will continue to work with the forestry sector as it invests in innovative new products and pursues new markets for Canadian forest products. Finally, Mr. Chair, the last topic I would like to highlight is our support for the agriculture and agri-food sector. This sector accounts for $100 billion in economic activity and provides employment to over 2.1 million Canadians. It's a sector that we continue to support. Since 2007, we have partnered with federal, provincial, territorial governments. We've partnered with producers through a suite of business risk management programs, including agri-stability, agri-insurance, agri-invest, and agri-recovery, to provide assistance to producers in cases of severe market volatility and disasters. In addition, federal, provincial, and territorial governments invested substantial amounts, and that's actually over $2 billion during the first Growing Forward agricultural policy framework, to promote competitiveness and innovation, to promote food safety and environmentally responsible farming practices. In April 2013, working with the provinces, we introduced the new Growing Forward 2 policy framework, which will provide more than $3 billion over the next 5 years for investments in innovation, competitiveness, and market development. And in February, through Economic Action Plan 2014, we announced the expansion of the types of farming livestock that qualify for tax deferral on sale by farmers dealing with drought or with excess moisture conditions. So, Mr. Chair, to conclude, since 2006, our government has continued to create the right conditions to enable Canadians and Canadian businesses to feel confident to invest, to create jobs, to participate in the global marketplace, and to grow our economy. The role of government is to put in place the right balance of policies and initiatives to support growth and to unleash potential. And, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chair, that is exactly what we are doing. We believe it is the ingenuity and creativity of individual Canadians that will create lasting economic growth and jobs in their communities and across the country. And, Mr. Speaker, considering the importance of this sector, I would actually like to ask the Minister what recent measures has the government introduced to support mining, the forestry and agriculture sectors in Canada. The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Chairman, I want to thank the member from Cypress Hills Grasslands for his excellent question, his penetrating remarks, and his very interesting introduction. Supporting mining, forestry, and agriculture in Canada helps create jobs and economic development right across the country. Economic Action Plan 2014 is proposing measures to support these important sectors, including extending the mineral tax credit for investors in flow-through shares for an additional year until March 31, 2015. $18 million over 4 years, starting in 2014-15, for early intervention to prevent the spread of spruce budworm in Atlantic Canada and Quebec, expanding the types of farming livestock that qualify for tax deferral and sale by farmers dealing with drought or excessive moisture conditions. First, let me expand on the first point, the extension of the mineral exploration tax credit. According to the Mining Association of Canada, over 90,000 Canadians are employed in mineral extraction and mining support activities in communities right across the country. Promoting the exploration of Canada's mineral resources by junior exploration companies helps create jobs and economic development. By extending the mineral exploration tax credit, it will help junior exploration companies raise capital by providing an incentive to individuals who invest in flow-through shares issued to finance mineral exploration. Since 2006, the mineral exploration tax credit has helped junior mining companies raise over $5 billion for exploration. In 2012, over 350 companies issued flow-through shares with a benefit of the credit to more than 30,000 individual investors. Second, as the 2013 speech from the throne highlighted, Canada's forestry sector remains essential to Canada's rural economy, and that the government will continue to support innovation and pursue new export opportunities for the sector. Economic Action Plan 2014 will provide $18 million over 4 years, starting in 2014-15, to support early intervention measures to stop the spread of the spruce budworm in Atlantic Canada and Quebec, including $2 million through Natural Resources Canada. The spruce budworm is one of the most damaging insects for spruce trees in Canada, causing defoliation and tree mortality. Early intervention to prevent the spread of spruce budworm in Atlantic Canada and Quebec will protect the region from losing valuable forest resources to the severe defoliation that would be caused by a major outbreak. Finally, our government will help ensure the agriculture and agri-food sector plays a significant role in the Canadian economy, accounting for over $100 billion in economic activity and providing employment for over 2.1 million Canadians in 2011. Economic Action Plan 2014 highlights measures that will expand the types of farming livestock that qualify for tax deferral on sale by farmers dealing with drought or excess moisture conditions. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Well, Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate the Minister when I had the chance to work with him in natural resources, and once again tonight I hear him going back to some of the things that he was responsible for there as well in looking after forestry across this country. Mr. Speaker, we know that there have been global economic challenges. Canada has faced them head-on. We've been a leader over the last several years, and I guess I'm often surprised the opposition, I think, probably should be praising us for what we've done. Too often they fail to do that, or they're too embarrassed to do that. But I would like to ask the Minister if he can just tell us a little bit tonight about how Canada's economy is leading the way, leading the economic recovery, and how it's putting us in an enviable position.
The Honourable Minister.
Well, thank you very much, and I thank the member for his question. Our Economic Action Plan has resulted, after a robust stimulus program during the depths of the recession, in the creation of 1 million jobs and in a debt level which is 1/2 of that of the G7. We're expanding our trade with the world, most recently with Korea, the first Asian country that we've entered a free trade agreement with, and of course the landmark agreement in principle with the European Union, which will bring in 500,000 new consumers, a $17 trillion economy. Through our natural resource, our responsible resource development program, we are going to capitalize on the opportunities that $650 billion of projects over the next 10 years will present. We will only go ahead with projects that are safe for Canadians and safe for the environment, but we believe that you can do both. You can develop resources, and you can do that in a way which is safe environmentally. So through a whole host of measures, including the reduction of taxes to a lower level than they've been in 50 years, our government is working for Canadians to build a prosperous future for all Canadians from coast to coast to coast.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've seen the minister's version of sustainability when it comes to natural resources. I hope he doesn't apply that same distorted view when it comes to fiscal sustainability. Can the minister tell us what projections his department has made for the debt to GDP ratio, including the provinces, between now and 2050?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Ontario in the mix.
Mr. Speaker, we are anticipating a reduction in the debt to GDP ratio to 25% by 2022. I don't have the numbers for the next 50 years.
The Honourable Member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Does that estimation include the provinces?
The Honourable Minister.
Provinces. Does it include provinces? Does it include the provinces?
This is for the federal government. The current ratio, the current net debt ratio, according to international calculation, is 38.5%.
The Honourable Member.
So it may be convenient to exclude the provinces, but there's only one taxpayer, so let's talk about that. The PBO tells us that the combined debt to GDP ratios for the federal and provincial governments will be around 100% by 2050. Can he give us the number projected by his department?
The Honourable Minister.
I'm not sure what the honourable member is really getting at. I told him what the number was today. For the federal government, it's about 33%, including all the provinces, and it's a slightly different calculation, but it's the international calculation. It's 38.5%. Our number is going down to 25%, and one would expect it will continue to decrease from there. So I can only assume that the honourable member has in mind vast increases in provincial debt, you know, we know that some provinces are not doing very well at all, but that's outside federal jurisdiction.
The Honourable Member of Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Outside of federal jurisdiction, but affected by the federal choices made by this minister and his government. The PBO estimates that the current fiscal gap for the provinces is currently 1.9% of GDP. It will get larger each year at current levels of projected spending, including Ontario, as my friend from Ontario would point out. What is the minister doing to alleviate the gap in future budgets?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the first point to make is that federal support has reached historic levels, nearly $65 billion, and will continue to grow every year. Federal support for health, education, and social services have increased 56% since we formed government. We've also made changes to ensure transfers grow in line with the economy, allowing the program to remain affordable and sustainable. We're protecting transfers to provinces. Health and social transfers will, as I said, continue to grow. Perhaps the member opposite is thinking about the former government, the Liberal government, which shamefully slashed transfer payments to the provinces and the territories.
The Honourable Member of Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Yes or no, does the minister plan to honour the Conservative 2011 commitment to introduce income splitting in the next budget?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'm not sure whether the member opposite is in favour or not of this policy, but as I said, and as the Prime Minister has said, income splitting is a policy which is good for seniors, and we will devote our attention to reducing the tax rate for Canadian families this year.
The Honourable Member of Skeena-Bulkley.
Is the minister in favour of income splitting in the next federal budget?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Again, Mr. Speaker, you know, I guess the member opposite likes our current budget so much he can't wait for the next one. But good things are worth waiting for, and at the appropriate time, we will reveal it in this House.
The Honourable Member for Scanable Valley.
The Finance Department has done a study on the impacts of income splitting. Has the Minister read that report?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
The department, of course, analyzes a variety of policy alternatives, and I am briefed on them.
Member Scanable Valley.
That was a very direct and simple question. A report has been prepared. The former Finance Minister acknowledged this. Has the current Finance Minister read the report on income splitting from his department?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
I thought I was fairly clear, Mr. Speaker. The department provides analyses of a wide range of policy alternatives. I look at them, I'm briefed on them, and we discuss them. Then we make our decisions after a robust consultation period with Canadians right across the country.
The Honourable Member of Scanable Valley.
I asked the Minister if he's actually read a report on income splitting. He can't tell us or won't tell us. Either he hasn't read the report or he has read the report and he won't admit to that fact. Has the Minister, simple question, has the Minister read the report that his department has prepared on income splitting, yes or no?
The Honourable Minister.
There are a variety of reports, and I've certainly read reports on this subject, as I have on a variety of subjects, and I will continue to look at them. I don't know this focus on income splitting. It seems the only thing NDP knows about is splitting Canadian income from their pockets.
But before I continue, we've gotten into a habit. Members should be on their feet when they have the floor and in their seat when they do not. And so a minute ago, we had both members on their feet. So I would ask members, when you ask a question, to stand and subsequently to sit, and for the Minister to do the same thing. The Honourable Member for Scanable.
The Minister tell us how many Canadians will benefit from his income splitting plan. Thank you, Peter.
Well, I don't want to be standing when you're...
the Honourable Minister.
Yes, well, as I said, this isn't my plan. This is a policy alternative that we're looking at, along with many others.
The Honourable Member from Scanable Valley.
Does income splitting help single Canadians?
The Honourable Minister. Can the Honourable Member from Scanable Valley take his seat between questions, please? The Honourable Minister of State.
Well, since there's so much interest in this subject, let me just say that since 2006, our government has introduced a number of broad-based tax relief measures from which families are benefiting. They include reducing the GST to 5% from 7%, increasing the amount that Canadians can earn without paying federal income tax, reducing the lowest personal income tax rate to 15% from 16%, and introducing the incredibly successful new tax-free savings account, which helps Canadians meet lifetime savings needs. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, half of Canadians have participated in this account, and the amount involved, I believe, is now $80 billion.
The Honourable Member of Scanable Valley.
Will people making less than $44,000 a year benefit from income splitting?
The Honourable Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, the member opposite wants me to talk about a policy which we have not adopted. He wants me to get into details in respect to something which, where there is a variety of alternatives, and so no answer is possible. I'm not certain what the objective of the questions are. I was very clear that we're not going to announce this until the next budget after an extensive period of consultation with Canadians.
The Honourable Member of Scanable Valley.
The Minister doesn't seem to understand the basic connotations of what income splitting might be, based on the fact that this is a promise that is sitting on the books with the Conservatives contingent upon a balanced budget in the next federal budget. I'm asking simply, does he understand who and who does not benefit from income splitting? It seems like a fair question and a straightforward one.
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, our government has taken 1 million people off the tax rolls, and we will look at each policy alternative that is reasonable, and we will analyze it to determine its benefit for Canadians. But rest assured, we will not engage in a reckless spending spree. We will focus on reducing taxes for hardworking Canadians.
Honourable Member Scanlon-Bulkley Valley.
Income splitting won't help 85% of Canadians. The minister ought to know that before he starts to trumpet its values. A question about budget cuts. Would the minister agree that cuts to program spending will have a negative effect on the short-term GDP growth?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Cuts help grow the.
Mr. Speaker, we will make sure that we deliver services to Canadians in the most efficient way possible. Canadians demand that. Canadians deserve that. And if we do not spend the money, we're in a position to experience a higher surplus, and then be in a position to reduce taxes, which enhances growth.
The Honourable Member for Scanlon-Bulkley Valley.
Is the minister familiar with the Parliamentary Budget Officer's assessment of budget cuts and that impact on GDP growth in Canada?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
There are a variety of studies done. I'm not certain what he's referring to, but I'm sure we'll find out. Or I'm not sure we'll find out.
The Honourable Member Scanlon-Bulkley Valley.
I think he got handed the answer just at the last minute, so let's help out. The PBO estimates that the number as negative 0.5% of the GDP. Can the minister tell us what the effect of 0.5 negative GDP is on jobs in the Canadian economy?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, the first point is that the PBO estimate is not something that we agree with. We agree. We believe that the best contribution that the government can make to securing sustainable long-term growth and job creation is promoting sound and sustainable fiscal finances. We do not believe that balancing the budget and reducing the debt is an end to itself, however. Rather, balancing the budget and reducing debt will provide a host of benefits to Canadians for years to come. It's going to free up tax dollars which would be otherwise spent on debt and keep interest rates low, and many other advantages.
The Honourable Member Scanlon-Bulkley Valley.
No doubt he doesn't agree, because it's going to cost 46,000 jobs as of 2016. How much did the Department of Finance spend on Economic Action Plan advertising in 2012-13?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Advertising.
The Economic Action Plan communication strategy is to make Canadians understand the consequences and the advantages for the Canadian economy and for individual Canadians of our Economic Action Plan. It was a bold and innovative initiative, and it has created good jobs and sustained a higher quality of life. So it's the responsibility of the government to communicate on important programs and services. In fact, the awareness of the plan has increased dramatically in the country.
The Honourable Member Scanlon-Bulkley Valley.
The consequences are that it cost the Canadian taxpayer $15 million. The fact the minister didn't know that answer or was unwilling to tell it is disturbing. Since 2009, how much has the government spent on Economic Action Plan advertising?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Since or in 2009?
Well, in 2009, the number was 17 million. The next year, 10 million, 8.7, 16 million. The total is $73.2 million.
The Honourable Member of Scanlon-Bulkley Valley.
$73 million. Increasingly annoying Canadians with their own tax dollars is an insult to injury. How much did the government spend advertising the job grant program that did not exist?
It does exist.
Honourable Minister of Finance.
Well, the job grant program, of course, exists. Let me just reference the allusion that the member opposite was making to the advertising and its effectiveness. Awareness of the Economic Action Plan continues to increase. Canadians are aware of the plan. Has increased from 20% in the fall of 2009 to 61% in the fall of 2013. The Department of Finance continues to be responsible for the development and implementation of the advertising campaign, which supports measure-specific campaigns by line departments.
Member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Awareness has grown with the annoyance amongst Canadians for these same ads. Let's talk about tax compliance for a moment. The government produced a study about compliance costs for taxes on small business. Has the department done the Finance Department done any studies on the compliance costs of tax credits?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
I don't have that direct information, but I can pass it on to the honourable member as soon as I do.
The Honourable Member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Does the Department of Finance do any estimates on tax compliance costs with any new tax credits that they're introducing in advance?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
The department always looks at the economic consequences of tax measures that it introduces in the budget. That's the normal procedure for the government, and when we do that, then we come to the determination whether it's cost effective.
This concludes this 15-minute segment. Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliament Secretary to the Minister of National Revenue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Certainly, it's a pleasure to stand this evening to address the House of Commons Committee of the Whole, keeping taxes low and creating a strong business climate. Mr. Chair, I appreciate the opportunity to discuss our government's commitment to keeping taxes low and leaving more money in the pockets of hard-working Canadian families and job-creating businesses. What I won't do, of course, Mr. Speaker, is disrespect your office and stand during my question when the minister is answering, because it becomes confusing, and actually who's asking the question, who's answering the question. And also, Mr. Speaker, quite frankly, what I won't do is disrespect your office and sit on the arm of my chair when I should be sitting in the chair when I'm supposed to be sitting down. That's right. However, over the next several minutes, I would like to provide an overview of our government's actions that have kept taxes low for families and businesses and have led to the creation of jobs and opportunity, economic growth, and long-term prosperity for all Canadians. Supporting this track record, Mr. Chairman, is our unwavering commitment to return to balanced budgets in 2015, which will allow us to have more dollars available to invest in priorities that matter to Canadians and to allow even further tax relief for families. Allow me to elaborate on the measures that we have taken since 2006 to keep taxes low. Mr. Chair, our government has a proven track record of success when it comes to supporting families and communities. The opposition, on the other hand, has a proven record of voting against that support. And for all Canadians out there watching, it is a fairly easy matter to check the record on how members of Parliament vote on various subjects. And certainly when it comes to tax relief for Canadians, the opposition have an extremely solid record of voting against tax relief for Canadians. We've worked hard to create economic advantages for all Canadians so they can enjoy a high quality of life and long-term prosperity. We've lowered taxes to the point where the overall federal tax burden is now the lowest it has been in 50 years. And going forward, we will examine ways to provide further tax relief for Canadians while taking into account the goal of returning to balanced budgets by 2015. Unlike the high-tax NDP and Liberals, our Conservative government believes that Canadians shouldn't pay more taxes. They should actually pay fewer taxes. In fact, our strong record of tax relief has meant savings of nearly $3,400 for a typical family of 4 in 2014, allowing them to invest those savings in important family priorities. Mr. Chairman, since 2006, our government has lowered taxes in a number of ways, including increasing the amount of income that all Canadians can earn without paying federal income tax, increasing the upper limit of the 2 lowest personal income tax brackets so that individuals can earn more income before being subject to higher tax rates, reducing the lowest personal income tax to 15% from 16%, and introducing the tax-free savings account to help Canadians save by earning tax-free investment income. Our government's ambitious agenda of tax relief for families, individuals, and businesses is aimed at creating a tax system that fuels job creation and growth in the economy and allows Canadians to keep more of their hard-earned money. Our tax cuts have also given individuals and families the flexibility to make choices that are right for them. Our government's support for families has also meant supporting the businesses that create good jobs and allowing families to enjoy a high standard of living. In particular, we have taken action to lower taxes for businesses so that they can create good jobs here at home, while allowing them to compete in the global economy. In 2007, prior to the global crisis, Canada implemented a bold tax reduction plan that would help brand Canada as an attractive destination for business investment. This plan has reduced the federal corporate income tax rate from 22.12% in 2007. We legislated our rate reductions to just 15% today. One of the best records in the G7, Mr. Chairman. In fact, Canada now has an overall tax rate on new business investment that is lower than you will find in any G7 country and below the average of the 34 member countries of the OECD. We also recognize the vital role small businesses play in the economy and job creation. That's why we are committed to helping them grow and succeed. That includes reducing the small business tax rate from 12% to 11% and increasing the small business limit to $500,000. Indeed, because of our low tax plan, a typical small business with $500,000 of taxable income is now saving $28,600. Mr. Chairman, that's a lot of money for a small business to invest back into that business, to invest in machinery, or to invest in human capital. That's right. Mr. Chair, that's more the money that can be reinvested in growing businesses and creating jobs. This investment-friendly tax environment is critical to the future of Canada's economy. It is a broad-based, fiscally durable, structurally sound, and increasingly powerful selling feature in attracting the investment that Canadian businesses need to grow and to thrive. Today and in the years to come, this low tax environment will play a crucial role in supporting economic growth and enabling businesses to invest more of their revenues back into their operations. In addition to low taxes, Mr. Chair, our government has eliminated close to 1,900 tariffs and concluded multiple free trade agreements, which together are providing another $590 million in annual tariff relief for Canadian consumers and businesses. We also became the first government in Canadian history to reach a free trade agreement with the European Union, an agreement that will open up new markets to Canadian exports and bring countless benefits to Canadian businesses and Canadian families. Mr. Speaker, and I just want to enlarge on the agreement, the European Free Trade Agreement. The key here isn't just those 500 million consumers in Europe. It is positioning Canada in a very enviable position between those 500 million, quite frankly, affluent consumers in Europe and those 330-some million American consumers that we get to trade back and forth with on a daily basis. 800 million consumers accessible to Canadian businesses, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to conclude today with a few brief words on the impact of our Economic Action Plan has had and will continue to have on Canadians. In today's uncertain world, Canada's Economic Action Plan is working. It's creating jobs, it is keeping our economy growing, and it will return us to balanced budgets in 2015, which bodes well for not only the current generation of Canadians, but also for future generations of Canadians. Future generations of Canadians, quite frankly, Mr. Speaker, that the NDP quite often forget about in their tax and spend scheme of today. A recent analysis of the New York Times and the Luxembourg income study suggests that Canada's median income households today are the richest out of 20 peer countries, including the United States. It also shows that Canada's median income households have seen increases of about 20% in their take-home incomes between 2000 and 2010. This confirms that our government's low-tax plan for jobs and growth is working and increasing long-term prosperity for all Canadians. The federal tax burden is now the lowest it has been in more than 50 years, and more than 1 million low-income Canadians have been removed completely from the tax rolls. The share of Canadians living in low-income families is now at the lowest level over the past 3 decades. That's worth repeating, Mr. Speaker, because we hear a lot from the opposition. The share of Canadians living in low-income families is now at the lowest level over the past 3 decades. Going forward, the government will keep taxes low, will examine ways to provide further tax relief for Canadian families while returning to balanced budgets. With our economic action plan, Canada is on track to be a stronger, to have a stronger and more prosperous future. And in closing, Mr. Speaker, I would ask the Minister of Finance to please tell us what tax relief measures the government has offered to Canadian families. I know this is not a short answer. There are a lot of tax relief measures we've offered, but I would ask him to try to sum them up. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
I want to thank the member from South Shore, St. Margaret's, for the excellent question and his great presentation. Keeping taxes low and supporting families has been a cornerstone of our low-tax plan for jobs and growth. Since 2006, our government has introduced significant broad-based tax cuts that have benefited Canadian families. For example, we've delivered on our commitment to reduce the goods and services tax from 5% to 6% to from 5% from 7%. We've increased the amount that Canadians can earn without paying federal income tax. We've reduced the lowest personal income tax rate to 15% from 16% and increased the amount of income that individuals could earn before facing higher tax rates by increasing the upper limit of the 2 lowest personal income tax brackets. And we've introduced a tax-free savings account, which is an increasingly popular way for Canadians to save for their goals and their future. Canadian families are also benefiting from the introduction of the Child Tax Credit, the Children's Fitness Tax Credit, and the Children's Arts Tax Credit. Indeed, Canadians at all income levels are benefiting from tax relief introduced by our government, with low and middle-income Canadians receiving proportionally greater relief. Benefits for low and middle-income Canadians delivered through the personal income tax system and support for families with children have also been increased and enhanced. The government has introduced the Universal Child Care Benefit, which provides $100 per month to families for each child under the age of 6. Introduced and enhanced the Working Income Tax Benefit, lowering the welfare wall and strengthening work incentives for low-income Canadians already working, while encouraging other low-income Canadians to enter the workforce. Increase the amount of income that families can earn before the National Child Benefit Supplement is fully phased out and before the Canada Child Tax Benefit base benefit begins to be phased out. And maintained the GST credit level while reducing the GST rate by 2 percentage points, translating into about $1.2 billion in GST credit benefits annually for low and modest income Canadians. As a result of the tax relief provided by this government since 2006, more than 1 million low-income Canadians have been removed from the tax rolls. Overall, this government has cut taxes for an average family of 4 by close to $3,400. Wow. We have been able to accomplish all this while still being frugal with taxpayer dollars by paying down $38 billion on the national debt before the recession, the lowest level in a quarter of a century, lowered the government debt to the lowest debt in the G7, and for the first time in Canadian history, the direct spending program has fallen for 3 consecutive years by over $5 billion since 2009-2010. And we are freezing the government's operating budget again. We're the only G7 country to have recovered all of the business investment lost during the recession. Moody's, Fitch, Standard & Poor's have reaffirmed our AAA rating, but there is more work to do. 11 cents of every government revenue dollar goes to service the debt. We're committed to reducing the debt-to-GDP ratio to 25% by 2021 and ensuring that future governments will have to mind taxpayers' dime as we have through the introduction of balanced budget legislation. Most importantly, Mr. Speaker, Canadians across the country can count on our Conservative government to keep their taxes low while continuing to examine ways to provide further tax relief for Canadian families.
Resuming debate, that concludes this time slot. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Parkdale High Park.
Go Habs, go! Thank you, Mr. Chair. And so let me change the topic slightly. Does the minister agree that gender considerations should be integrated into all aspects of the budgetary process?
Oh, good question. The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Chairman, we do integrate them into the budgetary process.
The Honourable Member.
Well, does Finance Canada evaluate the department's gender-based analysis practices, and is it available publicly?
The Honourable Minister.
Is it available? Mr. Chairman, we do generate the analysis. I'm not certain of the full publication. I can get back to the honourable member on that.
The honourable member.
Appreciate you getting back to us on that. Thank you. The Auditor General's found that senior staff and policy analysts at Finance Canada lacked gender-based analysis training. How many senior staff and policy analysts have been trained since the audit?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
I can't hear you. Well, I don't have the number, but I know that this training is available to all the staff.
The Honourable Member.
Okay, so something's happening. We're not sure. Does Finance Canada regularly conduct a gender-based analysis on new and current tax measures, and is that available publicly?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
I'll have to get back to the member on that question.
The Honourable Member.
If it helps, the government has said that departments and agencies are required to include gender-based analysis in the development of new spending measures. So hopefully that is available publicly. Now, in April 2011, the government proposed an income-splitting program estimated at a cost of $3 billion. Does the minister believe this is the best use of federal taxpayer dollars, since income splitting would benefit at most 16% of Canadians, and they would be the richest 16% of Canadians, while costing 100% of Canadians in lost services? And secondly, has the minister conducted a gender analysis of this program?
Very good. Good question. The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, as I said in response to numerous questions on this subject, the Prime Minister has said, and I have said, that income splitting is good for seniors. It can be good for families, and we will await the budget for the details. But I should point out that since 2006, our government has introduced a number of broad-based tax relief measures from which families are benefiting. They include reducing the GST, increasing the amount that Canadians can earn without paying federal income tax, reducing the lowest personal tax rate to 15%, introducing the new tax-free savings accounts, and low-income families and individuals are also benefiting from measures to increase and enhance benefits through our tax system, including the universal child care benefit, introducing and enhancing the workers' income tax benefit, increasing the income under the national child care benefit, and others.
The honourable member, and just if I could also remind the minister if he could be mindful, I'll give him a cue when he's approaching the end of his time. The honourable member.
But I would assume that this government is going to conduct a gender analysis of a program that they're thinking of introducing, one that apparently does not benefit 84% of Canadians, so we look forward to that. Does the minister know how many jobs have been lost, or how much unemployment has increased in Ontario in the last year? Let me just clarify. Does the minister know how much unemployment has increased in Ontario in the last year? How many jobs have we lost?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
The first thing I'd like to do is to answer an implied question earlier raised in respect to the income splitting, which we discussed. All measures are analyzed for gender balance, as I've said before. So, in respect to the labour market, it's important to get the facts straight. Canada's posted one of the strongest job creation records in the G7 over the economy. The majority of the jobs have been full-time, private sector positions in high-wage industries. And while labour market data are volatile, it's important to look at the longer-term trend, and they're very positive.
The honourable member.
Well, and the number that he's looking for, Mr. Chair, is 11,400 jobs. This is how many jobs were lost in Ontario last year. That's some record. Will the minister admit this is a troubling indication of stalled and even a slipping recovery in his home province? Will he at least admit that?
Excellent. The Honourable Minister of Finance.
The province of Ontario numbers are lagging other parts of the country, and clearly Canada cannot reach its full potential if its largest province is struggling. We believe that the economic recovery is continuing apace, and we think that with sound fiscal policies that can continue in Ontario as well.
The honourable member.
With 11,000 families now without jobs, does the minister, who's also the minister for the GTA, know that the City of Toronto reported that unemployment increased to 9.2% last month? Does the minister consider this to be acceptable in Canada's largest city?
Excellent question.
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, this government is continuing to introduce policies, including tax policies and infrastructure initiatives that will be building employment right across the country. Toronto is, of course, an economic engine, not only for Ontario but for the entire country. It's got a vibrant financial services sector, which is doing very well, and we would like to see all Torontonians benefit, and we would like to see policies adopted in Ontario which focus on job creation.
The honourable member.
Well, even Bay Street doesn't seem to be helping because unemployment is increasing in the City of Toronto. Now, does the minister know by how much temporary jobs have increased since the end of the 90s in the Toronto Census metropolitan area, that is the Toronto area? Does he know by how much temporary jobs have increased, say, since 1997, before the recession?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
The first point I guess I'd like to correct here is that the unemployment rate in Toronto is now at 7.5%, down from its recession high of 10.2% in June 2002. Our long-term unemployment rate, the share of the labor force unemployed for 27 weeks or more, has fallen by 1/4 from its peak during the recession. It's now below its long-term historic average.
The honourable member for Parkdale High Park.
So we can duel on unemployment numbers. I can tell you unemployment is up in the City of Toronto, and you didn't answer my question. And my question is, do you know by how much temporary jobs have increased in Toronto since 1997?
Good question. Remind all members to direct their questions to the chair rather than directly at the minister. The honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Chairman, I don't have the specific number for Canada. For Toronto, I can say for Canada that full-time employment is at 87%. High wage, a million jobs were created. There's almost 18 million people employed. 87% are full-time. 64% at high-wage industries, 83% in the private sector. And if the member opposite needs specific numbers by city or by region, we can provide that to the extent they're available.
The honourable member.
Well, the number is actually 40%. What? Temporary jobs have increased by 40% over about the last 20 years, less than that, 15 years. Does the minister really think that increasingly shifting to part-time and precarious work is an acceptable replacement for full-time jobs?
Excellent question. The honourable Minister of Finance.
As I've said, Mr. Chairman, the bulk of the jobs are in fact full-time. The majority of the jobs are in the private sector. The majority of the jobs are high-wage jobs, and we're very pleased about that. And we think that is proof of the resilience of the Canadian economy.
The honourable member.
Well, that's simply ridiculous and illogical. It just simply is not the case. And I would love to dig down into these numbers, but I have such limited time, Mr. Chair. I need to move on to another topic, but it's ridiculous to say that most of the jobs being created are high-wage, permanent, long-term jobs. It's simply not the case. Let me turn to the issue of infrastructure. Downloading by Liberal and Conservative governments has led our cities to the point of crisis. Does the minister know the current infrastructure deficit?
Very good question. The honourable Minister of Finance.
The infrastructure investing in Canada creates jobs, it promotes economic growth, it provides a high quality of life for families in every city and community across the country. And a recognition of the importance of efficient public infrastructure for Canada's economic prosperity and quality of life, our government has made significant investments since 2006 to build roads, bridges, subways, rail, and much more. Indeed, under the $33 billion Building Canada plan launched in 2007, we supported over 12,000 infrastructure projects across the country. And furthermore, last year our government announced the new Building Canada plan, a $53 billion investment in predictable infrastructure funding for the next 10 years, the largest and longest federal investment in job-creating infrastructure in Canadian history.
In anticipation of a concern, just to remind the previous question was 40 seconds and the answer was 104, so it was a bit long, but I would remind all participants to work together. The honourable member for Parkdale High Park.
Yeah, the answer also had nothing to do with the question. My question was, does he know how much the infrastructure deficit is? And either he doesn't know or he doesn't care to say. Exactly. So let me help him out. The answer is at least $170 billion, which is a pretty big number. I think even he would agree. And so let me ask him, what reduction of infrastructure plan funding did Budget 2013 announce for the subsequent 5 years?
Good question. Good question.
Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, as I said, we have in 2013 announced the new Building Canada plan, a $53 billion investment, and our government has supported an additional 30,000 infrastructure projects through the stimulus phase of the Economic Action Plan. We've provided increased and ongoing support through the Gas Tax Fund, first doubling its size to $2 billion a year, making it permanent, indexing it at 2% per year. We provided over $9 billion to First Nations communities to build, operate, maintain, and renovate community infrastructure on reserves, $1.7 billion annually for close to 600,000 households on and off reserves across Canada. And because I don't have enough time, I can't list all the additional programs.
The honourable member.
Well, once again, unfortunately, my question was not answered. My question was, what did the 2013 budget announce in a reduction of infrastructure spending for the next 5 years? The answer was a $5.8 billion cut over the next 5 years compared with the 2012-2013 funding levels. Yes, they announced funding for the future way down the road when they will no longer be the government, but for the time now, they actually announced a cut. So let me ask another question. Does the minister know the cost of gridlock in the City of Toronto, the city that he's also the minister for?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
I don't have the cost of traffic jams in Toronto, but we'll hear from the honourable member, perhaps.
This concludes this round. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Edmonton Leduc.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And at the outset, I'm pleased to welcome all those Canadians from coast to coast who are watching the hockey game. I know they'll now be tuning into this meeting of the whole here tonight. It's my pleasure to address this committee here tonight to highlight one of the central initiatives in this budget, the important role our government plays in Canada's science, technology, and innovation system. Since 2006, this government has provided more than $11 billion in new resources to support science, technology, and innovation in Canada. We have long recognized that development of new ideas and new products is key to Canada's future prosperity. It fuels the growth of small and large businesses alike and drives productivity improvements that raise the standard of living of all Canadians. Canada remains the G7 leader in research and development expenditures in the higher education sector as a share of the economy. And our universities and post-secondary institutions are recognized internationally for providing a truly world-class education. Canada's strengths in post-secondary research make our nation a destination of choice, and Canadian institutions have attracted some of the world's best researchers. But we cannot be complacent, as Canadian post-secondary institutions face significant competition from their counterparts in other countries for the best minds, partnership opportunities, and breakthrough discoveries. Canada's ability to attract top research talent, innovators, and enterprises requires its world-class institutions to be able to seize emerging opportunities and excel on the global stage. That is why the Economic Action Plan 2014 will create the Canada First Research Excellence Fund to help Canadian post-secondary research institutions leverage their key strengths to the benefit of all Canadians. The plan will provide the Canada First Excellence Research Fund with $50 million in 2015-2016, growing to $100 million in the following year, $150 million in 2017-2018, and reaching a steady state level of $200 million annually in 2018-19 and beyond. Within the next decade, this fund will provide an additional $1.5 billion to advance the global research leadership of Canadian institutions. This initiative will position Canada's post-secondary institutions to compete with the best in the world for talent and breakthrough discoveries, creating long-term economic advantages for Canada. Mr. Chair, I'd like to highlight some of the comments that Economic Action Plan 2014 investments, in particular this fund and these investments, received. The President of the University of Alberta, Indira Samasekara, said that, and I quote, Budget 2014 demonstrates the Government of Canada's commitment to excellence in higher education, research and innovation, and I would like to thank it for such strong support. I am convinced that this investment will help universities such as the U of A meet rising global competition. With it, we will be able to increase our capacity to attract and retain the best and brightest faculty, postdoctoral fellows, graduate students, and international partners to advance the scientific discoveries, solutions, and ideas that will benefit Canadians for generations to come. Another comment from the President of the Association of Universities and Colleges of Canada, Mr. Paul Davidson, said, and I quote, "Today Canada is signaling to the leading research nations of the world that it intends to compete with the best in terms of support for research excellence and attracting top innovators to our universities. This new strategy recognizes that research excellence takes place at universities of all sizes and in all regions of the country. The benefits will be shared by communities, students, and faculty across Canada." Mr. Chair, obviously our government is very pleased to see such strong support for Economic Action Plan 2014, and I would like to recognize people like Indira, people like Paul Davidson, for the work they did in sort of encouraging the government to invest in this manner. Mr. Chair, our government has also taken numerous steps to strengthen our nation's capacity for advanced research, the kind which leads to breakthroughs at universities, colleges, or other institutions across the country. As an example, let me highlight one of the jewels in Canada's scientific community, one of our big science projects, the Triumph Cyclotron Particle Accelerator, a facility that the Industry Committee actually visited during our study of science, technology, innovation across the country years ago. Through Triumph's ambitious international partnerships, Canadian researchers have been at the centre of some of the most important international research projects, most recently making critical contributions to the discovery of the Higgs boson particle at the Large Hadron Collider at the European Organization for Nuclear Research. Triumph has also forged highly successful partnerships with industry leaders in order to commercialize its scientific breakthroughs and is recognized globally for its innovative work in the production of medical isotopes used for treating thyroid, breast, and other cancers. It has helped to launch several spin-off companies and accelerate the growth of existing firms by sharing expertise, laboratory and research space, and jointly developing leading-edge research equipment. Our government strongly supports these efforts, and starting in 2015, our government will be providing an additional $126 million over 5 years to further support the world-leading research taking place at Triumph. Initiatives such as Triumph have proven that Canada's innovators are up to the task of competing on the world stage if they have the opportunity and the resources to do so. Unfortunately, all too often our nation's innovative enterprises lack access to the very fuel that will drive their success, namely venture capital. Venture capital plays a critical role in providing the investment and resources needed for these promising enterprises to realize their full potential. The Canadian venture capital market has had mixed results over the past decade, which has resulted in an overall decline in venture capital fundraising. Clearly, there is a need to expand the supply of venture capital in Canada, as was noted by the expert panel review of federal support for research and development. However, this is not a challenge the government can address on its own. That is why in 2013 our government introduced the Venture Capital Action Plan, making significant resources available to support Canada's venture capital industry, including $400 million to help increase private sector investments in early-stage risk capital, fulfilling a commitment that was made in 2012. Business accelerators and incubators are important players in the venture capital system. These organizations bring entrepreneurs together and provide them with working spaces, hands-on mentorship by successful innovators, and access to specialized business services in order to develop their ideas and grow their businesses, one of our biggest challenges in this country. Graduates of these programs can present superior investment opportunities for venture capital funds, attracting more investors and more capital. Budget 2013 announced $60 million over 5 years to help outstanding and high-potential incubator and accelerator organizations expand their services to entrepreneurs, to be delivered through what I think is one of the best programs through the Government of Canada, National Research Council's Industrial Research Assistance Program, NRC-IRAP. Our most recent budget will boost this investment by providing an additional $40 million over 4 years, bringing the program's total funding to $100 million. Working together, we will strengthen Canada's venture capital system and help promising Canadian firms not only launch their innovations, but unleash their unlimited potential. Mr. Chair, these programs not only strengthen Canada's capacity for world-leading research, they will also help improve the commercialization of Canadian innovations. The research they support and the researchers they develop will help sustain Canada's economic advantage well into the future. Mr. Chair, since 2006, sustaining Canada's economic advantage Canada has been a priority for our government. I would like to ask the Minister of Finance to highlight what the government is doing to support advanced research, and specifically how our record and how our plan compares with the plan of the other parties.
Great question. The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member from Edmonton-Leduc for that excellent question. Economic Action Plan 2014 reinforces Canada's economic strength with new support for research and innovation totaling more than $1.6 billion over the next 5 years. The government plays an important role in Canada's science, technology, and innovation system. Since 2006, the government has provided more than $11 billion in new resources to support basic and applied research, talent development, research infrastructure, and innovative activities in the private sector, including more effectively aligning federal support for research with business needs. To be successful in the highly competitive global economy, Canada must continue to improve its ability to develop high-quality, talented people performing world-class research and generating new breakthrough ideas. The government has increased support for these activities in each year since 2006, even during the global recession. In 2013, this support exceeded $3 billion for research and post-secondary education alone. Economic Action Plan 2014 builds on these commitments with the creation of the new Canada First Research Excellence Fund. The fund, which is based on the principles of openness, excellence, and peer review, will provide what many in the research community have asked for in recent years: significant, flexible resources to further drive Canada's post-secondary research institutions to become the world's best. Let me quote the president of McMaster University, who said, "It is an exceptional government investment. Countries that have made extraordinary leaps in research and innovation have made these types of landmark investments. For Canada to now have this type of support from the government will allow our country to compete and collaborate at the highest levels." Close quotes. Canada has a rich research tradition that has been boosted by the significant investments our government has made since 2006. Our government's investments in science, technology, and innovation have helped ensure Canada leads the G7 in post-secondary research expenditures as a share of the economy. And our commitment remains strong. In Economic Action Plan 2014 alone, we announced the largest annual increase in funding for research through the granting councils in over a decade. This includes $46 million a year on an ongoing basis. Mr. Chair, the investments we've included in this year's budget will promote Canada's economic advantage both now and for many years to come. This is where our government and the Liberal Party differ. Where our government makes wise, strategic, and targeted investments that will lead to greater prosperity for Canadians, the Liberal leader threatens unrestricted higher spending. As both the member from Edmonton-Leduc and I have noted, on Budget Day this year, there were numerous universities and other educational institutions that affirmed their support. At the exact same time, the leader of the Liberal Party was live on television saying the exact opposite. Instead of supporting the road to balanced books, he attempted to persuade Canadians that the budget will somehow balance itself. In my many years working in the finance sector, I must say this is a first. I've never heard that budgets can magically balance themselves. Despite the Liberals' leader's new philosophy, we remain on track to balancing the budget in 2015 while continuing to make important investments to attract, educate, and train the world's top research talent. We believe that with the initiatives we announced this year and all our budgets that came before it, Canadian visionaries and entrepreneurs will have all the support they will need to be world leaders. Thank you.
Questions? The Honourable Member for Edmonton-Leduc.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate that response by the Minister and all the investments in this area. If I have time, I'd like to perhaps pose another question to the Minister of State for Finance with respect to financial literacy. I was very pleased when he made the recent announcement that Jane Rooney would be the financial literacy leader in Canada. She's done outstanding work at the Financial Consumer Agency of Canada for years, and that organization has done some excellent work. I encourage all Canadians to visit that website to see the amount of work they've done for individuals, families, schools, and other such organizations. I was hopeful perhaps the Minister of State for Finance could stand up and indicate where the government is going in terms of its path. This is obviously an issue of concern to many Canadians, but it's something that I introduced a motion on this topic to Parliament back in 2010 and was very gratified that it was adopted by this House nearly unanimously. And I'm very pleased with the government's follow-up with respect to that specific motion. So if I could ask the Minister of State for Finance to indicate where the government is going with respect to financial literacy.
The Honourable Minister of State for Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I want to thank the member from Edmonton-Leduc. Our government, he's correct, has demonstrated an unprecedented commitment to enhancing financial literacy here in Canada. I think he can, rightfully so, take much of the credit for the measures that this government has done. As chair of the Finance Committee, he has stepped forward with proposals through his own private member's bill, but just others, the push of our government to do some of the good things that we have done. We want all Canadians to have the skills that they need to make solid financial choices that benefit them, just like our government has been making the right financial choices for Canada. Mr. Speaker, we know that understanding the basics, such as budgeting, saving, credit and debt, will help Canadians keep their finances in good shape. Mr. Chair, we created the Task Force on Financial Literacy. We dedicated November as Financial Literacy Month. We designated new resources to the Financial Consumer Agency of Canada, and he was also right. We appointed a very good financial literacy leader, Ms. Jane Rooney, to help with the strategy across Canada. The financial literacy's mandate is to collaborate and coordinate activities with stakeholders, ultimately strengthening the financial understanding of all Canadians. The financial literacy leader will also lead consultations on the development of a national financial literacy strategy that, among other things, will specifically focus on the need of seniors. But we know that there are other groups as well that are vulnerable. There's much to be done with youth. We've seen some of the things that schools across this country are doing. Again, it's because of much of what our government has moved forward on, and again, the member from Edmonton-Leduc can take much of that credit. So, Mr. Speaker, we're excited about the financial literacy in our country. We know that it's going to be a challenge, and we're also excited by the number of stakeholder groups that have come forward to help us in this endeavour. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
And that will carry on to the next round, and the Honourable Member for Kings Hants.
Speaker, does the Minister believe that an annual income of $12,500 per year from CPP is enough for a Canadian senior to live on? And if not, does he agree with his predecessor who wrote to the provinces saying we should consider a modest, phased-in and fully funded enhancement to defined benefits under the CPP?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, our government understands the importance of a secure and dignified retirement for people who have worked so hard to build this country. And we have lowered taxes and brought forward new incentives for Canadians to save for retirement, including pension income splitting for seniors, pooled registered pension plans, tax-free savings accounts, and launched consultations on a new target benefit pension plan. Since 2008, about $2.8 billion in annual tax relief has been provided to seniors and pensioners, including increasing the age credit by doubling the pension income credit.
Okay. That will have to do it. Order. Order. We're moving on to the next question. Minister. Order. The Honourable Member for Kings Hants.
Mr. Chair, there ought to be some adjustment for time.
Yeah, well, we're in fact doing that. The honourable member for Kings Hands has the floor.
Chair, does the minister agree with Finance Canada's briefing materials that, quote, in the long run, expanding the CPP would bring economic benefits, higher savings will lead to higher income in the future and higher consumption possibilities for seniors?
The honourable minister.
Mr. Chairman, Canadians simply can't afford to pay higher CPP payroll taxes, especially during a fragile economic recovery, and that's why we've brought forward pension income splitting, pooled registered retirement plans, tax-free savings accounts, and launched extensive consultations on a new target benefit retirement plan. This is the result of all this is that seniors, the poor seniors represent a smaller proportion of the population than poor Canadians overall.
The honourable member for Kings Hands.
Mr. Speaker, why, for the minister, is it okay to pad his books with higher EI premiums to create a phony surplus on the eve of an election, but it's not okay to increase gradually CPP premiums to help Canadians have a better retirement? Why are higher payroll premiums okay for Conservative politics, but not okay for Canadian pensioners?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Chairman, we understand that small business is a cornerstone of our economy, creating jobs that support families in all our communities, and that's why we introduced a 3-year freeze on EI rates, and that will leave $660 million in the pockets of job creators and workers this year alone. What's more, beginning in 2017, premiums will be set according to a 7-year break-even rate, and this will ensure that premium revenues are no higher than the actual cost of the EI program.
The honourable member for Kings Hands.
Speaker, the minister's freezing EI premiums at a higher rate until after the election.
2 years after.
2 years after the election. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chair, 57% of Canadians believe the next generation will be worse off than they are today. Why does the minister believe that's the case? Why do Canadians believe that?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to have reported that Canadians are better off by over 10% and poor Canadians by 14% in the previous 10-year period. Canadians have enjoyed the strongest income growth in the G7, and Canada is the only G7 country to have fully recovered business investment lost during the recession. From an intergenerational perspective, mobility for Canadians is greater than many of the other countries that we compare ourselves to. Canada, with half the debt-to-GDP ratio of the major industrial countries, is in a very strong position to do better for Canadians.
The honourable member for Kings Hands.
Let me help the minister, Mr. Chair. He seems out of touch with the realities faced by young Canadians and their parents. The reality is that the Canadian economy has lost about 260,000 jobs for young Canadians since 2008, and that's one of the reasons why Canadian parents are worried about their children's future. TD Bank estimates it's a $22 billion cost to the Canadian economy of this sustained youth underemployment and unemployment. CIBC Economics is using the term lost generation of Canadian youth. Does the minister recognize that what some economists are linking the growth in the number of low-skilled temporary foreign workers under the Conservatives with higher youth unemployment in Canada and wage suppression for Canadian youth?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, the government invests over $300 million annually to address youth employment challenges through the Youth Employment Strategy, which provides skill development and work experience for youth at risk, summer students, and recent post-secondary graduates. Our Economic Action Plan announced that the government will review the youth employment strategy to better align it with the evolving realities of the job market and ensure Canadian investments provide young Canadians with real-life experience. Canada will continue to have one of the lowest youth unemployment rates in the G7. We've helped 2.1 million youth obtain skills, jobs, and training. We recognize more has to be done, and that's why we're helping young Canadians get the skills they need, helping young entrepreneurs start more businesses, supporting more paid internships for graduates.
The honourable member for Kings Hands.
Mr. Chair, last summer we saw some of the worst summer job numbers for Canadian youth in 40 years. And at the same time, in fact, about a year ago, the government was running Economic Action Plan ads during the playoffs that cost about $100,000 for a 30-second ad to advertise a program that didn't even exist, a job skills program. Does the minister feel that it makes sense to spend $100,000 advertising a program that doesn't exist, or would it make more sense to create 32 summer jobs for students who are desperately in need of that?
With that same money.
The honourable minister.
Mr. Chairman, as I said, we have initiated significant programs for youth. We announced that funding would be reallocated from within the Youth Employment Strategy to support 3,000 internships in high-demand fields and 1,000 internships in small and medium-sized enterprises. These initiatives complement recent and ongoing investments to provide better and timely labour information to inform young people about fields of study for in-demand occupations in order to help students make better choices about their education. It's important for them to have that information.
The honourable member for Kings Hands.
Does the minister feel it was good public policy for his government to tighten mortgage rules and shorten mortgage amortization limits and eliminate 40-year mortgages with no down payments?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
As I said earlier, the government is moving to reduce the exposure of Canadian taxpayers to the mortgage market and to reduce consumer indebtedness. The reduction of the amortization period from 40 years to 35 years to 30 years to 25 years is consistent with that. What we don't want to see is a real estate bubble, and there are a number of measures that the government has taken in that regard, in addition to amortization, requiring a minimum down payment of 5% for new government-backed insurance mortgages, progressively lowering the maximum amount that Canadians can borrow in.
Order. The honourable member for Kings Hands.
So the minister agrees with reducing your amortization from 40 years and getting rid of 40-year mortgages with no down payment, which must mean that he disagrees with his government's decision to actually introduce 40-year mortgages with no down payment in Budget 2006, which created by the first half of 2008, half the mortgages issued in Canada were 40-year mortgages, Mr. Speaker. Speaking of housing bubbles, we really need good data, and CIBC's Deputy Chief Economist Ben Tao issued a report recently saying we need better data on the Canadian housing market, and that we need to increase funding for Stats Canada to get that type of data for Canadian consumers and investors. Does the minister agree that we need better information communicated to Canadian investors and homeowners?
The honourable minister.
I find it a bit puzzling that the honourable member seems to be favouring an increase in the amortization rate from the current 25 years to 40 years. I'm not sure what he thinks the economic consequence of that would be, but it's certainly not the direction we feel that it would be prudent to go at this time. In respect, and economic circumstances change, interest rates change, and it's appropriate, therefore, for amortization to change as well when the economic data warrant it. The IMF has recently noted that the macro-prudential measures introduced in Canada over the past few years have been effective in moderating the pace of household debt accumulation and cooling off the housing market. So we believe that the initiatives taken by the government since 2008 indicates our concern that the housing sector be well regulated because it's an important source of strength for the economy. While conditions in the housing market remain firm, housing market activity has moderated, and this partly reflects a series of proactive measures taken by the government.
The honourable member for Kings Hants.
Well, Mr. Chair, the minister continues to attack his predecessor and his government's decisions to loosen 40 mortgage rules in Canada and introduce for the first time ever 40-year mortgages with no down payment. And we as Liberals are actually quite happy that he's gone back to the Liberal policy of 25-year amortizations after realizing what they did was reckless and has created potentially a housing bubble in Canada. If you look at what The Economist magazine and Paul Krugman and others are saying about the Canadian housing market. Mr. Chair, question for the minister. Does he agree with the Economist magazine's recent assessment of Canada when they say that they cite that the IMF projects growth will be 2.3% this year, below UK and Britain and Australia. Our employment rate is still below employment rate is still below pre-crisis level. Ranks 5th in the G7 for job creation since 2008, only ahead of Italy and the US. And the Economist is saying that Canada's post-crisis glow is dimming. So doesn't the minister realize that, in fact, the status quo is not working? A lot of Canadians are falling behind, and we're falling behind our peers in the G7.
The honourable minister.
Mr. Chairman, we're very comfortable that Canada will continue to grow at a strong rate, and we're very comfortable that our policies will result in a budgetary surplus next year. We have posted one of the strongest economic performances among the G7 over the recovery and the recession, both in terms of output growth and job growth. And data recently released by the OECD shows that Canada's employment rate, the percentage of people 15 to 64 that are employed, is the second highest in the G7. Moreover, Canada has had one of the strongest job creation performances in the G7 over the recovery.
And that will complete that round. And now we'll move to the honourable member for Tobique-Mactaquac.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate the opportunity to be here this evening and with the minister. And I would like to opportunity to discuss our government's commitment to opening new markets for Canadian exports. And over the next several minutes, I'm going to provide an overview of our government's actions that have opened new markets for Canadian businesses, allowing them to thrive and compete in the global economy. Much like the Montreal Canadiens did tonight as they opened a new market called the Conference Championship. So it's good to see that. Through Canada's Economic Action Plan, our government has delivered remarkable economic results for Canadians following the deepest global economic recession since the 1930s. And we have provided a balance between stimulating our economy for the short term, balancing the budget in the medium term, and building our capacity in the long term. Contrary to what the opposition leaders may believe, our country remains in a very enviable position. Since the depth of the recession, over 1 million net new jobs have been created, most in high-wage industries. There is now over 600,000 more jobs than at the pre-recession peak, among the strongest job growth record among G7 countries over the course of the recovery. Almost 90% of all jobs created since July 2009 have been full-time positions, with close to 85% of those coming from the private sector. It is clear that Canada's Economic Action Plan has established a solid foundation that has allowed Canadian businesses to create jobs and drive economic growth. Having said that, Mr. Chair, our government is under no illusions that our work here is finished. We have some major challenges ahead. The global economy remains fragile, with growth in advanced economies slower than expected. Canada is at risk from the financial instability from beyond our shores. Indeed, the head of the IMF recently noted that the Great Recession is not yet completely over for many countries, noting, specifically, they said, that does not mean that the crisis is over and our mission accomplished. The crisis will not be over until the flow of credit from banks in Southern Europe is repaired, adding also, in addition, the permanently low inflation brings additional risks. Given this environment, our government understands that Canadians' standard of living and future prosperity depend on growing trade and investment. That is why Canada's Economic Action Plan actively pursues new trade and investment opportunities, particularly with large, dynamic, and fast-growing economies. And I was particularly encouraged to hear our Minister of Trade speak today in question period about his upcoming missions, trade missions to China and to Africa, as the hardworking minister continues to develop our trade markets around the world. Our government has pursued the most ambitious trade agenda in Canadian history. Since 2006, our government has increased the number of free trade arrangements Canada has from 5 countries to an astounding 43 countries. Looking forward, the Canada-European Union Comprehensive Economic and Trade Agreement would eliminate an additional $750 million in annual tariffs on imports from the EU. The Canada-Europe Union Comprehensive Economic and Trade Agreement is by far Canada's most ambitious trade initiative, deeper in ambition and broader in scope than the historic North American Free Trade Agreement, as we all refer to as NAFTA. In fact, the Comprehensive Economic Trade Agreement will add more than 80,000 new jobs to the Canadian economy. John Manley, President and CEO of the Canadian Council of Chief Executives, had this to say: "A strong and ambitious trade agenda continues to be at the core of this government's strategy for jobs and economic growth. On both sides of the Atlantic, the Comprehensive Economic and Trade Agreement will create jobs, spur investment, and promote economic growth." Indeed, Mr. Chair, this historic agreement will produce substantial gains for many of Canada's key sectors, generating significant business benefits for businesses, workers, and their families. Almost 94% of EU agricultural tariff lines will be duty-free when CETA comes into effect. And Mr. Chair, I'd be remiss if I didn't talk a little bit about the impact that this would have in New Brunswick as well, because when you look at some of our major sectors in New Brunswick, for example, just in the service sector, approximately 75% of the provincial GDP in New Brunswick comes from the service sector, and it employs over 277,000 people. Access to the European service economy, which is valued at $12.1 trillion, opens up a significant market to auditing, architecture, engineering, finance, investments, software development, health and life sciences, and aerospace and development and defense. I should also indicate that between the exports of fish and seafood products, as well as forestry value add, and New Brunswick's world-class agriculture and agri-food products, we're talking somewhere in the order of about 30,000 direct jobs just in those 3 sectors to the New Brunswick economy. And when you take into consideration that tariffs, and for example, I have probably one of the largest per capita potato producing regions in the country with 2 large McCain food plants, and the tariffs on frozen potato products going to the EU is currently 17.6%. This trade agreement is significant for New Brunswick. It's significant for those major industries. And when you actually look at the value-add wood products, again, plywood, veneered products, 10% duty. So, Mr. Chair, this means significant benefit to New Brunswick, not just in sectors, but clear across the country. Our government has successfully negotiated an outcome that allows Canadian exports to benefit from tariff-free access, as I've indicated, making Canadian products cheaper and more competitive and providing our exporters a significant advantage over their competitors. And in fact, in this deal, we're ahead of the U.S. in getting entry into that market. In Asia, in addition to opening new markets in Europe for Canadian exporters, we're also concentrating our sights on the lucrative and fast-growing Asian market. For example, we recently reached a landmark agreement with South Korea. This is Canada's first trade agreement in the Asia-Pacific region and will provide new access for Canadian businesses and workers to the world's 15th largest economy and the 4th largest in Asia. South Korea is not only a major economic player in its own right and a key market for Canada, it also serves as a gateway for Canadian businesses and workers into the dynamic Asia-Pacific region as a whole. The agreement will eliminate an additional $176 million in annual tariffs on imports from Korea. Canada is also actively engaged in the Trans-Pacific Partnership negotiations that will open new markets and deepen our ties with several Asian economies, including Japan. Canada, Mr. Chair, was built on trade, and now more than ever before, we are looking to diversify and deepen our trade relationships. And like the opposition, our government understands the pursuit of free trade is key to our growth agenda. Too often, as we often hear in this House, growth policy is characterized by only fiscal stimulus. Growth policy is dictated by trade and a low-tax environment for our businesses. In our view, a diverse and balanced growth agenda includes structural reforms, including trade liberalization, that allow for Canadian businesses and their workers to compete more effectively in global markets. With one of the most successful economies in the world today, Canada offers many advantages as an investment destination and partner for our global business. Canada's competitiveness, excellence, depth of talent, innovation, and creativity offer a great environment to potential investors from around the globe. Our government remains firmly committed to supporting Canadian jobs and fostering long-term prosperity for Canadians and their families. The low-tax approach I just mentioned in Canada's Economic Action Plan continues to be a beacon to other nations around the world in a time of global economic uncertainty. In 2007, prior to the global crisis, Canada passed a bold tax reduction plan designed to brand Canada as a low-tax destination for business investment, and we have since been recognized over the world for just that. The KPMG publication Competitive Alternatives 2012 rigorously analyzed the impact of federal, state, provincial, and municipal taxes on business operations. KPMG concluded that Canada's total business tax costs are more than 40% lower than those in the United States and confirmed that Canada has the lowest business tax costs in the G7. Ernst & Young have noted that Canada has become one of the top 5 destinations in the world to start a business, saying that Canada has emerged as a real leader in fostering entrepreneurial culture. We offer a supportive tax and regulatory environment for entrepreneurs. Canada's government has been highly supportive of entrepreneurs, providing regulatory and tax regimes that enable startups and growing companies to flourish. We have also been recognized by Bloomberg as the second-best country in the world to do business. In closing, along with our support for free and open trade, the government continues to support the low-tax environment that is required to create jobs and economic growth in any condition. That being said, we support low taxes. We don't support higher taxes in the form of any kind of carbon tax. Our Conservative government understands that Canada's competitive tax system plays a crucial role in supporting economic growth. These tax reductions leave more money for the private sector to reinvest in machinery, equipment, information technology, and other physical capital that will further boost the recent productivity gains we've seen in businesses across Canada, including the Forest Products Association of Canada, who have experienced a 2.5% productivity growth. That said, can the Minister of Finance please tell us how Canadians will benefit from various trade agreements that are part of the government's Economic Action Plan?
Minister of Finance.
Mr. Chairman, I want to thank the member from Tobik-Mektaquac for that excellent question. Canada's Economic Action Plan includes measures to open new markets to Canadian exports, which will create jobs, economic growth, and long-term prosperity for Canadians. These measures benefit not only Canadian businesses, which create jobs and keep our economy strong, but they also benefit Canadian consumers and families. Our government is focused on creating jobs and opportunities for hardworking Canadians in every region of the country, providing businesses, especially the crucial small and medium-sized enterprises, the SMEs, which employ so many Canadians, with new and improved market access so they can expand and compete globally. That is a key part of our government's pro-trade plan, the most ambitious in our nation's history. Through CETA, our government is creating new and historic opportunities in Europe for agricultural exporters from across Canada. Indeed, Canadian workers in every region, including the Atlantic provinces, in such sectors as fish and seafood, chemicals and plastics, forest products, advanced manufacturing, ICT, metals and minerals, and agriculture and agri-foods, to name just a few, will benefit from increased access to the lucrative EU market. Another agreement in Canada's pro-trade plan is the Canada-India Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement, CEPA, which remains a key priority. There has been good progress in all areas under negotiation, and Canada seeks to conclude negotiations with India as soon as possible. A trade agreement with India will eliminate or reduce tariffs on goods and liberalize trade in services. Once in place, the CEPA would play an important role in boosting trade and investment and creating more jobs and increasing prosperity for Canadians. And more recently, one of our major accomplishments with respect to our trade agenda has been the new free trade agreement reached with South Korea, Canada's first in the fast-growing Asia-Pacific region. The Canada-Korea Free Trade Agreement will provide Canadian businesses and workers with unprecedented access to South Korea, directly benefiting Canada's SMEs. Specific measures that will help SMEs to access the South Korean market include eliminating tariffs, locking in fair and predictable conditions for businesses, and ensuring non-discriminatory treatment. That is, that each country treats the other companies and goods the same way as it treats its own. The agreement will result in increased trade opportunities through tariff elimination in a broad range of sectors, such as industrial goods, for example, aerospace, information, communications technology, metals and minerals, chemicals, plastics, pharmaceuticals, industrial machinery and cosmetics, agro products, forestry, and value-added products. The agreement will provide Canadians with access to new markets. Thank you.
We probably have time for a brief question and response. Selon la députée de Tobique-Mataquac.
Member for Tobique-Mataquac.
Thank you, the Minister, for that answer and what it does. And in addition to creating the wealth and wealth for citizens who are working in these businesses, could he share with us briefly what the government has done to help consumers here in Canada?
Mr. Speaker, our government has a consumer-first policy, and we have pursued that in a number of ways. But, you know, before I get into that, Mr. Speaker, I just wanted to complete a couple of comments that I wanted to make with respect to free trade. The agreement.
Order. Unfortunately, order. Unfortunately, we have run out of time for that. We did have time for a brief response. Perhaps the Minister will have an opportunity, though, in other responses to other questions. We are moving on to the next round. La prochaine round de débat.
The next round, the Honourable Member for Quebec. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, first of all, I wish to say that the Minister of Finance is also the Minister responsible for the City of Toronto. I want to respond to the question asked by my colleague from Parkdale High Park. The question, which is as follows: does the Minister know the cost of traffic jams in Toronto? We know that this is a problem. The minister did not answer this question. The City House Institute estimates that it costs $11 billion a year. That's what it cost in 2013. It's absolutely unbelievable. The Minister of Finance seems to say that he knows about consumer affairs. And I would like to say, first of all, that I will share my time with the member for Sudbury. My question is simple. Can the minister tell us it costs every year for Canadian consumers to withdraw their own money from an ATM? The Honourable Minister of Finance. Canadian consumers deserve access to credit according to clear and transparent conditions. The Consumer Agency of Canada indicates that Canadians have better access to banking options than ever before that don't always incur fees. The government will take other measures to extend banking options that don't cost anything to Canadian consumers. The Honourable Member. A single answer. It costs Canadians $420 million a year for ATM fees when they pull their money out. It's simple. In 2011, an American Senate committee studied the issue of transaction fees in the financial industry. This report is better known as the Durbin Report. Is the minister familiar with this report? The Honourable Minister of Finance. In our plan, we intend to reduce amounts withheld from checks and to promote better access. We doubled the amount. According to the Consumer Protection Agency, the amount went from $200,000 to $2 million. We have made mortgage insurance more transparent and easier to understand through improved disclosure and other measures. The Honourable Member for Quebec. It's simple. I just want to know if the Minister of Finance of Canada knows the famous Durbin Report, and I see that he doesn't because he's avoiding the question. Obviously, he doesn't know the answer. Does he know what the estimated administrative cost is for a ATM transaction? Canadians go to ATMs. They encourage a transaction. I want to know what number. How much does a transaction cost? The Honourable Minister. As everyone knows, if we withdraw money from our own bank, there are no fees at all. The Honourable Member. According to the Durbin Report, it costs 36 cents to withdraw that money. Maybe the Minister of Finance confused this American report with the fact that when one withdraws from an ATM in the United Kingdom, maybe he could tell us what the percentage of ATM withdrawals in the UK are free, because he seems to believe that it doesn't cost anything. I know that everyone who pulls out money tells me that it costs them a lot. What is the percentage of ATM withdrawals in the UK that are free? The Honourable Minister. We live in Canada, not the UK. It is a fact. If the Honourable Member wants to know, we can conduct research and provide that information. The Honourable Member. In Canada, it costs $420 million for Canadians to withdraw their own money from ATMs. Unlike what the Minister says, it's not free. However, in the UK, it's true. 97% of ATMs are free. That's the example I want to give to say that, no, sorry, in Canada that's not the case. Credit card debt are a real problem in Canada. Can the minister tell us the unpaid balances on Visa and MasterCards for Canadian consumers? The Honourable Minister of Finance. Mr. Chair, we have created new regulations to protect consumers. We introduced regulations in 2010. We created a minimum of 21 days, interest-free, for all purchases made with a credit card. Payments under the minimum have a particular rate applied to them in proportion to other interest rates. And credit card increase limits have to be granted with permission. The Honourable Member for Quebec. Mr. Chair, I will answer quickly. I just wanted a yes or no, a number. I don't think it's very complicated. I see that the minister is sending us down a very long, interminable road. The answer was simple. It was $43 billion in 1991, $139 billion in 2001, and it reached $332 billion in 2011, according to the Coalition of Consumer Associations in Quebec. When we consult them, those groups, they give us numbers. It takes 10 seconds. Unfortunately, he didn't have it. So I will give him one last chance. Canadian retailers have to deal with credit card transaction fees that are the highest in the world. Can the minister tell us what the annual cost is for Canadian businesses when it comes to credit card transaction fees? And there, I don't want a long speech. I want a response. I want a number, because I want to verify the knowledge of the Minister of Finance of Canada, the Honourable Minister of Finance. They are asking the Minister of Finance to answer questions. And those are questions that are highly detailed. I can explain the government's policy. The government is concerned about high credit card fees in Canada. We have heard those concerns, the concerns of small businesses, and that is why we have instituted a code of conduct. This code was welcomed by consumers and industry groups, especially small businesses. We constantly work with small businesses and consumers. That way, those two groups are heard.
So the minister is touting a voluntary code that's actually toothless, that's done nothing, because we've just heard them admit that the rates are still going up. So, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to hear from the minister, why is it that they continue to do a lot of talk about actually protecting small businesses and make sure that they're going to do something about merchant fees, but they've refused to act except put in a voluntary code that the small business communities across the country are still saying is toothless and does not do anything to protect them and is costing them $4.2 billion a year. I'd like to hear the minister's response to that.
The Honourable Minister.
As I've said, Mr. Chairman, Canadian consumers deserve access to credit on fair and transparent terms, and that's why we've taken action to protect Canadians using credit cards by strengthening the position of credit card users by imposing a mandatory 21-day interest-free grace period on credit cards, banning unsolicited credit card checks, and requiring consent for credit limit increases, rather protecting Canadians using prepaid credit cards with increased transparency and new consumer protection rules banning fees for the first year. Our government also takes the issue of fraud and consumer protection very seriously.
The Honourable Member for Sudbury.
Let me explain to the minister, Mr. Speaker, that his answer to that was on the consumer side. What we were talking about a minute ago was the small business side. So they really have to get an understanding on which side of the credit card issue we're talking about right now, Mr. Speaker. Because in a recent decision by the Competition Tribunal, they say that credit card processing fees and the practices of Visa and MasterCard are having an adverse effect on competition in the market. They punted the issue back to Parliament for action. So, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to know from the Minister, does he agree with the Competition Tribunal that the practices of the credit card companies are indeed anti-competitive? And I'd like to hear an answer on the small business side this time. Thank you.
Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, the small business sector is extraordinarily important, of course, because it generates more employment than any other sector. And so we are working with the Canadian Federation of Independent Business to look at these important issues. We've made regulations on credit agreements, including lines of credit and credit cards, and these rules limit business practices that are not beneficial to consumers. They require provision of clear and timely information to Canadians about credit products, and we're working with small business to make sure that the impact on small business is appropriate under the competitive circumstances.
Honourable Member for Sudbury.
So his initial response was that small businesses are important to this government. Then why did they cut the small business hiring tax credit?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we have reduced the tax on small business to 11%, and we've taken other measures that help small business, which is why the Canadian Federation of Independent Business is so supportive of the actions of our government. Keeping taxes low is precisely what small businesses need, and avoiding increases in EI rates is another important factor in protecting jobs across the country.
The Honourable Member for Sudbury.
160,000 businesses that actually just lost their opportunity to apply for this tax credit that used this before would agree with the minister. But in terms of lost revenue, can the minister tell us what the estimated annual cost of the hiring credit for small businesses was?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, as I said, we've taken a number of steps to produce tax relief for Canadian businesses by reducing the general federal corporate tax to 15% from over 22%, eliminating the federal capital tax, reducing small business rates to 11%, and, of course, increasing the amount of eligible income for the lower rate to $400,000 in 2007 and then $500,000 in 2009. We've increased the lifetime capital gains exemption of qualified small business shares to $750,000, and we've taken steps to reduce the compliance burden on businesses, reducing the frequency of various tax filings, eliminating retail sales taxes in Ontario, PEI, and harmonization with the...
Okay. The Honourable Member for Sudbury.
Thank you. So the easy answer to that was $225 million each year. But contrasting that the government has no strings attached corporate tax cuts, the estimate of that from the PBO is $1.85 billion. So $225 million to help small businesses, which are creating most of the jobs in this country, or just giving a free-for-all of $1.85 billion. Can the minister explain why they're actually not supporting small businesses in Canada by continuing to cut any type of hiring credits, not acting on any of the merchant fees? It's actually starting to get despicable, Mr. Speaker.
That will be the last question in that round. The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, as I was saying, we've taken a number of steps to reduce tax compliance burden for Canadian businesses. We're amending the Canada-Ontario Tax Collection Agreement to provide for federal administration of Ontario's corporate taxes, implementing administrative and service improvements by the Canada Revenue Agency. We've made tangible progress in implementing the red tape reduction action plan, including the one-for-one rule, which has already saved Canadian businesses 98,000 hours in time spent dealing with red tape. We've frozen EI premiums for 3 years. We've fostered an innovative economy by providing more than $11 billion in new resources to support basic and applied research, talent development, research infrastructure, and innovative ideas.
All right, and that will take us to the next round, and the honourable member for Chatham, Kent, Essex.
Mr. Chair, we have heard today about our government's outstanding record of achievement with respect to creating jobs and economic growth. I'd like to dedicate my time in exploring in more detail how we are building on these results by helping to connect Canadians with available jobs. You see, Mr. Chair, despite our excellent employment performance, our government is constantly looking for ways to make it better. And we find it unacceptable that many Canadians are still out of work or underutilized at a time when skills and labour shortages are emerging in certain sectors and regions. I will repeat, as long as there are Canadians looking for work, we as a government cannot sit on our laurels and must take action. And indeed, many employers agree with us and continue to identify the shortage of skilled labour as an impediment to growth. In fact, the Canadian Chamber of Commerce lists skills and shortages as the #1 barrier to Canada's competitiveness. Faced with this challenge, we have taken effective and concrete action to support the development of a skilled, mobile, and productive workforce. In the last fiscal year, 2013-14 alone, our government has transferred $2.7 billion to support labour market programming, with $1.95 billion to provinces and territories through labour market development agreements, $500 million to provinces and territories through labour market agreements included in Budget 2007, and $218 million to provinces through labour market agreements with pensions with disabilities. What's more, we are investing over $10 billion annually in support of post-secondary education, which includes providing students with financial assistance through Canada's student loans and Canada's student grants, and specific programming targeted to First Nations and Inuit students. Since 2006, our Conservative government has provided support for skills training for youth through the Youth Employment Strategy, with investments of over $330 million per year. On the other end of the spectrum, our government has also taken actions to support the labour market participation of older Canadians who wish to remain in the workforce. Budget 2011 extended the Targeted Initiative for Older Workers, a federal, provincial, territorial employment program, providing employment assistance and offering activities to provide the employability of unemployed workers aged 55 and older. Finally, we are supporting opportunities for Aboriginal peoples through annual investments of $438 million, including support for post-secondary education, as well as project-specific training that responds to the demands of Canadian labour market. These are all important measures, Mr. Chair, but the real game changer in our efforts to connect Canadians with available jobs has to be the introduction of the Canada Job Grant. By ensuring that federal funding responds to the hiring needs of employers and by giving them the opportunity to participate meaningfully as partners in skills training, this initiative is transforming skills training in Canada. The Canada Jobs Grant could provide up to $15,000 per person for training costs, including tuition and training materials, which includes up to $10,000 in federal contributions, with employers contributing on average 1/3 of the cost of the training. After consulting extensively with employers and provinces on the design of the grant, Canadians will be able to take advantage of it by July 1st, 2014, offering them real support towards improved employment and earning prospects. As important as this milestone is, Economic Action Plan 2014 went one step further by creating the Canada Apprentice Loan to help registered apprentices with the cost of their training. It will do so by expanding the Canada Student Loans Program to provide apprentices registered in Red Seal trades with access to over $100 million in interest-free loans each year. Economic Action Plan 2014 also introduces the Flexibility and Innovation in Apprenticeship Technical Training Pilot project to expand the use of innovation approaches to apprentice technical training. With this initiative, we are continuing to work with provinces and territories to harmonize apprenticeship systems and reduce barriers to certification in the skilled trades so that apprentices can more easily work and train where the jobs are. And to further support apprentices, Economic Action Plan 2014 takes steps to increase awareness of the existing financial supports available to apprentices through the Employment Insurance Program while they are on technical training. It also announced that our Conservative government will improve the youth employment strategy to align it with evolving realities of the job market and to ensure federal investments in youth employment provide young Canadians with real-life work experience in high-demand fields such as science, technology, engineering, mathematics, and the skilled trades. Although Canada boasts high levels of post-secondary achievement, the transition to a first job can be challenging. And this is why Economic Action Plan 2014 also dedicates $40 million towards the supporting of up to 3,000 apprenticeships across the country in these high-demand fields. Prime Minister Harper recently announced the details of the initiative at Fanshawe College, a great institute near my riding of Chatham, Kent, Essex. Lasting between 6 and 12 months, these internships will give the participants the opportunity to gain the real-life work experience and skills necessary to succeed in the workplace now and in the future. To facilitate the linkages between the small and medium-sized employers and youth, we are reallocating $15 million annually within the Youth Employment Strategy to support up to 1,000 full-time internships for recent post-secondary graduates in small and medium-sized enterprises. And last but not least, Mr. Chair, Economic Action Plan 2014 will invest $11.8 million over 2 years and $3.3 million per year ongoing to launch an enhanced job matching service to ensure that Canadians are given the first chance at available jobs that match their skills in the local area. The enhanced job matched service will provide job seekers with modern and reliable tools to find jobs that match their skills and provide employers with better tools to look for qualified Canadians. Through a secure, authenticated process, registered job seekers and employers will be automatically matched on the basis of skills, knowledge, and experience. Mr. Chair, before I conclude, I'd like to address one issue that is a concern to our government and all Canadians: the abuse of the Temporary Foreign Worker Program. Absolutely. This is something we cannot tolerate, and any allegations of abuse of the program will be vigorously investigated. Our message to employers is clear and unequivocal. Canadians must always be first in line for available jobs. And as we announced in Economic Action Plan 2014, our government will continue to pursue significant reforms to the Temporary Foreign Workers Program to ensure that employers make greater efforts to recruit and train Canadians, and that it is only used as a last and limited resort when Canadians are not available. Mr. Chair, to conclude, these are just some of the central initiatives that will continue to drive our government's jobs and growth agenda and connect Canadians with available jobs. I'm proud of this record and would like to thank the honourable members for offering the opportunity to discuss it today. By helping Canadians acquire the skills that will get them hired or help them get better jobs, we are investing directly and effectively in our country's greatest asset, our people. Hear, hear. And the return on this investment is not just helping individuals, but also supporting their families, communities, and our whole community. Now, Mr. Chair, I wonder if I could ask the Minister
of Finance if he would take some time and tell the House what concrete action the government is taking to help connect Canadians with available jobs.
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to thank the member from Chatham, Kent, Essex for that question. While many sectors of the economy and regions of the country have skilled job shortages, too many people remain unemployed. Many employers continue to identify this shortage of skilled labour as an impediment to growth. To overcome this challenge, our Economic Action Plan 2013 announced the reform of the 3 major labour market transfers to provinces and territories in order to transform support for skills training and help to ensure that federal funding responds to the hiring needs of employers. We've made significant progress towards meeting this goal. First, the core labour market agreements are being reformed with the introduction of the Canada Job Grant, and they are accordingly being renamed the Canada Job Fund. This will encourage greater employer participation in skills training decisions and ensure that training is better aligned with job opportunities, particularly in sectors facing skills mismatches and labour shortages. Agreements in principle have been reached with all provinces and territories on the delivery of the Canada Jobs Grant, which is expected to be available to Canadian employers by July 1st this year. Including employers' contributions, the grant could provide up to $15,000 per person towards training costs for a new or better job. Second, the long-standing labour market agreements for persons with disabilities are being reformed to ensure federal funding supports programming that better helps Canadians with disabilities to obtain the skills they need to fill available jobs. These new agreements will require all jurisdictions to set up a formal process to engage employers and disability community organizers in identifying key labour market barriers and opportunities for persons with disabilities and set corresponding priorities for programming. This will not only support better employment prospects for persons with disabilities, but will also better meet the employment needs of businesses. We're also working to reform the $1.95 billion a year labour market development agreements with all provinces and territories to reorient training towards labour market demand as we have with the other federal labour market transfers. Taken together, these renewed labour market agreements will be fundamental in helping to better connect Canadians with available jobs and in advancing our record of achievement in creating jobs and growth. But we're also making significant action to that end outside the agreements. For example, our government is creating the Canada Apprentice Loan to help registered apprentices with the cost of their training. We've also improved the employment insurance system to ensure those on EI are receiving more up-to-date information, while also investing in an enhanced job matching service to ensure that Canadians are given the first chance at available jobs that match their skills in their local area. And we're reforming the temporary foreign workers program to ensure that Canadians get the first crack at available jobs and employers hiring temporary foreign workers have a plan to transition to the Canadian workforce. These are important areas where our Conservative government is making real progress in helping connect Canadians with available jobs while advancing our record of achievement in supporting jobs and growth. So while the opposition continues to vote against every one of these job-creating measures, our government will stay the course and focus on what matters to Canadians. Thank you.
Questions. The honourable member for Chatham-Kent Essex.
Mr. Chair, I wonder if I could give the Minister a break, and I just want to switch over possibly to the Minister of State. There's been a lot of talk about the increase of premiums on CPP, and I just wonder if you could just tell the House why that's a bad idea and why that's just something that businesses can't afford at this time.
Honourable Minister, the Honourable Minister of State.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And again, we have said that this government does not believe that now is the time to increase contribution levels on CPP. Canadians, as we've travelled around the country, have not asked for increased payroll taxes. In fact, Canadians have said that that they believe it's important that they keep more money in their pockets. In fact, we believe that Canadians cannot afford higher payroll taxes, and the economy still being in a fragile recovery. Now is not the time to consider it. Mr. Speaker, as you know, that we have a very strong pension and retirement security programs here in Canada. We've brought forward measures like pension income splitting, pool registered pension plans for the 60% of Canadians that do not have a workplace pension plan. We've brought forward a tax-free savings account so the Canadians can save more for their retirement. And we're pleased to say that now over 9 million Canadians have invested in the tax-free savings account, Mr. Speaker. We've also done other things to help, as you know, with pensions. We've brought forward consultations on a new target benefit plan, and Mr. Speaker, we're excited about the possibility of new plans even tomorrow.
That will finish that round, and now we'll go to the NDP and the honourable member for Victoria.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair, I'd like to ask the Minister of Finance, what is the estimated total annual revenue lost to the underground economy?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
CRA, that's a CRA issue.
Mr. Chairman, I don't have a direct answer to that question, but we can provide an estimate for the honourable member if he'd like.
The honourable member for Victoria.
CRA website claims there's $35 billion, and after a 3-year effort, there's no national strategy to combat the underground economy. As of the most recent publicly available assessment in 2012, what is the outstanding balance in undisputed unpaid taxes?
Honourable Ministre des Finances.
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
The second question in a row, which should be directed at the CRA, and either the minister already, either the member already has it, or he can get that information from speaking to the CRA directly.
The honourable member.
Finance Minister would know about unpaid taxes, but the answer the Auditor General reports is $29 billion as of March 31. How much Canadian money was estimated to be held in offshore tax havens as of 2013?
The honourable minister.
Mr. Speaker, the government has taken a number of initiatives to address international tax evasion and aggressive tax avoidance, and we take those matters very seriously. Since 2006, the government has introduced over 85 measures to improve the integrity of the tax system, and by closing tax loopholes, strengthening tax compliance, and combating international tax evasion, our government is working to ensure that everyone pays their fair share of taxes.
The honourable member for Victoria.
Either the minister can't say or won't say, but the answer, according to Statistics Canada, is Canadian money stashed in 10 offshore tax havens hit $170 billion last year. What is the estimated total amount of Canadian tax revenue lost to offshore tax havens every year?
The honourable Minister of Finance.
I think the member opposite is confusing a number of issues, but the offshore tax gap generally refers to federal income taxes that are not collected because of the underreporting of foreign source investment income by Canadian individuals. And by its very nature, international tax evasion is difficult to quantify since it involves people or entities deliberately and aggressively hiding money from the authorities. Estimating the income from deliberately hidden or secret offshore investments is extremely difficult. Apparently, the member opposite has information which most of us don't have.
The honourable member for Victoria.
Well, the number, of course, is between $5 and $7.8 billion lost annually. Will the minister follow through on the 2011 platform commitment to double the annual TFSA contribution room in the next budget?
The honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, the next budget will contain the measures which it does. In the meantime, we will be undergoing analysis and consulting with Canadians across the country.
2011 platform commitment. The Auditor General noted in 2012 that Finance Canada has projected the mushrooming fiscal impact of TFSAs out to the year 2050. What is the projected cost to 2050?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I'm very proud of the tax-free savings account, which has provided an opportunity for millions of Canadians to shelter income from taxes. This is a very popular program. I think it's over 9 million Canadians are participating. It's very broad-based, and the numbers are increasing. And this is a very positive thing for those who believe, first and foremost, that individuals should keep their own money rather than give it to the government. Those who believe by default any money earned is the government's, of course, will not be happy with this program.
The Honourable Member for Victoria.
Well, in 2012, December 2012, the Department of Finance refused to give the Parliamentary Budget Officer access to that information to calculate that figure himself. Will the Minister reverse the decision and share the data as the PBO has asked?
The Honourable Minister.
Vote against every measure you bring forward.
This is, of course, a measure that the member opposite's party voted against, and it's an extraordinarily popular measure. I don't know whether it would be in their policy to actually stop this program. It would be interesting to hear from the member opposite whether they believe that the tax-free savings accounts program should be stopped. I'd like to hear his answer, yes or no.
The Honourable Member for Victoria.
I asked the question whether he would reverse a decision by his department to give the Parliamentary Budget Officer what it wanted to measure the impact, and apparently the answer is, I don't know. Because money from a TFSA doesn't count as income for the purposes of OAS or Guaranteed Income Supplement, wealthy individuals could qualify for these income-tested benefits. What is the projected cost to the Old Age Security Program due to the tax-free savings account up to 2050?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
We aren't going to 50.
As the member opposite knows, the Old Age Security and Guaranteed Income Supplement go to less advantaged people. In total, the two combined provide $40 billion a year in benefits, over 5 million beneficiaries, combined benefits of up to $15,600 per year, or a little over $25,000 per year for couples.
Well, Mr. Chairman, the answer to that question is it will reach an extra $4.2 billion per year, according to the Chief Actuary. So has the Minister considered capping the total lifetime contributions that an individual could make to TFAs?
Well, I understand that a party that voted against this wildly popular tax savings measure, which will provide security for Canadians in their retirement, is one that they would like to see capped, but that's not the position of our government.
The Honourable Member.
How much will the Conservative cuts to the old age security cost Canadian seniors by 2030, given the increase in the eligibility age from 65 to 67?
We've introduced this measure to ensure the long-term viability of the system, given actuarial changes and the fact that Canadians are living longer in good health, and so this is a step that we've taken, other countries have taken, to maintain the viability of the system to provide for benefits to seniors going forward.
The honourable member.
The answer to that question is it will cost $11 billion for that program cut. How many Canadians will face a drop of more than 20% in their standard of living when they retire, according to the Canadian Imperial Bank of Commerce?
The honourable member.
In respect to the last question, it won't cost, it will save money, but Canada has one of the strongest retirement income systems in the world, of which the Old Age Security Program, which includes the Old Age Security Pension and the Guaranteed Income Supplement, is one pillar. And we're gradually increasing the age of eligibility to ensure the sustainability of the program. As I said, changes in the program will be phased in starting only in April 2023 and with full implementation by January 2029 to ensure Canadians have sufficient advance notification to plan for their retirement.
The honourable member.
Was how many Canadians will face a drop of more than 20% in their standard of living when they retire, according to the Canadian Imperial Bank of Commerce?
The honourable minister.
Well, I'm not sure why they're asking me, the member opposite is asking me what a particular bank is forecasting. I mean, he has the information. Why doesn't he simply tell us? What we're trying to do with the TFSA, of course, is to encourage savings, and that's a critical objective and priority of our government.
The honourable member.
According to that bank report, well-known, well-publicized, 5.8 million Canadians, nearly a third of our workforce, are facing a steep decline in the standard of living on their retirement. My next question is, did the Department of Finance tell the Minister of State, and I quote, in a report that they wrote, and I quote, in the long run, expanding the CPP would bring economic benefits. Higher savings will lead to higher income in the future and higher consumption possibilities for seniors, close quote. Did the Minister know that the Department of Finance wrote that?
The Honourable Minister of State.
Mr. Speaker, we've heard here tonight how the New Democratic Party disliked the tax-free savings account. We know that they voted against the pool registered pension plan. We know that every measure that we bring forward to encourage Canadians to save more, they vote against. Our government believes, and we stand firm, that now is not the time to consider extra payroll taxes for every employee that's working out there. Mr. Speaker, we believe that employers, employees want to take more of their paycheck home, not leave more of it with Ottawa, not send it off anywhere else. Mr. Speaker, Canadians cannot afford a higher payroll tax, and that's why we've brought forward pension income splitting. That's why we've brought forward the pool registered pension plan. That's why we brought forward tax-free savings account. That's why we've even brought forward the target benefit plan, Mr. Speaker. And every measure we bring forward, they vote against.
The honourable member for Victoria.
Interested, the Department of Finance said exactly that, and I quote, in the long run, expanding the CPP would bring economic benefits and the like. Anyway, that's the Finance Department. How many Canadian citizens will be affected by the intergovernmental agreement contained in the current Budget Implementation Act?
The honourable minister.
Just read that.
The number of Canadians that will be affected are those who have dual citizenship, and I don't have that exact number, but I'm sure the member opposite thinks he does.
The honourable.
According to Mr. Ehrenwein at the Finance Committee, that there were 1 million people affected, and it's not just Canadian citizens, not dual citizens. He was reporting that there were 1 million people affected by this, and it's not just dual citizens, it's people who are living with or married to dual citizens as well. How many days were Canadians given to comment on the intergovernmental agreement, an extremely complex agreement, from the time it was made public on February 5th of this year?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, this particular agreement, of course, has been known for some time, and the public has had ample time to consider it. The U.S. model intergovernmental agreement, which is the platform of the Canada-U.S. agreement, has been in the public domain since July 2012. We'd announced that we'd enter into negotiations with the U.S. on this agreement on November 8, 2012, and invited public comment. We received many comments, and we signed and released the agreement on February the 5th, 2014. And the agreement was introduced on March the 8th.
Hear, hear. This will be the last question. The honourable member. This will be the last question. The honourable member for Victoria.
30 days. 30 days. Are there any formal obligation under the intergovernmental agreement for the government or the banks to notify Canadians when their personal information gets transferred to the IRS via the CRA?
The honourable Minister of Finance.
Apparently, after they get an answer, the members opposite create their own answer, ignoring the facts. But in fact, I gave them an array of dates which clearly demonstrated that people had much more time than that. There is no requirement for a financial institution to notify a client that information about their account is being provided to the CRA under the terms of the intergovernmental agreement. Nevertheless, clients of financial institutions whose accounts are to be reported are generally expected to be aware of this fact because they have self-identified as U.S. persons or been contacted by their financial institutions about information associated with the account that suggests they may be a U.S. person.
That will finish that round, and now there will only be 5 minutes remaining for the honourable member for York Centre. We'll start in any case. The honourable member for York Centre.
Well, thank you, Speaker. It's a great honour to be here this evening to discuss how our government has lowered taxes for seniors and has strengthened Canada's retirement income system. You know, since 2006, our government has delivered approximately $2.8 billion in annual targeted tax relief for seniors and pensioners. And the opposition has fought tooth and nail against every initiative we have attempted to do to lower taxes for Canadians and for seniors. You know, I hope that the opposition understands that the way to help seniors is not to raise taxes, beginning with a $21 billion carbon tax. You know, what I'm about to say, and unfortunately I don't have the full 10 minutes to do it, but what I have to say, I hope will be a learning experience for the NDP and the Liberals, and I encourage them to listen very closely. Now, why did we place such an importance on tax relief for seniors? Well, Canadians know that our government focuses on what matters most to them. And we heard from seniors across Canada who said they wanted to keep more of their hard-earned dollars in their wallet where it belongs. So that is why we cut the GST from 7 to 6 to 5%. We introduced pension income splitting. We increased the age credit amount by $2,000. We doubled the pension income credit to $2,000 and created the tax-free savings account. Now, the tax-free savings account is the most innovative and popular savings vehicle since the RRSP. Initially allowing Canadians to save up to $5,000 a year, the tax-free savings account was expanded by our government due to popular demand. We now allow Canadians to save up to $5,500 a year. Now, you may be wondering, how many Canadians have taken advantage of the TFSA that our government created? Well, Chair, I'm pleased to tell the House that more than 9 million Canadians have taken out a tax-free savings account, and the NDP and Liberals voted against it. Now, this has been particularly beneficial for seniors. Neither income earned in a TFSA nor withdrawals from a TFSA affect a senior's federal support, such as the Guaranteed Income Supplement. We have also increased the amount that GIS recipients can earn through the employment without any reduction in their benefits. We have increased that amount from recipients can earn from $500 to $3,500. For instance, a single pensioner earning at least $3,500 will now be able to keep up to an additional $1,500 in annual GIS benefits. Now, this is important. We even introduced the largest GIS increase in 25 years. Now, Chair, this is helping more than 680,000 seniors across Canada. Now, our government's low tax plan has even helped remove 380,000 seniors from the tax rolls altogether. In 2014, a single senior can earn $20,000 and a senior couple $40,000 before paying any federal income tax. Now, under the strong leadership of our Prime Minister, not only have we lowered taxes for seniors, we have also succeeded in ensuring that Canada's retirement income system remains strong. And today, Canada's low-income rate for seniors is one of the lowest in the industrialized world. Now, our government understands the importance of secure and dignified retirement for Canadians who worked hard to build this great country. And we want to ensure that Canadians have a secure retirement today and for future generations. Canada's retirement income system is renowned globally for preventing poverty among seniors and ensuring high levels of replacement income to retirees. Such high regard is based in no small part on the effectiveness of our government's actions. Now, Chair, these actions have been effective because they are based on guiding principles of fiscal responsibility, sustainability, and innovation. And we have applied these principles to strengthen the various pillars of Canada's retirement system with its balanced mix of private and public supports.
Nope. We're out of time. No, we're right. No. 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 No, we're finished, actually. Order. No. Yeah, we're finished. The honourable member may want to take his seat. No, we're out of time. The time, as I said, we had 5 minutes, and the time was finished. And yeah. It being 11:30, pursuant to Standing Order 81-4, all votes are deemed reported. The committee will rise, and I will now leave the chair. Order. This House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.